Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of Kindred in Death by J.D. Robb, performed by Susan Erickson. Welcome, kindred glooms. Congenial horrors, hail. James Thompson. A lie which is half a truth is ever the blackest of lies. Tennyson. Chapter 1. She'd died and gone to heaven. Or better, because who knew if there was really good sex and lazy holiday mornings in heaven? She was alive and kicking. Well, alive anyway. A little sleepy, a whole lot satisfied, and happy the end of the urban wars nearly 40 years before had resulted in the International Peace Day holiday. Maybe the Sunday in June had been selected arbitrarily, and certainly symbolically, and maybe remnants of that ugly period still littered the global landscape even in 2060. But she supposed people were entitled to their parades, cookouts, windy speeches, and long drunk weekends. Personally, she was happy to have 2 days off in a row for any reason, especially when a Sunday kicked off like this one. Eve Dallas, murder cop and ass-kicker, sprawled naked across her husband, who'd just given her a nice glimpse of heaven. She figured she'd given him a good look at it, too, as he lay under her, one hand lazily stroking her butt and his heart pounding like a turbo hammer. She felt the thump on the bed that was their pudgy cat, Galahad, joining them now that the show was over. She thought, our happy little family on a do-nothing Sunday morning. And wasn't that an amazing thing? She had a happy little family, a home, an absurdly gorgeous and fascinating man who loved her, and, it couldn't be overstated, really good sex. Not to mention the day off. She purred, nearly as enthusiastically as the cat, and nuzzled into the curve of Rourke's neck. Good, she said. At the very least. His arms came around her. Such good arms, in an easy embrace. And what would you like to do next? She smiled, loving the moment, the lilt of Ireland in his voice, the brush of the cat's fur against her arm as he butted it with his head in a bid for attention. Or, most likely, breakfast. Pretty much nothing. Nothing can be arranged. She felt Rourke shift, and heard the cat's purring increase as the hands that had recently pleasured her gave him a scratch. She propped herself up to look at his face. His eyes opened. God, they just killed her. That bold, brilliant blue, those thick, dark lashes, the smile in them that was hers, just hers. Leaning down, she took his magic mouth with hers in a deep, dreamy kiss. Well, now, that's far from nothing. I love you. She kissed his cheeks, a little rough from the night's growth of beard. Maybe because you're so pretty. He was, she thought, as the cat interrupted by wiggling his bulk under her arm and bellying between them. The carved lips, the sorcerer's eyes, and sharp, defined bones all framed in the black silk of his hair. When you added the firm, lanky body, it made a damn perfect package. He managed to get around the cat to draw her down for another kiss, then hissed, Why the hell doesn't he go down and pester Somerset for breakfast? Rourke nudged away the cat, who kneaded paws and claws painfully over his chest. I'll get it. I want coffee anyway. Eve rolled out of bed, walked, long, lean, naked, to the bedroom auto chef. You cost me another shag, Rourke muttered. Galahad's bi-colored eyes glittered, perhaps in amusement, before he scrambled off the bed. Eve programmed the kibble, and since it was a holiday, a side of tuna. When the cat pounced on it like the starving, she programmed 2 mugs of coffee, strong and black. I thought about going down for a workout, but sort of took care of that already. She took the first life-giving sip as she crossed back to the platform and the lake-sized bed. I'm going to grab a shower. I'll do the same. Then I can grab you. He smiled as she handed him his coffee. A second workout, we'll say. Very healthy. Maybe a full Irish to follow. You're a full Irish. I was thinking breakfast, but you can have both. Didn't she look happy, he thought, and rested, and altogether delicious. That shaggy cap of deer-hide hair mussed about her face, those big dark eyes full of fun, the little dent in her chin he adored deepened just a bit when she smiled. There was something about the moment, he thought, moments like this when they were so much in tune, that struck him as miraculous. The cop and the criminal, former, he qualified, as bloody normal as Peace Day potato salad. He studied her over the rim of his cup, through the whiff of fragrant steam. I'm thinking you should wear that outfit more often. It's a favorite of mine. She angled her head, drank more coffee. I'm thinking I want a really long shower. Isn't that handy? I think I want the same. She took a last sip. Then we'd better get started. Later, too lazy to dress, she tossed on a robe while Rourke programmed more coffee and full Irish breakfasts for 2. It was all so homey, she thought. The morning sun streamed in the windows of the bedroom bigger than the apartment she'd lived in 2 years before. 2 years married next month, she thought. He'd walked into her life, and everything had changed. He'd found her, she'd found him, and all those dark places inside both of them had gotten a little smaller, a little brighter. What do you want to do next? She asked him. He glanced over as he loaded plates and coffee onto a tray to carry it to the sitting area. I thought the agenda was nothing. It can be nothing, or it can be something. I picked yesterday, and that was lots of nothing. There's probably something in the marriage rules about you getting to pick today. Ah, yes, the rules. He set the tray down. Always a cop. Galahad padded over to eye the plates as if he hadn't eaten in days. Rourke pointed a warning finger at him, so the cat turned his head in disgust and began to wash. My pick, then, is it? He cut into his eggs, considering. Well, let's think. It's a lovely day in June. Shit! His brow lifted. You've a problem with June, or lovely days? No! Shit! June! Charles and Louise. Scowling, she chewed bacon. Wedding. Here. Yes, next Saturday evening, and as far as I know, that's all under control. Peabody said because I'm standing up for Louise, the matron of honor or whatever, I'm supposed to contact Louise every day this week to make sure she doesn't need me to do something. Eve's scowl darkened as she thought of Peabody, her partner. That can't be right, can it? Every day? I mean, Jesus! Plus, what the hell could she need me to do? Errands? She stopped eating, narrowed her eyes at him. Errands? What do you mean by errands? Well, now, I'm at a disadvantage, having never been a bride, but best guess? Confirm details with a florist or caterer, for instance? Go shopping with her for wedding shoes or honeymoon clothes, or why would you do that? Her voice was as thoroughly aggrieved as her face. Why would you say these things to me after I rocked your world twice in one morning? It's just mean. And likely true under other circumstances. But knowing Louise, she has it all well in hand. And knowing you, if Louise wanted someone to shop for shoes, she'd have asked someone else to stand up for her at her wedding. I gave the shower. At his barely smothered laugh, she drilled a finger into his arm. It was here, and I was here, so that's like giving it. And I'm getting a dress and all that. He smiled, amused by her puzzlement and mild fear when it came to social rights. What does it look like, this dress? She stabbed into her eggs. I don't have to know what it looks like, exactly. It's some sort of yellow. She picked out the color, and she and Leonardo put their heads together on it, the doctor and the designer. Mavis says it's mag squared. She considered her friend Mavis Freestone's particular style, which is kind of scary now that I think about it. Why am I thinking about it? I have no idea. I can say that while Mavis's taste in fashion is uniquely unique, as your closest friend, she understands perfectly what you like, and Leonardo knows exactly what suits you. You looked exquisite on our wedding day. I had a black eye under the paint. Exquisite and absolutely you. As for etiquette by Peabody, I'd say contacting Louise wouldn't hurt. Just letting her know you're willing to help out should she need it. What if she does need it? She should have asked Peabody to do this instead of having her second in command, or in line, whatever the thing is. I think it's called bridal attendant. Whatever. With an impatient hand, Eve waved the term away. They're tight, and Peabody really gets into this female thing. The insanity of it, as far as Eve was concerned. The fuss, the frills, the frenzy. Maybe it's weird because Peabody used to date Charles, sort of, before she hooked up with McNabb, and after, too. Her brow furrowed as she worked through the tangle of the dynamics. But they never banged each other, personally or professionally. Who? Charles and McNabb? Stop it! He got a quick laugh out of her before she thought about errands and shopping. Peabody and Charles never got naked when Charles was a pro, which is also weird that he was a licensed companion when he and Louise hooked up, and the whole time they're dating and getting naked, it doesn't bother her that he's getting naked with other people professionally. Then he quits without telling her, and trains to be a therapist, and buys a house, and does the proposing deal. Understanding, Rourke let her run it through, fast words and jerky logic, as she shoveled in eggs, potatoes, bacon. All right, what's all this about, really? She stabbed eggs again, then put the fork down and picked up her coffee. I don't want to screw it up for her. She's so happy. They're so happy, and this is a really big deal for her. I get that. I really do get that. And I did such a crap job on ours, the wedding thing. I'll be the judge of that. I did. I dumped everything on you. I believe you had a couple of murders on your hands. Yeah, I did. And of course you don't have anything to do but sit on your giant piles of money. He shook his head and spread a bit of jam on a triangle of toast. We all do what we do, darling Eve. And I happen to think we do what we do very well. I wigged out on you, pissed you off the night before the wedding. Added a bit of excitement. Then got drugged and kicked around at my own drunk girl party at a strip club before I made the collar, which was fun in retrospect. But the point is, I really didn't do the stuff, so I don't know how to do the stuff now. He gave her knee a friendly pat. For a woman of her sometimes terrifying courage, she feared the oddest things. If there's something she needs, you'll figure out how to do it. I'll tell you. When you walked toward me that day, our day, in the sunlight, you were like a flame, bright and beautiful, and took the breath right out of me. There was only you. And about 500 of your close friends. Only you. He took her hand, kissed it. And it'll be the same for them, I wager. I just want her to have what she wants. It makes me nervous. And that's friendship. You'll wear some sort of yellow dress and be there for her. That'll be enough. I hope so, because I'm not tagging her every day. That's firm. She looked at her plate. How does anyone eat a full Irish? Slowly, and with great determination. I take it you're not determined enough. Not nearly. Well then, if that takes care of breakfast, I've had my thought. On what? On what to do next? We should go to the beach, get ourselves some sand and surf. I can get behind that. Jersey Shore? Hamptons? I was thinking more tropical. You don't want to go all the way to the island for one day, or part of one day. Rourke's private island was a favored spot, but it was practically on the other side of the world. Even in his jet, it would take at least 3 hours one way. A bit far for an impulse, but there are closer. There's a spot on the Caymans that might suit, and a small villa that's available for the day. And you know this because I've looked into acquiring it, he said easily. So we could fly down, get there in under an hour, check it out, enjoy the sun and surf, and drink some foolish cocktails, end the day with a walk along the beach in the moonlight. She found herself smiling. How small a villa? Small enough to serve as a nice impulse holiday spot for us, and roomy enough to allow us to travel down with a few friends if we've a mind to. You'd already had this thought. I had, yes, and put it in the if and when department. If you'd like it, we can make this the when. I can be dressed and toss whatever I'd need for the day in a bag in under 10 minutes. She leaped up, bolted toward her dresser. Bags packed, he told her, for both of us, in case. She glanced back at him. You never miss a trick. It's rare to have a Sunday off with my wife. I like making the most of it. She tossed the robe to pull on a simple white tank, then grabbed out a pair of khaki shorts. We've had a good start on making the most. This should cap it off. Even as she stepped into the shorts, the communicator on her dresser signaled. Crap! Damn it! Shit! Her stomach dropped as she read the display. Her glance at Rourke was full of regret and apology. It's Whitney. He watched the cop take over, face, posture, as she picked up the communicator to respond to her commander, and he thought, ah, well. Yes, sir. Lieutenant, I'm sorry to interrupt your holiday. Whitney's wide face filled the tiny screen, and on it wrote a stress that had the muscles tightening at the back of her neck. It's no problem, Commander. I realize you're off the roll, but there's a situation. I need you to report to 541 Central Park South. I'm on scene now. You're on scene, sir? Bad, she thought. Big and bad for the commander to be on scene. Affirmative. The victim is Dina McMasters, age 16. Her body was discovered earlier this morning by her parents when they returned home from a weekend away. Dallas. The victim's father is Captain Jonah McMasters. It took her a moment. Illegals. I know of Lieutenant McMasters. He's been promoted? 2 weeks ago. McMasters has specifically requested you as primary. I would like to grant that request. I'll contact Detective Peabody immediately. I'll take care of that. I'd like you here ASAP. Then I'm on my way. Thank you." She disengaged the communicator, turned to Rourke. "I'm sorry. Don't." He crossed to her, tapped his fingertip on the shallow dent in her chin. "A man's lost his child, and that's a great deal more important than a bit of beach." "You know him?" "Not really. He contacted me after I took Casto down." She thought of the wrong cop who'd gone after her at her wedding eve party. McMasters wasn't his LT, but he wanted to give me a nod for closing that case and taking down a bad cop. I appreciated it. "He's got a rep," she continued, as she changed the holiday shorts for work trousers. "A good, solid rep. I hadn't heard about his promotion, but I'm not surprised by it." She tidied her choppy cap of hair by raking her fingers through it. "He's got about 20 years on the job, maybe 25. I hear he draws a hard line and sticks to it, makes sure those serving under him do the same. He closes cases." "Sounds like someone else I know." She pulled a shirt out of the closet. "Maybe." "Whitney didn't tell you how the girl was killed?" "He wants and needs me to come in without any preconceptions. He didn't say it was a homicide. That's for me and the ME to determine." She picked up her weapon harness, strapped it on, pocketed her communicator, her link, hooked on her restraints. She didn't bother to frown when Rourke offered her the summer weight jacket he'd selected out of her closet to go over her sidearm. "Whitney's being there means one of two things," she told him. "It's Hinky, or they're personal friends. Maybe both. For him to be on scene, yeah." She sat to pull on the boots she preferred for work. "A cop's kid. I don't know when I'll get back. Not an issue." She stopped, looked at him, thought about bags packed just in case, and walks in the tropical moonlight. "You could fly down, check this villa out. I've work enough I can see to here to keep me busy." He laid his hands on her shoulders when she rose, laid his lips on hers. "Get in touch when you have a better handle on the situation." "I will. See you then." "Take care, Lieutenant." She jogged downstairs, barely breaking stride when Somerset, Rourke's man of just about everything, and the pebble in her shoe, materialized in the foyer. "I was under the assumption you were off duty until tomorrow. There's a dead body, which unfortunately isn't yours." Then she paused at the door. "Talk him into doing something that's not work. Just because I have to—" She shrugged and walked out to meet death. Few cops could afford to live in a single-family residence on the verdant edges of Central Park. Then again, few cops, well, none other than herself, lived in a freaking Castle Manor estate in Manhattan. Curious about how McMasters managed his digs, she did a quick run on him as she navigated the light holiday morning traffic. McMasters, Captain Jonah, her dash comp told her, born March 22, 2009, Providence, Rhode Island. Parents Walter and Mary Beth, née Hastings. Educated Stonebridge Academy, further education Yale, graduated 2030. Married Franklin Carroll, 2040. One offspring, female, Dina, born November 23, 2043. Joined NYPSD September 15, 2037. Commendations and honors include, skip that. Finances, where's the money come from? Working. Current worth approximately $8,600,000. Inherited a portion of grandfather's estate. McMasters Jonah died natural causes June 6, 2032. Founder Mac Kitchen and Bath, based in Providence. Company's current worth, good enough, asked and answered. Family money, she thought. Yale educated. Ends up an illegals cop in New York. Interesting. One spouse and a 20-year marriage, commendations and honors on the job, promoted to captain. It all said what she already knew of him. Solid. Now this solid cop she barely knew had specifically requested her as primary in the investigation of his only child's death. Why was that, she wondered. She'd ask. When she reached the address, she pulled in behind a black and white. As she engaged her on-duty light, she took a survey of the house. Nice digs, she thought, and got out to retrieve her field kit. And, though she was in danger of overusing the word, it struck her as solid. Pre-urban wars construction. Nicely rehabbed so it maintained its character, showed a few scars. It looked dignified, she thought. The rosy brick, the creamy trim, the long windows, currently shielded with privacy screens, every one. Pots of colorful flowers stood guard on either side of the short flight of stone steps. A pretty touch, she supposed, but she was more interested, as she stepped over and crossed the sidewalk, in the security. Full cameras, view screen, thumb pad, and she'd bet voice-activated locks with the coded bypass. A cop, and particularly one with good scratch, would be sure to fully protect his home and everything, everyone, in it. And still his teenage daughter was dead inside. You could never cover all the bases. She took her badge out of her pocket to flash the uniform at the door, then hooked it to her waistband. "They're waiting for you inside, Lieutenant." "Are you first on scene?" "No, sir. First on scene's inside, along with the commander and the captain and his wife. My partner and I were called in by the commander. My partner's on the rear." "Okay. My partner will be arriving shortly. Peabody, detective." "I've been apprised, Lieutenant. I'll pass her through." Not a rookie, Eve thought as she waited for him to pass her in. The uniform was both seasoned and tough. Had Whitney called him in, or the captain? She glanced to the left, to the right, and imagined people in the neighboring houses who were awake and at home keeping watch, but too polite or too intimidated to come out and play obvious looky-loos. She stepped into a cool, wide foyer with a central staircase. Flowers on the table, she noted, very fresh. Only a day, maybe 2 old. A little bowl that held some sort of colored mints. Everything in soft, warm colors. No clutter, but a pair of glossy purple sandals, one under, one beside a high-backed chair. Whitney stepped out of a doorway to the left. He filled it, she thought, with the bulk of his body. His dark face was lined with concern, and she caught the glint of sorrow in his eyes. And still his voice was neutral when he spoke. Years of being a cop held him straight. "Lieutenant, we're in here. If you'd take a moment before going up to the scene." "Yes, sir." "Before you do, I'll thank you for agreeing to take this case." When she hesitated, he nearly smiled. "If I didn't put it to you as your choice, I should have." "There's no question, Commander. The captain wants me, he's got me." With a nod, he stepped back to lead her into the room. There was a little jolt, she could admit it, when she saw Mrs. Whitney. The commander's wife tended to intimidate her with her starched manner, cool delivery, and blue blood. But at the moment, she appeared to be fully focused on comforting the woman beside her on the small sofa in a pretty parlor. Carol McMasters, Eve concluded. A small, dark-haired beauty to contrast Anna Whitney's blonde elegance. In her drenched black eyes, Eve read both devastation and confusion. Her slight shoulders shivered as if she sat naked in ice. McMasters rose as she came in. She judged him at about 6'4" and lean to the point of gangly. His casual dress of jeans and T-shirt coincided with returning from a brief holiday. His hair, dark like his wife's, had a tight curl and remained full and thick around a lean face with deep cheek grooves that may have been dimples in his youth. His eyes, a pale, almost misty green, met hers levelly. In them she saw grief and shock and anger. He moved to her, held out a hand. "Thank you, Lieutenant." He seemed to run out of words. "Captain, I'm very sorry for your loss." "She's the one?" Carol struggled up even as tears spilled down her cheeks. "You're Lieutenant Dallas?" "Yes, ma'am." "Mrs. McMasters, Jonah said it had to be you. You're the best there is. You'll find out who. How. But you'll still be gone. My baby will still be gone. She's upstairs. She's up there, and I can't be with her." Her voice pitched from raw grief toward hysteria. "They won't let me be with her. She's dead. Our Dina's dead." "Here now, Carol. You have to let the lieutenant do what she can do." Mrs. Whitney stood up to drape an arm around Carol. "Can't I just sit with her? Can't I just—" "Soon." Mrs. Whitney crooned it. "Soon. I'll stay with you now. The lieutenant is going to take good care of Dina. She'll take good care." "I'm going to take you up," Whitney said. "Anna?" Mrs. Whitney nodded. Starched and intimidating, Eve thought, but she would handle a grieving mother and a devastated father. "You need to stay down here, Jonah. I'll be down shortly. Lieutenant." "You're friends with the victim's parents off the job?" Eve asked.
"Yes. Anna and Carol serve on some committees together and often spend time with each other. We socialize. I brought my wife as a friend of the victim's mother."
"Yes, sir. I believe she'll be a great help in that area."
"This is hard, Dallas."
His voice leaden. He started up the steps.
"We've known Dina since she was a little girl. I can tell you she was the light of their hearts, a bright, lovely girl."
"The house has excellent security from my eyeball of it. Do you know if it was activated when the McMasters returned this morning?"
"The locks were. Jonah found the cameras had been deactivated and the discs for the last 2 days removed. He touched nothing," Whitney added, turning left at the top of the stairs. "Allowed Carol to touch nothing but the girl. And he prevented his wife from moving the body or disturbing the scene. I'm sure we can all understand there were a few moments of shock."
"Yes, sir." It was awkward, she thought, and uncomfortable to be thrust in the position of interviewing her commander. "Do you know what time they returned home this morning?"
"At 8:32, precisely. I took the liberty of checking the lock log, and it confirmed Jonah's statement to me. I'll give you a copy of the statement from my home link log. He contacted me immediately, requesting you and requesting my presence if possible. I didn't seal the scene, her bedroom, but it is secure."
He gestured, stood back.
"I think it best if I go down. Let you proceed. When your partner arrives, I'll send her directly up."
"Yes, sir." He nodded again, then sighed as he looked at the open bedroom door.
"Dallas, it's very hard."
She waited until he'd turned away, started down the stairs. Alone, she stepped to the doorway and looked at the young, dead Dina McMasters. Chapter 2. Record on. Dallas, Lieutenant Eve, at scene. McMasters, Dina, victim. She scanned the room first as she took sealant from her field kit to coat her hands and boots. A large space, bright and airy, with triple windows, privacy screen activated, along the park view wall. A padded bench, mounded with colorful pillows, curved under the glass. Posters of popular musicians, actors, personalities covered walls done in a dreamy violet. A little clutch tightened Eve's stomach as she studied one of her friend, Mavis Freestone. Blue hair swirling, arms lifted in triumph, titled Motherhood Rocks. On it, she saw Mavis's big, bold handwriting. Yo, Dina, you rock too, Mavis Freestone. Had Dina pushed the poster at Mavis at some concert or event, and Mavis, laughing, bubbling, signed it with Dina's purple pen? Noise, lights, color, Eve imagined, and life. And a thrilling memory for a 16-year-old girl who couldn't have known she would have so little time to treasure it. A portion of the room was designed for studying and schoolwork, with a glossy white desk, shelves, a high-end comp and comm center, disk files, all ordered and tidy. A second area, suited for lounging, probably hanging out with girlfriends, also sat tidy and apparently undisturbed, with plump cushions, soft throws, a scatter of stuffed animals, likely collected throughout childhood. A hairbrush and hand mirror, a few colored bottles, a bowl of seashells, and a trio of framed photos stood on a dresser in the same glossy white as the desk. Thick, boldly colored rugs flashed over a gleaming wood floor. The one nearest the bed, she noted, skewed out of alignment. He'd knocked it, or skidded against it, or she had. A pair of panties, simple, white, unadorned, lay near the rug. He stripped off her underwear, Eve said aloud, tossed them aside. The nightstands beside the bed held fancy frilly lamps with tasseled shades. Again, one of the shades sat crooked on its base, a bump by an arm or elbow. Everything else around the bed itself showed a delight in order and precision, a love of pretty girlish things. A young 16, to Eve's mind, but maybe she was projecting. At 16, she'd been counting the days until legal adulthood and escape from the foster system. There had been no pink, no frills, no fuzzy teddy bears beloved since childhood in her world. And still, she felt this was the room of a girl still firmly in childhood, just barely approaching the woman she might have been, one who had died living a woman's worst fear. In the center of the pretty, cheerful room, the bed held vicious violence. The tangle of pink and white sheets, ruined with rusted bloodstains, wound around the body's legs like rope. He'd used them to bind her feet to the footboard, to keep her legs open for him. She'd fought. The bruises and raw marks on her ankles, her thighs where her purple skirt was rucked, showed she'd fought, showed he'd raped her violently. At the side of the bed, Eve leaned in, angled down to peer at the police restraints binding the victim's hands behind her back. Cop cuffs. Vic is a cop's daughter. Evidence of struggle in bruising and lacerations on wrists. She didn't go easy. No signs of mutilation. Some bruising on the face indicates physical blows. Bruising on neck indicates manual strangulation. She eased open the victim's mouth, used her penlight and magnifier. Some threads and fabric in her teeth, on her tongue, blood on her lips, teeth. She bit her lip deeply. Some blood and possibly saliva on pillowcase. Looks like he used it to smother her. Clothes are askew but not removed. Some tearing at the shoulders of the shirt, buttons missing. He pulled at them, she continued, as she worked her way down the body. Pulled them out of his way, but he wasn't interested overmuch in the rapist's foreplay. With care and deliberation, Even as her mouth went dry and the back of her head pounded, she examined the damage caused by violent rape. Torture. Choke, smother, rape. Choke, smother, rape. Vaginally and anally. Repeatedly by the amount of bruising and tearing. She felt her breath hitch as her lungs tried to shut down and forced air out. In. Out again. Blood from vaginal area indicates victim might have been a virgin. ME to confirm. She had to straighten up. Had to take a few more calming breaths. She couldn't afford to switch off the record and settle herself. Couldn't afford to let the record show how much her hands wanted to shake, how much her stomach wanted to roil. She knew what it was to be helpless like this, abused like this, terrified like this. At this time, it appears the security was engaged. Cameras were subsequently turned off and all discs removed from premises. There was no visible sign of break-in. Crime scene unit to confirm. She opened the door. She let him in. Cop's kid. She knew him, trusted him. Face-to-face rape and murder. He knew her, wanted to see her face. Personal. Very personal. Calmer, she got out her gauges to determine time of death. TOD 326. Primary determines rape-homicide to be confirmed by ME. Dr. Morris is requested if available. Dallas. It showed Eve how deep into the moment and into the past she'd gone. Too deep to hear her partner's approach. She schooled her face to neutral lines and turned to where Peabody stood in the doorway. The kid died hard, Eve said. Fought hard, died hard. No tissue under her nails that I can find, but plenty of trace from the sheets. It looks like he held the pillow over her face. She bit it and her own lip. As it's most likely multiple rapes, he may have gotten off on the struggle. Choked her, too. We should be able to get his handspan from the bruising. I kind of knew her. Instinctively, Eve stepped over, blocking Peabody's view of the body, forcing her partner to look at her instead. How? Sorrow, simple and sincere, shone in Peabody's dark brown eyes. When I was a rookie, we did this kind of public service thing in schools. Peabody cleared her throat, pressed her lips together. She was my liaison, like a student guide. A really sweet, smart kid. I guess she was about 11 or 12. I was new to New York, too, and she gave me some tips on where to shop and stuff, and, last year, she did a report on free-agers for school. Peabody paused, busied herself sealing up. She got in touch, and I helped her out with some background and personal anecdotes. Is this going to be a problem for you? No. On a breath, Peabody pushed her dark hair back from her face, threading her fingers once through the sassy flip she wore. No. She was a nice kid, and I liked her. A lot. I want to find out who did this to her. I want in on taking the son of a bitch down. Start by checking the security, the electronics through the house. Look for any signs of break-in. Big house, Eve thought. It would take a while, long enough to put Peabody into cop mode. We need all links checked, all logs copied. I need the sweepers, but I want it designated code yellow. This isn't a media blackout. We can't go there with the cop involved, but I don't want the juice poured out either. I want Morris unless he's not able. He's back? Scheduled to be back from leave tomorrow. If he's in town and willing, I want him. Peabody nodded, pulled out her communicator. Given it's a cop's kid, I think we want Feeney. You think right. And go ahead and tag your bony-assed cohab.
Feeney's going to need McNabb on this anyway, so let's get our EDD team up and running now. He's on standby. When Whitney contacted me, I asked him to wait for my signal. If you're ready to roll her, I'll give you a hand.
Eve heard the message under the words. I need to do this, need to prove I can. Eve stepped back, turned to the body. He didn't remove her clothing, tore it some, pulled it out of the way. Another indication it wasn't sexual, and that it wasn't about humiliation so much as punishment, violence, or causing pain. He didn't care about stripping her, about exposing her. On 3, she said, and counted out so they rolled the body face down together. God! Peabody breathed in, breathed out. That blood's not just from rape. I think she was a virgin. And those are cop restraints. Using them, keeping her hands bound behind her back? He's making a point, don't you think, with the first, and causing her more pain with the second. Look at the way they dug into her wrists, pushed into them from the weight of her body. He could have cuffed her to the headboard. Bad enough. It's about pain, Eve said shortly. Pain gives the inflictor more control over the victim. Do you know anything about her friends? Boyfriends? Men? No, not really. When I was helping her with a report, I asked about boyfriends, the way you do. As she spoke, Peabody began to scan and study the room. Coming back, Eve judged, sliding back into cop mode. She got flushy and said she didn't date much since she was concentrating on her schoolwork. She was really into music and theater, but she wanted to study philosophy and alternate cultures. Talked about joining the Peace Corps or Education for All after college. Shy, Eve thought, using Peabody's impressions to help her form a picture of the dead. Idealistic, serious about education. And I remember, Peabody continued, when we met at this cyber joint for the research, McNabb hooked up with me at the end. She was really shy with him. Flushy again. I guess she was shy around guys yet. Some girls are. Okay. Go get started on the rest. I'll finish here. Shy around boys, Eve thought. Parents away for the weekend. Idealistic often went along with naive, especially in the young. Maybe take the leap. Let boy, man in. She studied the ruined clothes again. Pretty skirt. Nice top. Could be the victim dressed up a little just for herself, but wasn't it likely she'd gone to the trouble for a date? Earrings, bracelet? That must have added yet more pain rubbing against the restraints. Painted toenails and fingernails. Facial enhancements, Eve noted, after slipping on micro-goggles and peering closely into the face. Smudged from tears, the struggle, the pressure of the pillow. Did young girls paint up their faces for an evening at home? Had she gone out? Brought someone home with her? Date or pickup gone wrong? Let him in, or came home with him. No sign of any cozying up down in the parlor, but maybe elsewhere. You wouldn't have been able to tidy up. Came in, kicked off your purple sandals, at some point in the day or evening. Maybe he tidied up downstairs. Did you bring him up here, Dina? Up to your bedroom? Doesn't quite fit the sexually inexperienced teenager, but there's always a first time. No signs of struggle here either, outside the bed, and even that's consistent with struggle after bondage. Did he tidy up here, too? Why would he? No. He brought you up. No, she said slowly. No, you didn't kick off your shoes. You're too inherently tidy. They fell off. Came off when he forced you or carried you upstairs. Flag talk screen and expedite. She took another breath. It was easier now, she thought. Easier after dealing with Peabody, after finding the right corner inside herself to bury the past again. She turned away from the body and began to search the room. Good clothes, she noted. Good fabrics, and the usual baffling, to Eve, collection of shoes. An even larger collection of books on disc, fiction and non-fiction. An enormous collection of music discs, and a quick flip through the menu of a Purple Tunes revealed countless music downloads. No secret diary hidden away from parental eyes, and no personal PC or link. She replayed the last communication on the desk link and listened through a chatty conversation between the victim and a girl she called Joe about shopping plans, music, Joe's annoying younger brother. Not a word about boys. Didn't teenage girls obsess about boys? And no discussion about plans for Saturday night. The bathroom continued the violet and white theme and the order and tidiness. She found the enhancements, many tubes of lip dye partially used. No condoms or birth control of any kind hidden away, no sign the victim had been contemplating engaging in sex. And still, Eve thought, she'd let her killer in or brought him home. She started out, paused once more by the side of the bed. Victim to be bagged and tagged and transported to the morgue. After she left the room, she assigned one of the uniforms to stand outside it until the sweepers and dead wagon arrived. She took her time assessing the other rooms on the second floor. The master had soft, soothing colors, a large bed with cushioned headboard. 2 overnight cases lay beside a deep scoop chair as if they'd been dropped or knocked over. McMasters likely brought them up, she thought, while the wife walked toward the daughter's room to check in. Scream, shout, McMasters drops the bags and runs to his daughter's room. None of the other rooms, 2 home offices, a casual media room, 2 more baths, and what she took for a guest room, appeared to have been disturbed. Downstairs, she set a marker by the sandals, then sought out Peabody. "The way I read it," Peabody said, "the security and locks were disengaged from inside. There's no sign of tampering. EDD may find otherwise, but it looks like they were re-engaged again from the inside. Then the cameras shut down right at the source. The last disk there is from Saturday. I ran it back on my PPC. It shows the victim coming home alone at just after 1800. She had a pair of shopping bags, both from girlfriends. It's a high-end boutique focused on teens and the college crowd. It's on 5th at 58th. We'll check it out, see what she bought and if she shopped alone. She had arrangements to hook up with a friend for Saturday shopping. I haven't found her personal link or PC, and no comms on her desk unit, other than one with a girlfriend, 2 from her parents over the last 48. I found 8 handbags, all empty. She was carrying a white straw French strap with silver buckles on the disc. I didn't see anything like that in her room. Check communal closets and storage. These are tidy people. Maybe they have a spot for that kind of thing. Was she wearing purple sandals? The ones in the foyer? No, blue skids. Okay. Dallas, the other thing? The control room? It's passcoded. No signs of tampering there I can see either. Either she did the shutting down, or she gave him the code. Or he's really damn good with bypassing. She'd have told him anything if he said he'd stop. But we'll have the experts check for tampering. There was 1 glass on the kitchen counter. I bagged it. Everything else is put away, so it struck me as off. Plus, I ran the log for the auto chef. She ordered 2 single pizzas at 18:30 last night. 1 veggie, 1 meat. She had company, Dallas. Yeah, she had company. I'm going to talk to McMasters and his wife.
The sweepers should be coming in any minute. Ride herd on that, will you?" Eve went back to the parlor. Anna Whitney sat beside Carol, an elegant guard dog. McMasters sat at her other side, kept her hand clutched in his. Whitney stood, staring out the front window. Mrs. Whitney looked over first, and Eve saw, briefly, the guard dog unguarded. Abject grief burned in her eyes, and with it a plea Eve read clearly. "Help us." McMasters straightened when Eve came in, going ramrod straight. "I'm sorry to intrude. I know this is a very difficult time." "Do you have children?" Carol asked dully. "No, ma'am." "Then you can't know, can you?" "Carol," McMasters murmured it. "You're right," Eve said, as she sat across from the trio on the couch. "I can't. But I know this, Mrs. McMasters. I'll do everything in my power to find the person responsible for what happened to your daughter. I'll see to it that everything that can be done is done. I'll take care of her. I promise." "We left her alone. Don't you see? We left her. You called her twice. You made sure she was as safe as it's possible to make her," Eve said, even as Anna drew breath to speak. "It's my job to observe and analyze, and from my observations at this point, you're good and loving parents. You're not responsible for this. I'm going to find the one who is. You can help me now by answering some questions." "We came back early. We were going to surprise her, and all go out to a big holiday brunch, then to a matinee. She loved to go to the theater. We were going to surprise her." "When were you due home?" "We'd originally planned to get home late this afternoon," McMasters answered. "We left Friday afternoon, took a shuttle to Interlude, an inn in the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. Carol and I were taking a quiet weekend to celebrate my promotion." He cleared his throat. "I made the reservations 10 days ago. We'd been there as a family before, but Dina wanted us to have the trip by ourselves," Carol managed. "We usually go together, but this time we should have insisted she stay with the Jenningses. But she's almost 17 and so responsible. She'll be going to college next year, so we just thought..." "Are the Jenningses family friends?" "Yes, Arthur and Melissa. Their daughter Jo is Dina's best friend." As she answered, Carol's lips trembled. "Dina wanted to stay on her own, and we both thought, we should respect that, trust her, allow her that independence. Can you tell me the names of her other friends?" Carol drew in a shuddering breath. "Jo and Hilly Rao, Libby Grow from school. They're the closest. And Jamie Lingstrom." Eve went on alert. "The late D.S. Frank Wojcinski's grandson?" "Yes." McMasters nodded. "I was friendly with Frank, and Jamie and Dina have been friends for years." "Boyfriends?" "Dina wasn't interested in boys. Not in that way, as yet." As McMasters spoke, Eve caught the look in his wife's eye. "Ma'am?" "She was shy around boys, but interested. I think there was one in particular she liked." "Who?" "She never said, not directly. But in the last couple of months she took more interest in how she looked, and I'm not sure I can explain it, but I knew there was a boy who'd caught her eye and interest. Enough so that I had another talk with her about sex." McMasters frowned at his wife, a look of bafflement more than annoyance. "You never said." She glanced at her husband, and her trembling lips tried to curve. "Some things are private, Jonah, and just between girls.
She hadn't been with a boy yet. I'd have known, and she'd have told me. We discussed birth control and safety. She knew I was ready to take her to the clinic should she want to choose a birth control method. Do you know if she kept a diary? More a journal or a notebook. She'd record thoughts or observations, complaints, I imagine, sometimes bits of poetry or song lyrics. As her eyes continued to stream, Carol dug for another tissue. She loves music. She keeps it in her purse always. And she has a PPC? A link? Yes. They'd be in her purse, too. She has a white straw bag with silver buckles. Her new summer bag. We bought it last month. It's her new favorite. Where does she keep it when she's not using it? In her room, on the hook on the inside of the closet door. The empty hook, Eve thought. Her killer had taken it, and everything in it. I have to ask, did Dina use illegals? She did not. I don't say that with absolute certainty, simply because she was my daughter, and due to my position. McMasters kept his gaze steady on Eve's. I know all the signs, Lieutenant, and I'm well aware of how susceptible a girl of Dina's age can be to peer pressure or the urge to experiment. She was strongly opposed to illegals, not just because they're against the law, but because she had a deep respect for her body, her health. She's very aware of nutrition, Carol added. In fact, I often felt guilty for drinking coffee or indulging in junk food. She works out 6 days a week. Yoga, jogging, resistance training. What gym did she use? She doesn't like gyms. We have a little area on the lower level, and if she wants to jog outside, she uses the park, the secured trails. She carries a panic button, and she knows self-defense. Jonah saw to that. She's been using the park more recently with the good weather. Illegals would never be a choice for her. She respects herself and her father too much. Present tense, Eve thought. All present tense. Dina was still alive for her. Would it be another nightmare when reality fully set in? She hesitated, trying to find the right tone to direct toward the father without hastening the nightmare for the mother. That flicker translated itself to the other cops in the room. Carol. McMasters tightened his grip briefly on his wife's hand. Could you and Anna make some coffee? I think we could all use some. I'd appreciate that, Whitney said. Of course we can. Obviously understanding the ploy, Anna rose, held a hand out for Carol. I'd love some coffee. Yes, all right. I should have offered. We'll take care of it. Anna firmly led Carol from the room. You want to know if there have been any threats against me or my family, McMasters began. Anything from the job that might have led to this. There's always a chemiehead who mouths off, a dealer who tries to toss his weight around, save face. I have a file of what I consider the more serious threats. We took down a major operation 2 months ago. The money man, Juan Garcia, made bail. His face shifted into a look of disgust. Shark lawyer, a pile of money. He's wearing a bracelet, but it wouldn't stop him. We'll check him out. Yeah, but this isn't his style. McMasters rubbed his hands over his face. He'd go for me or the other cops on the bust. He'd slit my throat or have it slit in a blink if he thought he could get away with it, but I don't see him doing this, or ordering it. Plus, if he went for my family, he'd want me to know who did it. We'll check it out anyway, and look into the rest of your file. I'll need a copy. You'll have it. I know we can never be sure. He broke off a moment, seemed to struggle. Never sure, if or when something might come back on our family through the job. But I know I haven't been tailed. This is a good neighborhood,
and we've kept everything in Carol's name on public records. Word gets out, I know, but the house is secured, and we've drummed safety and awareness into Dina since she was a toddler." "Something closer to home?" Eve suggested. "An argument or dispute with a neighbor?" "No, nothing." McMasters spread his hands. "Everyone gets along. Dina, especially Dina, was well liked. She ran errands for Mrs. Cohen down the block when she was laid up with a broken ankle. She fed the Rileys' cat when they went on vacation. You haven't noticed anyone unfamiliar hanging around the area?" No. In any case, she'd never open the door for a stranger, especially when alone in the house. I looked while I was waiting for the uniforms. I couldn't find any sign of break-in. There's nothing missing or disturbed. It wasn't a burglary gone wrong. It was direct and deliberate against my girl. And it was someone she knew. At this point in the investigation, I agree with you, Captain. We'll still cover all the ground. I'm going to talk to her friends. If there was a boy who caught her eye," Eve continued, using Carol's phrase, "she may have been more forthcoming with them. It wasn't a date gone wrong. It wasn't an impulse." "No, sir, I don't believe it was." "Then tell me what you believe." Eve glanced at Whitney. Got a nod. "At this very early stage, I believe she may have made a date, planning to entertain a friend, someone she may have met outside her circle, someone who may have targeted her. I believe he may have incapacitated her. There's a glass, the only thing out of place in the kitchen, which we'll have tested. Drugged her." Emotions scraped the words raw. "Possibly, Captain. I can't as yet draw conclusions, and I'm not entirely comfortable outlining speculation. I will promise to keep you in the loop. I will promise my partner and I, and the team I've already started to assemble, will work diligently to find the answers." "I ask for you, Lieutenant, because I have no doubt of that." He pressed his fingers to his eyes. "For the record, and to repeat the statement I gave the commander, my wife and I returned early from a 2-day holiday. The locks were secured. The cameras, I discovered later, were off. I didn't notice this immediately. We went directly upstairs. I took our bags to our bedroom, while Carol went to Dina's room to see if she was awake. She screamed. My wife screamed, and I ran directly to her. I found her trying to lift Dina from the bed. I could see that there's no need, Captain. I can refer to the statement you gave the commander. No. We all know it needs to be repeated. I could see Dina was gone. I saw the evidence of sexual and physical abuse, the blood, the bruising, the restraints. I pulled my wife away from our girl because I knew I had to. She fought me, but I was able to get her out of the room and into our bedroom, where I used both force and intimidation to keep her in there while I contacted the commander. I realize this isn't procedure. I should have called for uniforms, but I would have done the same. Thank you. His chest shuddered as he fought for control. I related the situation to the commander. I asked for his help. The uniforms he dispatched arrived. No, that's not accurate. I went back into Dina's room first. I had to see. I had to be sure. I convinced Carol to come downstairs, and at that time I checked the security and looked for signs of break-in. Then the uniforms arrived. The commander and Mrs. Whitney arrived shortly thereafter. At that time, the commander and I went back to the scene. I then requested you as primary. Thank you, Captain. I've dispatched 2 uniforms to do the door-to-door. With the commander's permission, I'll copy you on all reports. Permission granted. The ME's team is here. Whitney added when he saw the wagon pull up outside. "It would be best if we kept Carol in the kitchen." "I'll go back with her." McMasters got to his feet. "If you're done with me for now, Lieutenant." "Yes. The sweepers will be all over the house soon. Is there somewhere you and your wife can go for the time being?" "You'll come home with us," Whitney said. McMasters nodded. Eve thought the cop was beginning to fade. His hands trembled, and even as she watched, the lines at the corners of his eyes seemed to cut deeper. "I'll be in contact, Captain. Once again, I'm very sorry for your loss." When he walked out, a man in a daze now, Whitney turned to Eve. "Conclusions?" "Speculations is more accurate." She let him in, planned to do so. Impossible to say at this time if she brought him home with her from some outside meet or if he came here on his own. She ordered him food from the auto chef. Most likely they ate. If he drugged her, left the glass on the counter, it was deliberate. "He wanted us to know that much," Whitney concluded. "Yes, sir. It was personal, planned, and deliberate. The rapes were very violent. The facial bruising feels like an afterthought, like show. I believe he choked her, smothered her, maybe taking her in and out of consciousness to prolong the event and her pain and fear. He wanted the pain and fear. TOD is after 3 this morning. Everything I've learned this far indicates the victim wouldn't have let anyone in, even a boy she had a crush on in the middle of the night. No, I don't believe she would have done that. Unless... if she believed someone needed help, someone she knew. It's a possibility. More likely he was here for some time, a considerable amount of time. Unless the sweepers find evidence to the contrary, I believe all the violence took place in her bedroom, and after he had her restrained. He didn't take any chances. He came here to accomplish a specific thing, and he did so. "Check-like crimes," Whitney began, then stopped himself. "I'm telling you how to do your job. Instead, I should let you do it." "I'm going to start with her friends. We may get lucky there, get a name, a description. I'm having the glass Peabody bag sent straight to the lab. I've requested Morris as ME. Feeney, McNabb, and whoever Feeney assigns out of EDD will handle the electronics. We'll also do a sweep of the park where she jogged. If she met her killer there, someone might have seen them together. We will check out Garcia, though I tend to agree with the captain on that." "Keep me informed," Whitney told her, then glanced over as his wife came in. "I wanted to give them a few moments in private, and to give this to you, Lieutenant." Anna offered Eve a memo cube, the names and contacts of the friends Carol told you about. "Thank you. I know you need to get started on what comes next, but I'd like to say something. Carol and Jonah are dear friends, and Dina was lovely in every way. I don't always like your style, Lieutenant. Jack," she said with an impatient glance when he started to interrupt, "please. I often find you abrasive and difficult to understand. But Carol and Jonah are dear friends, and Dina lovely in every way. If Jonah hadn't requested you to lead this investigation, I'd have used every influence I had with your commander to get you so assigned. Get the bastard. You get the bastard." She broke down, walked straight into her husband's arms, and wept. Chapter 3. Eve escaped. She walked outside where she could breathe without drawing in the misery and grief, and where she could reestablish the locks on her own memories and emotions. She spotted the 2 uniforms she sent out on the knock-on doors, crossing back toward the victim's home. "Officers, report." "Sir, we covered the block
and were able to speak to all but 4 residents. Others confirmed the family 2 doors east is out of town and has been for 3 days. 2 others are reportedly attending a Peace Day rally this morning, and the whereabouts of the remaining resident is unknown at this time. I want the name of the question mark. We track him down and interview. The same with the rally attendants. Everyone on this block in residence for the last 24 hours is to give a statement. Yes, sir. Those we spoke with noticed nothing out of the ordinary yesterday or last night. No one saw anyone but the victim enter or leave the scene. The female officer, taking the lead, flipped out her memo book. Hester Privet both saw and spoke to the victim yesterday morning at approximately 10:15. The victim was, at that time, watering the plants at the entrance to the house. They spoke briefly. The victim mentioned she had a few errands to run that day as her parents were due back the following afternoon. Privet states she then jokingly asked if the victim had a big party planned for the evening. The victim seemed slightly flustered, but laughed and stated she thought she'd just have a quiet evening instead. Privet then continued east on foot. Over the uniform's shoulder, Eve watched a big orange dog lead its young couple into the park, spotted a jogger in bright red shorts heading out. The witness passed by the house later in the day. She believes about 3 in the afternoon when she took her children to the park, and again at approximately 5 when she took them home. She is certain the security was engaged at those times, as she deliberately walked by to check, as she was aware the parents were out of town. She did not, however, see the victim at either time. Good. Let me know as soon as you've located and gotten statements from the others. After dismissing the uniforms, she stood where she was and watched the morgue attendants bring Dina out in the anonymous black body bag. Then she moved to intercept a woman, blonde hair flying, who rushed toward the house. "Ma'am, this is a crime scene. You can't enter at this time." "It's Dina, isn't it?" "They wouldn't say what happened, the police, just that there'd been an incident. I couldn't believe... Is it Dina? What happened?" "I'm unable to give you any information at this time. Are you a friend of the family?" "Yes, a neighbor, Hester Privet. I spoke with 2 officers earlier this morning, but..." "Yes. I'm Lieutenant Dallas. You spoke with Dina yesterday." "Yes, right here, right out front. Is she... God, is she in that bag?" No point in evading. It would all hit soon enough. Dina McMasters was killed last night. The woman stumbled back a step, then wrapped both arms around her torso. "But how? How?" Tears gathered in eyes gone wide with shock. "Was there a break-in? She's so vigilant with the alarms and locks. She babysits my twins, my boys, and she lectures me about making sure the house is secure. Oh, God! My God! My boys adore her. What will I tell them? Can I do something? Anything?" Jonah and Carol. "They're away. I have the contact information. They returned this morning. They're inside." Hester closed her eyes a moment, took several breaths. I almost went over and knocked. To check. To make sure she didn't want to come over and have dinner. But I talked myself out of it. I wish I'd... Is there anything I can do? Anything? Did Dina ever have anyone over when she watched your children? A friend? Sometimes Joe came with her. Joe Jennings, her best friend. Any boys? No, God. She used the backs of her hands to wipe her wet cheeks. Against the rules. And Dina didn't really date. Did she always follow the rules? Yes, from what I could tell. I often wished she'd break one. Hester swiped at another tear. She seemed, to me, so young and innocent for her age, and on the other hand, so mature, responsible. I trusted her absolutely with my sons. I should have checked on her more while her parents were gone, kept a closer eye. I should have insisted she come over for dinner, but it was only a couple of days, and I didn't think, just didn't think. Did she ever talk to you about a boy? no one specific. We did talk about boys now and then, in general. She had such a good relationship with her mother, but sometimes a girl can't say things to her mom, and we were closer in age. Plus, I pried, Hester admitted with a twisted smile. I think she had a crush on someone, because I'd noticed she was taking more care with her wardrobe, her hair, and, well, there was just a look in her eye, you know? Yeah. I commented on it, and she just said she was trying some new things. But there was this look in her eye, this I've got a secret look. Did some boy hurt her? Did some... Realization and horror struck her face. Oh, God! I can't give you details at this time. I'm going to give you my card. If you think of anything you saw, anything she may have said to you, I want you to contact me. I don't care how inconsequential it may seem. I want to hear it. Eve passed over a card. One thing. Did you happen to notice when you saw her yesterday morning if she had her nails done? Painted fingers and toes? She didn't. I would have noticed, as she rarely did, and she was barefoot, watering the plants there in her bare feet, so I'd have noticed. Okay, thank you. I have to tell my husband and our boys. They're only 4. I don't know how to tell them. Peabody came out as Hester walked away. EDD's on the way, and the sweepers are on it. Mrs. Whitney's packing a few things up for Mrs. McMaster's. They'll stay at the Whitneys for a day or 2, depending. We'll leave them to it, then. We need to interview the friends. It's too late in the day to scope the park, the jogging trails. Her habit was to run there between 8 and 9 on weekends, the same weekdays when she didn't have school. We'll hit that tomorrow. We'll take Jamie first. Jamie? Our Jamie? Lingstrom. He was a friend. It's a damn small world when it sucks. Couldn't argue. She knew Jamie was home for the summer and staying with his mother. She kept tabs, loosely. He was the grandson of a dead cop, a damn good cop, and a boy who'd lost his sister to murder when he'd been 16. He was no stranger to death. And at 16, he'd intrigued her husband by using a homemade jammer to bypass Rourke's home security enough to gain access to the estate. She knew Jamie had a job in one of Rourke's R&D departments for the summer, just as she knew Rourke harbored a bit of frustration that the boys' goals were toward the electronic detective division and cops rather than the private sector. Since they were friends, and knowing Jamie, he's going to want in. Eve picked her way through the holiday traffic. Gathering crowds, souvenir and snack stands prepared for the afternoon parade. That'll be up to Feeney. There was a connection there, too, as Feeney and Jamie's grandfather had been tight back in the day. More to the point, he is in. He's on the short list of the Vic's friends, and the only male on it. You think they were involved? Romantically? The parents don't think so, but according to one of the neighbors and the mother, there was somebody fairly recent that the Vic was keeping to herself. Peabody pondered a moment. If she had a thing for Jamie, and he had one back, I don't think she'd have kept it to herself. He's just the type the parents would approve of. He's smart, responsible, has the cop connection. He's on scholarship to Columbia and had plenty of other offers from top-level colleges. He took Columbia so he could stay close to home, not leave his mother too much alone. At Eve's sidelong stare, Peabody shrugged. He chats up with McNabb, which is also how I know Jamie's been dating the field the last few months. No one girl, nothing serious. I don't think he's even mentioned Dina. I'd have remembered since I knew her. Plus, most college guys don't go for high school girls, or not for long. What do high school girls go for? Boys.
A college boy would be a big status coup, but Dina wasn't the type. She was kind of sweet and serious and shy. Vulnerable. A guy pays attention, knew how to play it. She got her nails done. Huh? Sometime Saturday, she did her nails or had them done. She dressed up. Skirt, nice shirt, jewelry, put on makeup. If you're hanging at home for the evening, alone, what are you wearing? My pajamas or sweats. Probably my rattiest. She didn't just let him in. She was expecting him. Eve pulled over to the curb of the modest townhouse. She'd done all this before. Walked this same path to tell Brenda Lingstrom her daughter was dead. This time, Jamie answered the door. When had he gotten taller? She had to shift her gaze up to meet his, an odd sensation. He'd let his hair grow a little longer, so it tumbled around his face in blonde disarray. His jeans were full of holes, his T-shirt baggy, with the faded faces of what she recognized as a popular trash rock group sneering out. His face had fined down since she'd last seen him, and had gone handsome on her. Another mild shock. She wasn't looking at a boy anymore, she realized, but a man. His sleepy eyes brightened in friendly pleasure, then immediately went blank. He said, "Oh, shit. Nice to see you, too. Who's dead? You're not at the door because you were passing by. Who?" My mother. Panic leaped, even as his hand shot out and gripped her arm hard enough to bruise. No. She's not here? She and Grandma left Friday to hook up with some friends for a girl week, taking advantage of the holiday. They're okay? As far as I know. We need to come in, Jamie. Who is it? Tell me who it is. No point trying to soften the blow. Dina McMasters. What? No, no. Dina? Oh, God. Oh, God damn. He turned away, strode into the living area that had changed little since she'd brought death into it almost 2 years before. He paced it, veering around tables, chairs, circling like a cat in a cage. Give me a minute, okay? Give me a minute. Eve gestured Peabody to a chair herself, and remained standing while Jamie took his minute. He stopped, turned with an air of weary resignation at odds with his youth. When? Early this morning. How? We're going to talk about that. When's the last time you saw her? He rubbed the space between his eyebrows. The gesture seemed to steady him a little. A couple weeks ago. Wait. He lowered to the arm of a chair, then stared hard into space for a few minutes. And Eve watched him pull control and composure back. If he decided to pursue law enforcement, he had the spine to make a cop, she thought. Tuesday. 2 weeks ago, this coming Tuesday. A bunch of us went to see this new group, Crusher, play at Club Zero. I asked her to come along because we hadn't seen much of each other in a while, and she's into music. All kinds, even the old stuff. It's an underage club, so she could get in, no prob. They sucked extra large, so she and I split off after the first set and went for pizza, caught up some. I took her home, got her home before midnight. She's got a curfew. What did you talk about? All kinds of shit. School, music, vids, e-bits. She's not much into the e-scene, but she liked to hear me talk about it. We've known each other forever. Grandpa knew her dad, and she was looking hard at Columbia for next year. We talked about that since I've done 2 semesters. Did she talk about her boyfriend? What boyfriend? His eyes went on alert. She wasn't tuned into anybody I knew about. She wasn't hooked up. She got all spasmodic when it came to guys. Hardly ever did the one-on-one. One-on-one. Dating, you know. She didn't think she was pretty, but she was. And she said she couldn't think of what to say or how to say it. Mom said how she was just self-conscious and shy, and she'd grow out of it. Now she won't. Bitterness coated the words. What happened to her, Dallas? Her parents were away for the weekend. Eve kept her tone brisk and neutral. Sometime yesterday, she let someone into the house. It appears she expected him, and given what we know of her at this point, we conclude she knew him and trusted him. He'd get the details soon enough, Eve knew. Better to hear them now and from her. He restrained her. He raped her. He killed her. His gaze didn't waver from hers. Fury snapped into it as he got to his feet. Then his eyes went cold. Yeah, he'd be a good cop, she decided. She was harmless. I want to say she was the kind of person who'd go out of the way not to hurt anyone, but she was strong and fast and smart. She knew self-defense. She took me down a few times when we practiced. He wouldn't have been able to restrain her without a fight. You've got to have some trace. It may be he slipped her a drug to incapacitate her, so he was able to restrain her and prevent her from causing him any harm. She fought Jamie, and hard, but it was too late. If she let someone in, she knew him. You're right there. We haven't been as tight since I started college, so I don't know everyone she might have. What? When we peeled off from the group, we were hanging out over pizza. She asked me what college guys looked at in a girl. I made some crack, like the same thing every guy looks for, but she wanted to know, like if it was looks or common ground, and if we all really expected sex. We could talk like that because we didn't have that kind of thing. He eased back down on the arm of the chair. I think I said it wasn't expected, it was hoped for, pretty much always. But I didn't score with every girl I went out with. I said how she could worry about college guys when she was a college girl. She smiled. I didn't think anything of it, the way she smiled and bounced off topic. She wasn't just talking about guys. There was a guy, son of a bitch. Who would she have told about him? Joe, if anybody. Joe Jennings. BGPFAE. Sorry. Best girl pals forever and ever. They'd been hooked since grade school. But Dina could keep things tight when she wanted or needed. Plus, she'd rather listen than talk. She didn't like to stand out. Got wizzy if people paid too much attention to her. All right. We're going to be talking to Joe Jennings. What about the security? Jamie demanded. She wouldn't have turned off the cams, not even for someone she knew. House rule, H&F, hard and fast, cams on and activated 24/7. It appears the killer deactivated them and removed the record discs. Then he'd have to access the control room, and it's passcoded. He had to know how. He had to know. Already pale, his face seemed to whiten to bone. He planned it, right along. He scoped her. Did he jam them first? We haven't gotten that far. Even if he figured how to delete the hard drive, took the disk, and he'd have to have some skills on the E-side for the delete, he'd be on there. He'd still be on there in shadows and echoes. You have the captain on this? You have Feeney? He should be there now, with a team. I want in. Dallas, you have to let me in. I don't have to do anything, she said coolly. Captain Feeney will have autonomy on E-details. He got to his feet again, every line in his body tensed. You won't block me. Is that a question or a statement? He remembered himself and her. A request. As I said, E-detail is under Feeney's province. The work's harder when it's someone you care about. You already know that. His throat worked as he nodded. When Alice was murdered, Dina was a rock for me. I didn't want to talk to anyone, but she just kept being there until I had to. I'm going to be there for her now. I can handle it. In 3 years, when I'm finished college, I'm joining the force. College first, that's the deal I made, but then I'm going for the badge. I can handle it. Deal with who? With Rourke, since he's picking up the freight the scholarship doesn't cover. And you didn't know that. The faintest smile came back to his eyes. I guess he knows how to keep things tight, too. Apparently. If Feeney gives you the nod, I've got no problem with it. I'm sorry you lost your friend, Jamie. Do her parents know? They found her this morning. He sighed. I'd like to go over. Not just for the work, but I may be able to help them. They're with the Whitneys. He nodded. I'm going to go over anyway. Speak to the captain. Ask him to let me in. Clean up first. Even e-geeks should have some standards. McNabb will be there. Peabody spoke for the first time, then rose. She crossed to Jamie, hugged him. You could toss some stuff in a bag and hang out at our place if you don't want to be alone here. Maybe. Thanks. He sighed again. Yeah, maybe. And when he laid his head on Peabody's shoulder, Eve saw there was still a boy in there. I went to a party last night. Maybe if I'd asked her to go, maybe you couldn't have changed anything. Peabody drew him back. We go from here. He nodded. From here. He's going to be thinking of his sister, too, Peabody commented when they were back in the vehicle. He won't be able to help it. Most people get through their lives without violent death touching it. He's 18 and dealt with it 3 times. Working with EDD might help him deal. If you had a secret guy, would you keep him secret? I had such crap luck with guys for such a long stretch, a serious date would have been cause for taking out an air tram ad. But Jamie's right. At least it jibes with my sense. She could keep things tight. Eve pulled up at the next address, a well-maintained, multifamily building. She was only 16, and going by our current theory, very likely infatuated with an older boy. Jamie said she asked about college guys. She had to tell someone something. I vote for the BGPFAE. The Jennings's apartment took up the corner on the 3rd and 4th floor. The woman who answered the door appeared to be harassed. The root might have been, Eve concluded, the shouted argument in full swing. Furious voices, a girl, a boy, blasted down the stairs. Yes, what is it? Mrs. Jennings? Yes. Lieutenant Dallas, NYPSD, and Detective Peabody. God, are the neighbors complaining? She held out her hands, wrists together. Will you arrest me if I just go up and bash their heads together? Please, please do. I could use the quiet. May we come in? The woman gave the badges the briefest of glances. Yes, yes. I don't even know what they're fighting about now. They've been at each other most of the morning about one thing or the other. Peace day my ass, she said with weary bitterness. Their father's golfing. Bastard, she added with the smallest hint of a smile. Maybe you could just arrest them. Then I could have 5 minutes of peace! She shouted the last word, aiming for the stairs. It didn't make a dent in the noise. Mrs. Jennings were not here about a complaint. Why didn't she tell them to shut the hell up? Eve wondered. We're homicide. I haven't killed anyone. Yet. Was there an incident in the building? No, ma'am. We're here about Dina McMasters. Dina? Why would you... Dina? Eve watched it sink in, but pushed through. She was killed early this morning.
We understand she and your daughter Jo were friends." "Dina?" she repeated, backing up. "But how?" She reached up as if to push at her hair. It was already pulled back in a tail, and her fingers stayed at her temple. "Are you sure?" "Yes." "We understand this is a shock, Mrs. Jennings," Peabody said. "If we could have a few minutes with Jo, it might help us." "Jo? Jo doesn't know anything. Jo's been home all morning, fighting with her brother. She doesn't know anything." "She's not in any trouble," Peabody assured her. "We're talking with all of Dina's friends. It's routine. You knew Dina for some time?" Yes. They've been best friends since they were 8. Oh, God! My God!" "What happened?" "If we could speak with Jo," Eve interrupted. "You're free to remain in the room." "All right. Yes. All right." She walked to the base of the stairs, gripped the banister until her knuckles went white. "Jo? Jo! I need you down here right now!" "Do I tell her? Should I?" "Will tell her." Eve heard the clump that translated into resentful feet. Then a girl with an explosion of brown curls and violently angry brown eyes appeared. She wore knee-length black shorts and, in a fashion that baffled Eve, had layered a trio of tanks so the blue peeked out from the red and the black peeked out from the blue. "Why is it always me?" Jo demanded. "He started it. He won't—" She trailed off, flushing deeply when she spotted Eve and Peabody. "I didn't know anyone was here." "Jo, baby, I'm Lieutenant Dallas. This is my partner, Detective Peabody." "Police? Are you going to haul that freak off?" "You're the freak!" A boy, curly brown hair shagging in the current style, eyes just as violent as his sister's, snarled as he stormed down the steps. "Stop! Both of you! Now!" At last, Eve thought. Obviously stunned by the tone and the order, both kids stopped and stared at their mother as they might a two-headed alien. Eve stepped up, pointed to a chair. "Sit." "Am I in trouble? I haven't done anything, I swear." "Freak," the boy muttered under his breath, then visibly shrunk under Eve's frigid stare. Eve turned back to Jo. "I'm sorry to inform you that Dina McMasters was killed this morning." "Huh?" It was knee-jerk disbelief. "What?" And the tears welled and spilled instantly. "Mom? Mom? What is she saying?" Though Eve preferred to leave weepers to Peabody, she sat across from Jo, kept their faces level as the mother squeezed into the chair to put her arms around her daughter. "Someone killed her. Someone she knew. A boy she's been seeing secretly. What's his name?" "She is not dead. We went shopping on Saturday with Hilly. Why are you saying that?" The brother moved to her other side, all anger forgotten. "She let someone into the house while her parents were away. Who was she dating?" "Nobody." "Lying doesn't help her now." "Lieutenant, please, can't you see how upset she is? We all are. Her parents are upset, too. They came home and found their daughter dead. Who was she seeing, Jo? What's his name?" "I don't know. Mom, make her go away." She turned her face, pressing it to her mother's breast. "Make it go away." "It can't go away." Eve said it coldly, before Mrs. Jennings could speak. "It happened. Were you her friend?" "Yes, yes." "I'll get her some water," Peabody murmured, and turned away to find the kitchen. "Tell me everything you know. It's the only way to help her now. If you're her friend, you want to help her." "But I don't know. I really don't. I never met him or even saw him. She just called him David. She said his name was David, and he was wonderful. They met in the park a few weeks ago.
She ran there a couple times a week, more sometimes.
Okay, how did they meet?
She liked to run, and this one day he was on the same path, and he tripped. He went down pretty hard, so she stopped to see if he was okay. He was all embarrassed, and he banged his knee a little, turned his ankle, and he told her he was fine, not to stop. But when he tried to get up, his water bottle was broken and spilled all over, and he was more embarrassed because it got her shoes wet. They went over to sit on the grass, started talking a little, so she could make him feel better. And he was really cute.
What did he look like?
I don't really know. She just said he was really cute, adorable, squared. And he was from Georgia and had an accent that just made her go whizzy. He was clumsy and really sweet and courteous, old-fashioned. She really liked that about him.
Peabody brought in a glass of water. Joe stared at it.
Thank you. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Why did she keep him a secret? Peabody asked gently.
It was romantic. She didn't even tell me until, last month, and only because she said she'd burst if she couldn't talk about him, and, she knew her parents would ask questions, and he'd told her he'd gotten in some trouble back home in Georgia when he'd been in high school, with illegals. Her father wouldn't have liked it, even though he told her straight out, and he'd done his rehab and community service and everything. She wanted some more time before she said anything about him.
But you never met him either, Eve pointed out.
He was shy, and he said, I think, how he liked it just being the two of them for a while. They didn't do anything. Honest, Mom, they didn't.
It's all right, sweetie. It's all right, Joe.
They just met in the park sometimes, or went for walks or rides on his board, and they went to see a couple vids and talked on the link a lot. It was weeks before he even kissed her, and he was 19. She was afraid her parents wouldn't like that he was older.
Did they have a date last night?
Joe nodded, miserably. She was going to have him over, just to eat and hang out a while, because he was going to take her to a show. She liked going to the theater, and he got tickets to Coast. It's why we went shopping especially. She wanted a new outfit. She bought this really mag purple skirt. It's her favorite color, and new shoes to go with it. She was really excited.
Eve thought of the shoes near the table by the stairs, the purple skirt rucked up on the bruised thighs.
She went out yesterday afternoon for a mani and pedi. Eyes streaming, she burrowed into her mother. She tagged me to see if I could meet her, but we had to have dinner at Graham's and Papa's. She wanted it to be special. She was so happy. He wouldn't have hurt her. He was nice. There has to be a mistake.
Who else did she tell about him?
Nobody. She wasn't supposed to tell me. They'd made a promise to each other to keep it just the two of them, at least for a while, but she couldn't. She was so happy. She just wanted to talk to me, to tell me. I had to swear absolutely not to tell, not even Hilly or Libby. And I didn't. I didn't tell. He was so mad she had to tell somebody, and we're best friends. There has to be a mistake, Joe insisted. Please, there has to be a mistake.
There'd been one, Eve thought as they walked back to the car, and young Dina had made it. David from Georgia, and what bullshit was that, had played her right from the first meeting in the park. Shy, clumsy, sweet, with just that one shadow in his past, irresistible to a girl like Dina. He'd created the boy of her dreams. But why? Chapter 4.
Was she a target before he saw her running in the park habitually, then set up the play? Peabody wondered. Or before even that? I mean, specifically, Dina McMasters, rather than just a teenage girl, maybe one with certain physical characteristics?
It's a good question.
It seems like if it was luck of the draw, he'd have backed off when he found out her father was a cop. Easier prey out there.
Which may have been part of her appeal to him, Eve said. She'd make a challenge. He knew enough about her at the setup meeting. He'd already done, or at least started, research on her. He knew her father was a cop when he staged the meet. Cute. Knew her tastes. Shy boy, awkward boy, gentle boy.
Specifically her, then.
Peabody frowned.
So why is it a good question?
Because we can't rule out the other option. I'm going to drop you off at the next, pals. Leave that one to you. I think Jo was being straight when she said nobody else knew about this guy. But we'll cross the T's. When you finish interviewing the friends, head down to Central. I'll book a conference room. I want EDD to come in with a prelim report ASAP. They went for walks, Eve murmured, thinking of what Jo had said. You can bet he didn't walk with her in her own neighborhood. Nowhere they'd be likely to run into someone who knew her. To Vid's, where it's dark. Keep it all a secret. It's more romantic, and I'm ashamed of my minor transgression. I'm shy. A few weeks, Jo said. A long time to play out the string. Patient bastard.
Young, if he's really 19.
Maybe he is, or maybe he knows how to look 19. She swung to the curb. We'll run like crimes. I'll start on that after I go by the morgue.
Tell Morris, well, just tell him welcome back.
Peabody climbed out. Hell of a welcome, Eve thought, but bulled her way back into traffic. The barricades, the swarms of pedestrians trooping toward Fifth for the parade, the seas of entrepreneurs with carts and wheeled cases loaded with souvenirs jammed the streets and sidewalks. Within blocks, her bulling slowed to inching. She narrowed her eyes at the throng of tourists and locals forming impenetrable walls, and thought if she saw one more person sporting a peace sign or waving a flower flag, she might just pull her weapon and give him one good zap. I've got your piece right here, she thought. She glanced at the time, blew out a breath, then used her dash link to contact Rourke. Lieutenant, I take it this isn't to let me know you're on your way home. No, I'm fighting through freaking Peace Day mayhem. If these people want peace, why the hell don't they stay home? Because they want to share goodwill with their fellow man? Bullshit! Because they want to get drunk and cop feels in the crowd. There is that. Where are you heading? The morgue. It's a bad one. I'm sorry. Can you tell me? 16-year-old daughter of a decorated cop, one who recently earned his captain's bars. Rape, murder in her home. Her parents found the body this morning when they returned from a weekend holiday. I'm very sorry. Those intense blue eyes searched her face, looking, she knew, for cracks. I'm fine. All right. Is there anything I can do? You just did it, she thought, by asking. I'm trying to fit the pieces together. One of them is Jamie. Jamie? How? They were friends. Surely you don't think... No, I don't think. I'll check out his alibi simply because I don't want to leave any blanks, but he's not a suspect. She had a secret boyfriend. One, it's looking like, targeted her, laid all the groundwork. I'm on my way to the morgue to see if some of the pieces in my head fit the evidence. After that, I'm hitting the lab. She saw a minute break in traffic, gunned it, flipped her vertical, soared over. She loved this new ride, and swung west. I asked Whitney to order Morris in today. Then I'm convening a briefing at Central. We need to run light crimes, go through the electronics, start a sweep on her areas of interest, so I believe I'll come down and watch you work.
Look, I can stay out of the way if that's what you want, but you won't keep Jamie out. I may be some help there. You've said her parents. One, a police captain, returned home to find her dead, but you don't mention security discs or the system. One assumes a veteran cop would take all necessary means, including strong security, to protect his family. There's some e-work here. That's Feeney's Aegis. I'll be contacting him then. Knew you would, she thought. Wouldn't you like a nice quiet Sunday at home? I would, if I had my wife here, but she's having a different sort of day. Suit yourself. Question. Why didn't you tell me you were supplementing Jamie's scholarship? Busted. He looked mildly disconcerted. It's not a crime. Well, now, I'm not altogether sure, as you'd see it as a bribe, wouldn't you, to lure him into one of my companies? Isn't it? Damn right, and a fine one, too. But the boy's determined to be a cop. If he's still of that mind when he's finished at university, your gain is my loss. He's bloody brilliant. As good as you? Those wild blue eyes sparkled. No, but a good deal more honest. I'll see you at Central. Don't take Fifth. Jesus, I wish you could see this. There's some asshole dressed like a peace sign. He's a big yellow circle with naked limbs. People are so damn weird. I'll see you later. She'd known he'd come, just as she'd come to know how useful it was to have a thief, former, help analyze the bypassing of locks and codes. Dina might have given her killer the passcode for the control room, if she'd had it. But if he'd shut down the cameras, wiped the hard drive, accessed the disks, he'd needed more than the code. He'd needed excellent e-skills. And there, her thief, former, was unsurpassed. Bloody brilliant, she muttered, using Rourke's own term. A skeletal holiday shift manned the morgue, and those who remained behind to deal with the dead wore colorful shorts under lab coats. Music danced jauntily out of offices and cutting rooms. She doubted the residents cared overmuch one way or the other. She paused long enough to scowl at vending. She wanted a tube of Pepsi and didn't want any bullshit from the damn machine. You! She jabbed a finger at a passing tech, and the gesture had his face going as white as his bony legs. 2 tubes of Pepsi. She pushed credits at him. Sure, okay. Dutifully, he plugged them in, made her request. Even as the tubes plopped into the slot and the machine began the soft drink's current jingle, Eve snatched them out. Thanks. She strode away. The first sip was shockingly cold, and exactly what she was after. She continued down the white tunnel, chased by the echo of her own boots and the sticky hints of death that clung to the air under the blasts of citrus and disinfectant wafting out of the vents. She paused outside the double doors of the autopsy suite, not to brace herself to face that death, but the man who studied it. She drew a breath, pushed through the doors. There he was, looking the same. He wore a clear protective coat over a suit of moonless night black. He'd paired it with a shirt of rich gold and a needle-thin tie where both colors wove together. She frowned at the silver peace sign pinned to his lapel, but had to admit on Morris it worked. His ink-black hair drew back from his exotic face in a single gleaming braid. He stood over the dead girl he'd already opened with his precise, almost artistic Y-cut. When his dark eyes lifted to Eve's, she felt her belly tighten. He looked the same, but was he? I guess this is a crappy welcome back. She crossed over, offered the second tube. Sorry I had to pull you in early, and on a holiday. Thank you. He took the drink, but didn't crack the tube.
Her tightened belly began to jump. "Morris, I have some things to say to you." "Okay, all right." "Thank you for finding justice for Amaryllis." "Don't!" He held up his free hand. "I need to say these things before we go back to our work, our lives. You need to let me say them." Feeling helpless, she stuck her hands in her pockets and said nothing. "We deal with death, you and I, and with that death leaves grieving. We believe or hope that finding the answers, finding justice, will help the dead, and those the dead leaves grieving. It does. Somehow it does. I no longer believe it or hope it, but know it. I loved her, and the loss—" He paused, opened the tube, drank. "Immense. But you were there for me, as a cop and as a friend. You held my hand during those first horrible steps of grief, helped me steady myself, and by finding the answers, you gave me and her some peace. It's a day to remember peace, I suppose. The job you and I do is often ugly and thankless. I need to thank you." "Okay. More, Eve." He rarely used her first name, and, using it now, he closed his hand over her arm to keep her still. "Though it discomforts you," and smiled just a little, just enough to loosen the tightest knots in her belly. "Thank you for suggesting I speak to Father Lopez." "You went to see him?" "I did. I had thought to go away, stay away until... But there was nowhere I wanted to be, and frankly, I felt closer to her here. So I stayed, and I went to see your priest." She had to fight not to squirm. "He's not mine." "He gave me comfort," Morris continued over her flustered response. "He's a man of unassailable faith, with a flexible mind and limitless compassion. He helped me with those next difficult steps, and helped me accept I'll have more to take. He's good, but not a pain in the ass about it. Much." Now the smile reached those dark eyes and eased more of her tension. "An excellent summary, and thank you for trusting me when I wasn't sure I trusted myself." "I don't know what you mean." "Before your request came in this morning, I was going over the excuses, not to come back yet. Another week, maybe 2. I wasn't sure I was ready to be here, to face this place, to handle the work. But you asked for me. You trusted me, so what choice do I have but to trust myself?" "She needs you." On that single point, Eve had Lopez's unassailable faith. "Dina McMasters needs you. You have a good team here, good people, but she needs you. She needs us." "Yes. So—" He stunned her by brushing his lips very lightly on hers. "It's good to see you." Likewise." He gave her arm a quick squeeze, then released it. "And where is the estimable Peabody?" "Field work. We've got a lot of ground to cover." "Then we'll begin. I know McMasters, of course. He's solid. This will have put a hole in him." "He's maintaining." "What else is there?" "Her name is Dina." He glanced at Eve, got her nod. 16-year-old female, in exceptional health prior to her death. She took care of herself and was cared for. The scan showed no prior injuries of any note and confirms excellent nutrition. Her last meal, consumed at approximately 6:30 p.m., was pizza with a topping of peppers, mushrooms, black olives, and about 6 ounces of cherry fizzy. As you flagged tox, I've determined the barbiturate she ingested with the meal was mixed with the drink. He drugged her. I can't say, only that she ingested the barb, and there are no signs of regular use of same in her scan. All to the contrary. Given her weight, and the assumption she wasn't accustomed to taking drugs, the dose would have been enough to render her unconscious for perhaps as much as an hour. Plenty of time for him to get her upstairs, restrained, then shut down the cameras and take the discs. If he did so in that order. Plenty of time. She'd have been groggy, disoriented when she came to. Yes, she ingested another dose, smaller, at about midnight. A second dose? Yes. Her hands were cuffed behind her back at the wrists. There's deep bruising, lacerations indicating she struggled against them, quite violently. The marks on her ankles indicate a different restraint, probably cloth. Bedsheets. That's consistent. She fought those, too. And if you look... He paused to pick up a second pair of micro-goggles, gave them to Eve. Here. They bent over the ankles together. The bonds were extremely tight, digging into the skin. Here, here, here. Tied, retied, tied again. She saw it in her head as well. Tied, raped, untied, turned, tied, sodomized. Untied, turned, raped again? It would be my conclusion. Multiple rapes, multiple sodomy, all extremely violent. As you can see, he moved up the body. A line of sweat, icy cold, slid down Eve's spine. But she moved with him, slammed more locks on her memories, and studied the damage. The tears, the trauma. Her hymen was intact before the rape. So young, he murmured, and so mercilessly used. I found no semen. He sealed up, and was cautious enough to do so with each rape. We've no trace of him in or on her. I'd speculate he removed his own genital hair, possibly all his body hair, before the act. Otherwise, even sealed, with multiple violent rapes, we should have found a stray hair. There's some bruising on her legs, her torso from his hands. Deeper bruising on her shoulders, where it appears he held her down more forcibly. On her throat, he choked her. Watched her face while he did. Watched until she passed out. Between the rapes, between them, because he wouldn't want to risk going too far, taking her out too soon, spoiling the fun. She could see it, in the room with the soft violet walls and the glossy white furniture. See the terror, the horror, feel the pain. He chokes her while she struggles, fights for air, goes out. Then he unties her legs, shoves her over, secures her again, and waits for her to come to so she can feel him sodomize her. No good if she's out. He wants to hurt her, needs to hurt her. Maybe he gets off that way. On her pain, her struggles, her pleas. You've gone pale. Morris touched her arm. Step back. Sit. She shook her head, brushed him off. She would get through it. Staring into her own past as much as Dina's, Eve swiped the cold tube over her brow. Then what he does, when he's finished, however many times he feels inclined, when she's lying there, quivering, or when she's gone somewhere else, somewhere she can't feel the pain, he pushes her face into the pillow, holds her down, smothering her until she passes out again. Then he can turn her over, tie her again. He worked her for about 8 hours, a full day's work, so he could let her lie there a while until he could get it up again. Maybe he promised to let her go if she gave him the passcode for the control room, but I think he may have already taken care of that. Either way, lots of time. She'd ask him why why he was doing this. He'd tell her exactly, because he was going to kill her, and he'd enjoy telling her why. Why? Morris spoke softly, watching her face. Don't know. Not yet. But he'd make sure she knew it wasn't because he wanted her, not because he liked her. If he made all this time, took all this effort to hurt her physically again and again, wouldn't he want to hurt her emotionally, mentally? Break her down, carve her away, every inch. In addition to the rape and all that does to your body, your mind, your fucking soul, he'd want to make sure she knew she meant nothing, that he'd played her, taking her out, holding her hand, being a shy guy, making her feel like a fool. Nice bonus. She kept her breathing even. She could do that, even if she couldn't stop the pulse from hammering in her head. Masks off. No need for it now. He'd want her to see who he was. He'd want her to know what's inside her when he rapes her, what's tearing and ripping her. Young, healthy girl, strong girl, so he can drag it out for hours, until the last time he puts his hands around her throat, the last time she looks in his eyes as he starts to squeeze, until he ends it. She did step back now. She didn't tremble, though she wanted to. Still, she took a long, slow drink of the now lukewarm Pepsi. He leaves the cuffs. Cop cuffs, standard issue. He unties her legs, but leaves her hands cuffed, because that's a message to her father. That's an extra punch to the gut. It wasn't her, not about her. She was just an instrument, a weapon. He could have killed her dozens of times before this, in dozens of ways. He wanted it to be in that house, inside the house where the cop believed his little girl would always be safe. She studied the face. The second dose? That was for McMasters, too. He wanted to make sure we found the drug in her system. As far as he knew, at the time of the murder, her parents weren't due back until the afternoon, mid to late afternoon. We wouldn't have gotten to a tox yet on that time frame. We wouldn't have gotten to one until evening, even flagged and expedited. Just another boost to make sure we found it. That's why he left the glass. Glass? It'll be her glass he left on the counter in the kitchen. And there'll be traces of the barb there for the lab to find. It's like thumbing his nose. An insult to kick it all down. Look what I can do in the sanctity of your own home to your precious daughter, using the very thing you work against every day of your life. It wasn't about her, about Dina. That's worse, isn't it? She looked at Morris again, composed again. It's worse for McMasters, knowing it wasn't about her. She was just the conduit. Yes. It would be worse. And what were you, he wondered. What were you to the one who used you this way? But he didn't ask. He knew her too well, understood her too well to ask. Later, she stood outside, breathing in New York, drawing in the sticky heat of a day that decided to soar to summer. She'd gotten through it, she told herself. Gotten through what should be the worst of it. She got back in her car and drove to the lab. She expected to butt heads with Chief Lab Tech Dick Berensky. In fact, she looked forward to the tension-relieving ass-kicking she hoped to give the man not so affectionately known as Dickhead. He's a fuck, but he's the best, she'd say about him. She found the lab empty, but for a handful of lab rats tucked in their glass cubes or dozing over paperwork. And the egg-shaped head, plastered with thin black hair of the chief, bent toward a comm screen, while his clever, if creepy, fingers played over both screen and keyboard. Status. She said it like a dare. He shot her a resentful glare.
I had tickets to the ball game. Boxed seats. Bribes, no doubt. Captain McMasters had a daughter. Now ask me if I should give a flying shit about your box seat. She wouldn't be less dead if I was chowing on a dog, sucking down a brew, and watching the Yankees on freaking Peace Day. Gee, you're right. It's too bad she got raped, sodomized, raped again, terrorized and choked to death on freaking Peace Day just to inconvenience you. Jesus, chill! The murderous gleam in her eye must have gotten through his own ire as he waved those spider fingers in the air. I'm here, aren't I? And I already ran the glass. You got cherry fizzy and barbs. The Mickey comes up as slider, liquid form, with a small kick of powdered zoner. Zoner? Yeah, just a touch. Didn't need it, not with the slider, but the combo gives the user freaky dreams. Usually you wake up with the mother of a migraine. I don't see an upside to sucking down this particular cocktail, but it takes all kinds. So she'd have suffered even when she was out, and come back in pain. He'd wanted to just knock her out, the slider would do it. You have to figure he wanted the edge. I got DNA and prints, and both matched the Vicks. I was just sending it over. You could have saved yourself the trip. What about the sheets, her clothes? I'm not a freaking machine. I've got them logged in, and I'm gonna run them. Sweepers lit them up on scene, just like I figure you did, no semen. He's suited up, most like, but we'll give him a full scan. If his suit sprang a leak the size of a pinhole or he drooled, we'll find it. Before you ask, the cuffs are standard issue. I took a gander and they look new, or at least they hadn't seen any use to speak of before this. Blood and tissue match the Vicks. No prints. Fibers caught in them, probably from the sheets. Harpo can take those in the morning. She couldn't argue. He'd done the job. Send a report on the glass, and another as soon as you finish with the sheets, her clothes. She left it at that, and headed to Central with the low hum of a headache at the base of her skull. Even on Peace Day, cruising toward evening, Central buzzed. Protect and serve meant 24/7, and peace be damned. Bad guys in their various forms, on their various levels, didn't take time off. She imagined there were precincts across the island filled with not-so-bad guys who'd had too much holiday brew, indulged in some holiday pushy-shovey, or had their wallets lifted in the parade crush. She took the glides rather than the faster elevators to give herself just a little more time to level out. She wished she had something to pummel. Wished she could take 20 to swing into one of the on-site gyms and tune up a sparring droid. But 8 hours after the tag from Whitney, she strode into the bullpen in Homicide and straight through to her office. Coffee, she thought, the real deal, would have to substitute for the release of punches and sore knuckles. He sat in her visitor's chair. One she knew was miserably uncomfortable because she didn't want anyone to settle into her space too long. But he sat, working on his PPC, his sleeves rolled up, his hair tied back as it was when he prepared to dive into some thorny task or was already in the thicket. She shut the door. I thought you'd be with Feeney. I was. Rourke sat where he was to study her face. They haven't been back from the scene long. They're setting up in the conference room you booked. She nodded, walked straight to her auto chef to order coffee. I just want a minute to organize my thoughts for the briefing. You can tell them I'm on my way. She'd wanted to brood out her skinny window while downing the coffee, but brooding required being alone. Instead, she turned to walk to her desk. He'd risen and stepped behind her. He made less noise than their cat, and he took the mug of coffee out of her hand to set it aside. Hey, I want the kick. You can have it in a minute. All he did with those strong, seeking blue eyes on hers was touch his fingertips to her cheeks. Okay. Letting go,
Just letting go, she stepped into his arms. She could close her eyes and be enfolded, be held, be loved and understood. There now. He turned his head to press his lips to her hair. There. I'm okay. Not quite. I won't ask if you'll pass on this. You wouldn't, even if a colleague hadn't asked you for help. At the shake of her head, he kissed her hair again, then eased her back so their eyes met. You need to prove you can get through it. I am getting through it. You are. But I think you forget you need to get through nothing alone. She was older than I was. Twice my age. Still, he stroked her back when she shuddered, just one hard tremor. Still, young, defenseless, innocent. I'd already stopped being innocent. When I was at the morgue, I looked at her, and I thought that could have been me on the slab. If I hadn't put him on one first, it could have been me. He'd have killed me sooner or later, or worse, turned me into a thing. Putting him there first had to be done, and that's that. She didn't have a chance, not even the chance I did. A good home, parents who loved her, and who'll be broken. Some pieces of them always broken now. But she didn't have the chance I did. I could never pass on her. No, you never could. She held and was held another minute, then stepped back. I was wishing I had time to go beat the living crap out of a sparring droid. Ah, he had to smile. A never fail for you. Yeah. This was better. He picked up her coffee, handed it to her. Taking a blocker for the headache would be better yet. It's not so bad now. I'll work it off. The pizza I ordered should help. You ordered pizza? The part of her that yearned warred against the part of her that wanted to maintain discipline. I've told you not to keep buying food for my cops. You'll spoil and corrupt them. There's only one cop I'm interested in spoiling and corrupting, and pizza happens to be a weakness of hers. She drank her coffee, doing her best to scowl at him over the rim. Did you get pepperoni? Chapter 5. Feeney chomped down on a loaded slice. He stood at the conference table, focused on the pie, while Jamie and McNabb attacked a second one. Her former partner, now captain of the Electronic Detectives Division, managed to balance what was left of the slice and what appeared to be a tube of cream soda while studying crime scene photos Peabody had yet to tack to the murder board. He'd had his hair chopped recently, Eve noted, but it did little to combat the spring of ginger and wires of gray that spooled through it. His face, weathered and worn, drooped like a sleepy hound's. She figured he'd bought the shit brown jacket he'd paired with wrinkled trousers before his best boy, McNabb, had been weaned from his mother's tit. In contrast, the young EDD ace and Peabody's cohab sizzled in atomic red cargos and a tee the color of radioactive egg yolks scrambled with lightning bolts. His long blonde hair was tucked back from his thin, pretty face in a slinky braid. Since it was there, Eve scooped up a slice. "You okay having Jamie work on this?" she asked Feeney. "He's gonna push on it anyway. It's better if he does it where I can keep my eye on him." He took a swig of cream soda. "He's gonna be rocky right off, but he'll steady up. I knew Dina, too. Good kid." He kept his eyes on the crime scene photos. "Sick fuck. This one's gonna spread through the department. You'll have more cops lining up for detail on this than you can use." "How well do you know McMasters?" "We worked a few together, knocked back some brews together." good cop. It was, she knew, Feeney's highest praise. You look at this, Dallas, and you think, as a cop, as a father, you can do everything right, do the job, keep it clean, and you still can't protect your own kid from something like this. You think you can. Even though you know what's out there, you have to think you can. Then something like this brings it right home, right in the front door, and you know you can't. He shook his head, but it didn't budge the anger on his face. We want to believe we can protect our own. Then he paused, took another long drink. I was going to head out with the wife to New Jersey this afternoon. A cookout at our boys. New Jersey, for Christ's sake, he added with the deliberate disdain of a native New Yorker. Well, look at it this way. Traffic would have been a total bitch. That's fucking A. Anyway, the wife's bringing me back a plate. He looked down at Dina again. This little girl had a lot more than a holiday barbecue taken from her. He went for her, Feeney. Knew how to get to her. There has to be a reason. We work from there. Payback. Feeney nodded. Could be. He's been a cop a long time. LT of illegals near 10 years, I guess. Captain now. He closes cases and doesn't take any bullshit. Good cop, he repeated. Good cops make enemies, but yeah, I've been working on the butts. Let's get started here and we'll go through them. Screen on, she ordered. The command signaled the others, and the briefing began. The victim is Dina McMasters, female, age 16. ME has confirmed homicide by manual strangulation. The victim was raped and sodomized multiple times over a period between 6 and 8 hours. Traces of barbiturate, street name Slider, mixed with a small amount of powdered zoner found during a tox screen indicate she was drugged. That's wig. Eve paused, lifted her eyebrows at Jamie. Sorry, Lieutenant. I wanted to inform you the freaks call that cocktail wig because it, well, wigs you out. If you take enough to conk, you go into weird-ass nightmares. They're supposed to be really real, and you have one bitch of a headache after. Feeney jabbed a finger at Jamie. How do you know so much about it? If you're playing around with that shit at college, I'm gonna... Hey, don't look at me, I'm clean. I get one bus, I can lose my scholarship. Plus, Jesus, if I want a nightmare, I'll eat a burrito and watch a horror vid at midnight. Damn right. Jamie confirms what I learned from Dickhead at the lab. As there are no defensive wounds, no sign of struggle prior, we believe she was drugged with this combination, then taken to her bedroom where she was restrained. Cuffs on her hands, sheets used as ropes on her ankles. He wanted it to start for her even when she was unconscious, Peabody murmured. And while she was unconscious, he may have taken the time to run the plates and his glass through the sanitizer, may have accessed the control room. He would then have time to return to the bedroom before she'd come around. Except for her underwear, her clothes were not removed, but pulled away during the assaults. There are some tears on her shirt, but they don't indicate much force. This shows a lack of rage, of frenzy, and a deliberation. Eve cut her gaze toward Jamie as he started to speak. It was enough to have him subsiding. Minor bruising on the face, the torso, indicates she was struck but not with serious force. Bruising on the biceps, shoulders, indicates she was held down. The bruising and lacerations on her wrists, her ankles, mean she fought and fought hard. Her killer took his time, incapacitating her by choking or smothering until she passed out, at which time we believe he removed the ankle restraints, turned her over, and retied. He most likely waited for her to regain consciousness before raping her again. It appears he repeated this pattern more than once. She glanced toward Jamie again. His face was very white, his eyes very dark, but he said nothing. This tells us a lot, she said, and waited.
He didn't waste time and energy smacking her around, Peabody began. He wasn't interested in hurting her that way. He didn't bother to strip her because he didn't care. It wasn't about that kind of humiliation. Eve nodded. It's more insulting to leave her dressed. It makes the act more base than it already is. Penetration, dominance, pain. Her heart fluttered, a quick beat of panicked wings, and she looked at Rourke straight into his eyes to calm it again. The lab has confirmed a glass left on the kitchen counter contained the same drugs found in her system. Also confirmed the restraints used on her wrists were police issue. Only her blood and tissue have been found on the cuffs. Thus far, crime scene has found no trace of the killer on scene. There is no DNA of the killer on or in the Vic's body. He's sealed up. Peabody, witness statements. The lieutenant and I spoke to two of the victim's known friends, as well as Jamie. I also spoke with two others on the list given us by the Vic's parents. Of these, only Joe Jennings stated any knowledge of a man the victim had been involved with. He is reported to be 19 years of age and apparently told the victim he was a student at Columbia, originally from Georgia. They met several weeks ago in the park where Dina routinely jogged and began dating secretly. All subjects interviewed stated that the victim had a PPC, a pocket link, but neither were found on scene or on the premises. We conclude the killer took them, as there may be communications between them thereon. None of Dina's friends or family met or can identify this man, according to their statements. According to Joe's statement, Eve continued, the Vic told the unsub her father was a cop, an illegals cop. He then told the Vic he'd once been arrested for illegals use and appears to have used that to convince her to keep their relationship from her friends and family. She'd have gone along. Jamie glanced at Eve, got her nod. If he said he was embarrassed or weirded out by that, she'd have gone along so he wouldn't be uncomfortable. She didn't like to put anyone on the spot, you know. Added to it, McNabb said, a secret boyfriend? Pretty juicy for a kid that age. By all appearances, the Vic not only let him in on the night of the murder, but was expecting him. Again, from Joe's statement, the Vic believed the killer was coming by to have something to eat, then taking her to the theater. The log on the auto chef records 2 single-serving pizzas, 1 meat, while the Vic's was a vegetarian, ordered at about 18:30. She ingested her first dose of drugs through her soft drink. First dose? Feeney asked. She ingested a second dose around midnight. I believe the killer knew when her parents were due back, which was late this afternoon. I believe this second dose was given to ensure it showed clearly on the talk screen. He couldn't know her parents would decide to come back several hours earlier than planned. He left the glass on the counter to be sure we'd run it and find the drugs. A slap at McMaster's. Feeney frowned at the tox report on the wall screen. It follows, but if you go after a cop, you go for the cop. If you're going to go at him through his family, where's the signature? You'd want him to know, no doubt, it was payback. Plus, Christ knows this fuck couldn't have taken the kid out before today. Getting Dina to play along with the secret, that's risky. A kid that age talks. She told one friend parts of it. More fun this way. Eve switched the image on screen to Dina's ID photo. Young, fresh, smiling. More personal. Not only in the house, in the girl's pretty bedroom. And she opened the door. Confirmed? Feeney nodded. No sign of tampering, of bypass on any door or window in the place. Our prelim timeline matches yours. Locks disengaged from the inside in with proper procedure at 18:23 and immediately re-engaged again from the inside in with proper procedure. She let him in, then locked back up. At 23:18, the door to the control room was opened with passcode, and the cameras disengaged with proper procedure. He'd worked on her for about 4 hours by then. Eve thought, couldn't stop herself from thinking what it was to be raped and abused for hours. She'd have given him the passcode. He didn't have to work it himself. He worked her instead. She was a cop's kid, Jamie objected. And she was smart. I don't think she'd make it that easy for him. Couldn't see, Eve concluded. How could you when you've never been there? 4 hours being raped and terrorized, choked, smothered. He tells her, okay, I'm going, but I need to turn off the cameras, get the discs. Maybe she says no the first time or the first few times, so he hurts her again. Give me the codes, Dina, and all this stops. She didn't give him the codes to get the discs. Not the right one, anyway. McNabb spoke up. It may be she didn't have them. No reason for her to have them. He hacked that, but it didn't take him long. 10 minutes, maybe, so he's got some skills or some good equipment. The discs were removed according to the log at 23:31. The hard drives were wiped and corrupted, but we dug out the time. And we may be able to reconstruct the data with images. It's not going to be a walk, but we've got a shot. The system's ultra. The more fail-safes, the better chance at reconstructing a wipe and bypass. That's a priority, Eve said. Once he had the discs, did the wipe and disengaged, he went back up and went at her for another 2 hours. He left by the front door, Feeney put in, opening the locks from inside, resetting them at 043. Giving him space after TOD to clean up, do his own sweep, leave the glass. No hurry, no panic, just one step at a time. Betty had a checklist, Eve muttered. He leaves early enough not to be noticed or seen, yet he arrived in daylight, and we've got no one who saw him. Blends well, moves well. There are a couple of subway stops within 3 blocks. I've ordered copies of all security, but she didn't like the odds. If he's smart enough to do all this, he's too smart to get caught on security at a station close to the scene. On foot, most likely. If his hole is any distance from the scene, maybe he rides or cabs it within 10 blocks, any direction, takes the damn bus. He could have his own transpo. Walking's best, Rourke commented. Saturday evening, the city's busy. It was good weather. Who'd notice a boy or a young man walking along? Dressed well, I'd expect, but not so well as to draw attention. Sunny out, so he'd be wearing shades, maybe a cap or hoodie. Maybe have an earbud in, so it looks like he's listening to music, or he's using his link as a prop, so it looks like he's talking or texting. The opportunity comes along, he might slide in with a group of people, if he hits on some about his age. Less noticed yet if he's with others. It's best, if you've a mind to do crime in a neighborhood, and show yourself beforehand, you blend in. Disappear, as it were, into the fabric. What I'd do, in his place, is use that link a couple blocks back to call the target. Eve narrowed her eyes. Let her know you're nearly there. Can't wait to see you, just up the block. We're still on, right? That sort of thing. Aye. Then wouldn't she be right there, keeping watch for him while they talk a bit more? Right there to open the door even before he starts up the stairs. He's in a matter of seconds. Rourke shrugged. Well, that's how I'd have played it out. And she's got her link right there, Eve added. He's going to need to take that, and this way he wouldn't have to look for it if she didn't put it back in her bag. That would be smart, efficient. That would fit him. She tapped her fingers on her thigh as she paced a moment. We still hit the rest of the neighborhood. And the park. The park's the best bet. Peabody, we're on that in the morning. Feeney, your team's on the electronics.
Focus on the security. I'm going to run light crimes, and I'm pulling Mira in for a profile. Currently, I have officers doing the rounds on all her usual haunts, and a pair doing a check on one Juan Garcia, a chemi dealer. Feeney lifted his chin toward the crime scene photos. That type doesn't operate like this. Agreed, but we'll eliminate him and any others who pop up out of McMaster's file or memory. The likelihood is slim that he went with her where she was known. After the initial contact, he'd need to steer her away. For walks, out of her perimeter, to the vids, but not her usual spots. The park probably moved to a different sector for meets after he'd established. If it was payback... She nodded at Feeney. We'll be going over McMaster's cases, and I'm going to talk to him again. Go back with him. Jamie, would she recognize a gang type? I think so, yeah. She was smart, like I said. Really street-aware, just sort of not self-aware. Is that right? Do you get it? She knew to be careful, what types to avoid. What type would draw her? Well, he'd have to be clean. I don't just mean cleaned up. He'd have to look right, sound right. Joe said he told her he went to Columbia. That might hook her, since I do, and she'll be going next year. It's an opening, you know, and, manners, like he'd be polite. If he came on too strong, he'd scare her off. Plenty of other schools in New York, Eve thought, but he hits on the one where one of her closest friends goes, where she plans to go. Eve didn't see it as coincidence. He studied her, stalked her, researched her, and he took his time. No, it wasn't some illegals dealer or one of his spine crackers. McMaster's made the reservations for this trip 10 days ago. This bastard was ready. This was his opportunity. She'd have told him her father got promoted. She texted me the night after he got informed, Jamie told her. I think she tagged everybody she knew. She was really proud. I was surprised she didn't go on the trip, like a family celebration. A girl in the first weeks of a romance, Peabody said. She doesn't want to go off with her parents for the weekend when she can stay home and see the guy. Even if she was on the fence about it, one word from him, how he'd miss her, and she stays. We work the lines we have. Peabody, contact somebody at Columbia on the off chance he told her the truth. I want a list of every male student and add in any staff currently enrolled or employed or who have been enrolled or employed within the last 5 years who are from Georgia. Age range 18 to 30. While that's running, tag Baxter. He and his boy are back on the roll. I want them to take Garcia, then follow up on all door-to-doors and expand same to a 3-block radius of the scene. In her office, she ran light crimes and did a full scan search through Feeney's brainchild, IRCCA, to take it global and run the data through Offworld as well. While her computer labored, she set up a second murder board in her office. Dina's image, alive and dead, would stay with her while she worked. Smart girl, Eve murmured, as she pinned images, reports, timelines. Cop's daughter. Everyone says that. But under it, you're still just a girl. A nice-looking boy pays attention, says the right things, looks at you just a certain way. You're not smart anymore. She hadn't been, Eve thought. Not a cop's daughter, but a seasoned cop, a cynic, a badass herself. And Rourke had paid attention, said the right things, looked at her in that way. She couldn't claim she'd been smart. She'd bent her own rules, taken chances, fallen for a man she'd known was dangerous, one who'd been a murder suspect. No, she hadn't been smart. She'd been dazzled. Why would anyone expect Dina to be otherwise? I know what you felt, or thought you felt, Eve murmured. I know how he got to you. Broke down your resistance, your defenses, your better judgment. Me? I got lucky. You didn't. But I know how he got under your guard. So now, instead of thinking like the girl, she needed to think like the pursuer. She turned toward the auto chef. Stopped. Coffee, she remembered. Rourke's first gift to her had been a bag of coffee, the real deal. Irresistible to her, and worth more to her mind than a fistful of diamonds. Charming and thoughtful, and exactly right. Had there been a token given, she wondered, something small and exactly right? She stepped back to her desk, studied Dina's photo. Music and theater, she recalled, big interests, and reading. All those music discs, she thought. Maybe he put together a music mix designed just for her. Or poems. Didn't women get off on poetry, especially if it was from a man? Wanted to join the Peace Corps or Education for All. But damned if she could think of a token that applied there. Her computer signaled the first search was complete. Letting the other angle simmer, Eve sat down to read case files on rape murder. Nothing popped, though she read, analyzed, ran probabilities for more than an hour. The search through IRCCA gave her the same results. She had a handful of long shots to track down, but her gut told her it was just for form. Had to be done. She'd eliminated half the long shots when Peabody stepped in. I got a partial list from Columbia, the currents. It's going to be tomorrow before I can get the formers. At this time, there are 63 male students from the great state of Georgia and 4 instructors, 1 security guard, and 2 other employees. The guard's on the high side at 30, a groundskeeper at 24, and a maintenance tech, 26. We'll do background runs on them, all of them. It just doesn't feel like he'd have given her that much truth. I think he gave her enough truth, so if she played cop's daughter, checked him out, it would fly. He's too careful to leave himself open. Peabody gestured toward the auto chef, got a nod. You think he's a student there? She asked as she walked over to program coffee. I think he may have set it up so if she checked, he'd pop up as a student. He may have already taken care of that, wiped the record. Here's what you could do, if you were being careful. You find a student, clone his ID, take his name or change it, dealer's choice. You can bet your ass he had what would look like student ID. You get discounts, right, when you go to vids, theater, concerts? He took her out. He'd have to show it. And it would have to pass the scan. I didn't think of that. Which is why you get the slightly less crappy box than I do. She passed Eve fresh coffee. So maybe one of these 63 is his dupe. Or it could be he had a partner. He works alone. A partner means you have to trust. Who could he trust this much? No loose ends if you work alone. I'm going to bet one of those students had their ID stolen or lost it within the last 6 months. He clones it, replaces the photo with one of himself, tweaks the basic data if necessary. If Dina gets a buzz and checks, she's going to find he's registered as a student. For now, we run them. Dot every I. Tomorrow we check to see if any of them replace their ID. Take the top 30, she ordered. I'll take the rest. Work here or at home and report to my home office in the morning, 0700. Where are you going? I want to go back to the scene, walk through it. Then I'll pick up the runs at home. Copy the data from Columbia to my home unit. Okay. If I hit anything, I'll let you know. Eve downed more coffee and tagged Rourke. Any progress? This won't be quick or easy. I'm done here.
I'm going to go back to the scene, do a walkthrough, then take the rest home. I'll meet you in the garage. Not quick or easy, remember. With the captain's blessing, I'm having some of the units sent to my lab at home. I've got better equipment. 5 minutes. He clicked off. She loaded up what she needed, sent copies of all reports, notes, files to her home unit. On the way to the garage, she took a tag from one of the officers on the knock-on doors. All residents on the victim's block had been located and interviewed, and not one of them had seen anyone enter or exit the McMasters' home save Dina herself over the weekend. Maybe Baxter and his faithful aide, Trueheart, would have better luck, she thought. Or she and Peabody would get a hit from the morning circuit of the park. But when a man left no trace of himself at a rape murder, when he took hours to complete the task and left nothing behind, the likelihood of him being careless enough to be seen with his victim was low. Still, someone, somewhere had seen them. Remembering was a different matter. They'd walked, talked, eaten, played in the city, and over a number of weeks. She only had to find one venue, one person, one crack in the hole to pry open. She walked to her car, leaned back against the trunk as she took out her memo book to key in more notes. Columbia, student ID. Georgia, southern accent. Truth or lie? Why truth? Why lie? Missing pocket link, PPC. Possible e-diary? Handbag. Other contents of handbag important? Protection and trophy? She looked up when Rourke crossed the garage. When you worked a mark, did you ever fake an accent? A cop shop's an odd place to discuss such matters from my standpoint. Since you're working, I'll drive. He waited until they were in the vehicle before he answered the question. Yes, now and then, tailoring such to suit the mark. But more often the Irish suited well enough. I might layer it on, switching to a thicker West Country brogue or posh it up with public school tones. But especially if it was a long con, or some job that would take several weeks and a lot of communication with the mark, it would be easier and safer to stick close to natural. Posh it up or thicken it up, but stay with the basics. That's true enough, he agreed as he headed uptown. One slip and the whole thing can fall apart. Guy tells her he's from Georgia. She likes the accent, tells her friend that part. He's smart. So the smart thing is to use what you have, what you're comfortable with. Maybe he lived in the South, at least for a while. He tells her he goes to Columbia, so maybe he did, or he knows enough about it to be able to speak intelligently when she says, "Hey, I have a friend who goes there." No point in getting tripped up on those kinds of details. It's hard to believe he's 19 and has this kind of patience and control, this kind of focus. She glanced at Rourke. Though some do. He switched lanes to slide into a narrow gap in traffic. At 19, I had a lifetime behind me, of being a street rat, of running games, thieving, and aiming toward getting the fuck out. So by then I'd honed some skills and learned the need for that patience and control. Murder's different from thievery. It is indeed entirely different. And more yet when it's the deliberate murder of an innocent girl. It would be all in the motivation, wouldn't it? To plan it, run it, execute it this way would take a strong motive. But for some, the motive's all in the thrill, isn't it? It doesn't feel like a thrill killing. It's too exacting for that, and too cold. He said nothing for a few moments as he nipped around a rapid cab and threw a light seconds before it flashed red. When I went for the men who tortured and killed Marlena, it was cold. Cold-blooded, cold-minded. Some might have looked at the results and thought otherwise, but there was no thrill involved in it. None of it. Eve thought of Somerset's young daughter, a girl Rourke had thought of as a sister and who'd been used and murdered as a warning to him. Dina wasn't executed. If there's a similarity, it's between her and Marlena. The payback. It keeps ringing for me. On the other hand, he could have taken her out other ways at other times, abducted her, put McMasters through that agony before killing her. He liked playing the boyfriend, you're thinking, stringing it out, making her care. He likes the game, maybe. If there was a thrill, it would have been in that stage of it. Cold blood and a cold mind. You'd need both to be able to romance a girl, to use that for the express purpose of taking her life. When he pulled up in front of the McMasters' home, Eve got out to stand on the sidewalk. It's later than it would have been when he walked here. He had to walk. Nothing else makes sense. He could have come from either direction, even through the park. Until we find somebody who saw him that night, we can't know. He had the cuffs, he had the drug. Warm night, but he could have been wearing a jacket. A lot of kids wear them more for style than need. Restraints in a pocket, maybe. Same with the drug. But he'd need tools, wouldn't he, for the security? Maybe he had a satchel, a bag, a backpack. Or he's just got the tools in another pocket. McNabb wears pants that have 1 million of them. With a jacket, you could hook the cuffs in the back, cover them, as cops often do. I think he strode along, a young guy with somewhere to go. Just another teenager or college type. Good-looking, clean, upscale clothes. Nobody pays attention. I think he tagged her from a block or two away, got her on the link the way you said. Maybe just to say, I'm nearly there. Maybe to pretend he wasn't sure of the house. That would be smart. She'd guide him in, keep her eye out for him, open the door to greet him even as he makes the turn for the steps. She would want him in quick and smooth, too, wouldn't she? Wouldn't want one of the neighbors mentioning to her parents how they'd seen the boy visiting while they were away. Good point. Eve narrowed her eyes. Yeah, good point. They may have even worked it out ahead when he talked her into having him over. I'll tag you when I'm close so you can watch for me. Their little secret. She saw it in her head as she went up the steps, broke the police seal, used her master to open the locks. Still, somebody might see. He's not worried about anyone mentioning it. She'll be dead, game over. But he'd have to take precautions about what they see. So yeah, I'm betting jacket, probably a cap, shades. Keep your head down, hands in your pockets, using an earbud or headset. Maybe they can ID the clothes, but you ditch those. Maybe they can give a general idea of your height and build, your coloring. So what? Even eyewits rarely get it just right. He's just a boy going to see a girl. She stopped to stand in the foyer, to keep it rolling through her head. She's excited. He kisses her hello. Still the shy guy, still the sweet boy. He needs to keep that up so he can take her without a struggle, so she doesn't have a chance to fight or get away or scrape any pieces of him off. She's got music on. She likes music. They like music. Maybe show him some of the house. At least take him back to the kitchen so you can get the drinks, the food. She walked back with Rourke beside her. It's fun. It's exciting to have dinner, just the two of you. He's careful not to touch anything, or if he has to touch something, to make note of it and wipe it down after. But hands in the pockets again. Shy guy. You're kids, so you eat in here, in the kitchen. Right over there. She walked over to a bright blue table with padded benches that offered a view of a small courtyard backed by a high wall. Sit across from each other so you can talk, so you can look in his eyes as you talk. Eat, laugh, joke, flirt. Oh, hey, do you want another fizzy? Sure he does.
and when you go to get it, he slips the drug in your drink. It's so easy. You feel woozy for a minute, you feel off, but with the zoner to kick it, mellow too. You just slide out, slide under, and he carries you upstairs. She weighed 113 and change. Dead weight, but not that much for a young, healthy man to carry up a flight of stairs. She continued as she followed the path to the kitchen stairs. Makes more sense to take her up the back. Why waste the energy? If he'd scoped out the house, and he damn well would have, he'd know which room was hers. He'd have seen her through the window any time she didn't use the privacy screen. Even if he wasn't sure, it's so easy to make which room is hers. The color, the posters, it's all girl. Rourke said nothing, not yet. He knew what she was doing, walking it through as both victim and killer. You'd want to restrain her first. Take no chances. The cuffs, the sheets. Tight on the sheets. You want her to feel it. You want to leave marks. You hope she struggles. She will. You know she will. So you go down and clean up. Dishes, but for her glass, in the machine. Run it on sterilize. Wipe out any trace. Check out the security door. No point working on that. She's going to give you the code. You'll make sure of it. Strip down. Seal up. She circled around, shook her head in annoyance. No, out of order. You'd do that downstairs, even before you bring her up. Nothing of you up here. All your things in a neat pile. Careful, very careful. After you finish with her, get her bag, check the contents, take it down to put it with your stuff. Upstairs again. Go through the room. Make sure, very sure, there's nothing of you. Nothing on her comp, on the bedroom link, anywhere. She paused, wandering the room, opening drawers she'd already searched. Would he take something to make sure he got hard? Multiple rapes take a lot of energy, a lot of wood. That's a thought. That goes in the wonder pile. Maybe he doesn't need it. Maybe her thrashing around, trapped in the nightmare he gave her, helpless and scared, even unconscious, maybe that gets him up. Then she starts coming around, and the fun begins. Don't put yourself through that. It clawed through his heart, left it bleeding. We know what happened then, so don't. It's part of it. Has to be. She's bewildered. The drug makes her mind musty at first. Then the headache, the stabbing pain of it. She looked at the bed, stripped down to the mattress now. It occurs to me he could have made it easier. Given her a dose of horror or rabbit. That was a choice. He didn't want her to participate, even under a date rape drug. He wanted her terrified and hurting. Does he tell her what he's going to do? Or is it right down to business? I can't see him yet. Just can't figure him yet. She cries. She's only 16, and that part of her cries and asks why, and doesn't want to believe the sweet boy is a monster, but the cop's daughter knows. The cop's daughter sees him now. He'd want her to. She fights. That has to be satisfying. Even during the rape, she fights. She fights even while she screams and cries and begs. She's a virgin. Nice bonus. She bleeds from where you've broken her, from her wrists, from her ankles. She's strong, and she fights hard. He stood by, his guts in knots, as Eve went through it step by step, horror by horror. She moved around the room, circling the bed where that obscenity had taken place. Even as she described the last moments of a young girl's life, her voice stayed steady. He didn't speak again until she'd finished, and had started another search of the room. Even after all this time with you, I don't know how you can do it.
how you can put yourself in these places, make yourself see these things the way you do. It's necessary. That's bollocks. It's more than an objective, observational sort of thing. You do what you do, how you do it for them. You do it for Dina and all the others who've had their lives stolen. It's more than standing for the dead, which is vicious enough to bear, but you walk with them through it. With all I've done in my life, I don't know if I'd have the stomach to do what you do every day. She stopped for a moment, let herself stop, pressed her fingers to her eyes. I can't not do it. I don't know if it was ever a choice, but I know it's not one now. I can't see him. It's not just because we haven't found anyone alive who has. It's who he is, why he did this, and in this way. I can't see him. He's murky. Walking through it helps clear some of the murk. She rubbed her eyes again, refocused. How long would it take you to retrieve the disks from a system like the one here and wipe the hard drive? It has 2 fail-safes and requires a code for disk retrieval, but I know the system. Yeah, one of yours, I checked, but he'd know it. Bank on that. Well then, it would take me about 30 seconds for the retrieval, and another 1 or 2 to do the wipe, but he infected it to corrupt. We've got that much from today's work. A complicated virus to corrupt the drive and wipe out the data and imagery, and that would take some time to upload and skill or money to obtain. He's not as good as you. Not a pat on your back, but he doesn't have your experience. If he passes for 19, I doubt he's hit 30. So maybe 2 or 3 times longer for the retrieval. Maybe twice on the wipe, since he's using a virus. What are you looking for, Eve? If I had an idea, I might be able to do more than stand here. I don't know. Something. You gave me coffee. Sorry. A token. Something to charm her. A little gift. Nothing too important. You sent me coffee right after we met. And you interviewed me as a murder suspect. It worked. The coffee, I mean. Hit the right button. So what did he give her? What? I knew it. I fucking knew it. She held up a music disc taken from the 100 or so in a holder. Happy Mix for Dina. That's the label. And look here, she added this sticker thing, a big red heart and initials inside. DM for her, DP for him. For the name he gave her, anyway, Eve confirmed. David, Joe said. Never as smart as they think. He should have looked for this, taken it. It's a link, and the only one so far. She bagged it. I have to say, the odds of tracing that disk, as it's a common sort, are astronomical. He made it. A link's a link. She looked around again, satisfied for now. Okay. The scene doesn't have any more to tell me. At least not now. I need to go work it. Chapter 6. As Somerset made no appearance when they walked into the house, Eve lifted her eyebrows. Where's Mr. Scary? The look Rourke sent her managed to be both resigned and mildly scolding. Somerset has the night off. You mean the house is Somerset free? Damn shame we have to waste it with work. He slid a hand down her back, over her ass. A break wouldn't be uncalled for. Nope, I've got over 30 runs to do. Plus, I put off reporting to Whitney, hoping we'd catch a miracle. She started up the steps, then stopped dead when she spied the cat sitting on the landing, staring at her with unquestionably annoyed eyes. Jesus, he's almost as bad as your goon. He dislikes being left on his own. I'm not going to start hauling him to crime scenes. Deal with it, pal, she told the cat, but stopped to crouch and stroke when she reached the landing. Some of us have to work for a living. Well, one of us has to. The other one mostly does it for fun. As it happens, I need to go have a bit of fun, after which I'll put in some time in the lab. Work on Peace Day. Or pretty much Peace Night now, I guess. A little something I started this morning when my wife left me on my own. They continued up together, with the cat prancing between them. "Can you make a copy of this disc?" she asked him. "I need to keep the original clean." "No problem." He took the evidence bag. "We're eating in 2 hours," Rourke decreed, as he walked past her office toward his own. "Meanwhile, you can feed the cat." She didn't bother to scowl. It was energy wasted. She moved through her office, and again stopped dead when she saw the stuffed cat Rourke had given her, a toy replica of Galahad, sprawled on her sleep chair. She looked at the toy, at the original, back to the toy. "You know, I don't even want to know what you were doing with that." In the kitchen, she fed the cat, programmed a pot of coffee. At her desk, she booted up her comp, then sat to organize her notes, the reports, and start the first 10 runs from the Columbia list. While the computer worked, she looked over the report she'd drafted for Whitney. She refined it, read it again. Hoping he'd be satisfied, for now, with the written, she sent copies to both his home and office units. She ordered the computer to display the runs in order on screen. Sitting back with her coffee, she studied data, images. Young, she thought. All so young. Not one of her initial runs had so much as a whiff of criminal. No juvie bumps, no illegals busts, not even so much as an academic knuckle rap. She ran the rest, then started over from another angle. "Computer, run current list for parents, siblings with criminal record, and or connection to McMaster's, Captain Jonah, as investigator or case boss." "Acknowledged. Working." Payback, if payback it was, came from different routes, she thought. While the run progressed, she rose to set up yet another murder board. "Data complete." On screen. Now there were some bumps and busts, and a few whiffs. 11 on her list had illegals hits, some more than one. And yet, she noted, none of those had any connection to McMaster's. Considering, she ordered a run on the investigating officer or team. Maybe the connection with McMaster's was more nebulous. Once again, she hit 0. And paste. She'd ask McMaster's directly. Maybe one of the investigators was an old childhood friend or a third cousin once removed. Waste of time. That wasn't it. But they'd cover the ground. She recircled the murder board, coming from another angle, but saw nothing new. She shook her head as Rourke came in. "Daughter," she said. "Payback, if we run with that, was to kill McMaster's daughter. Is it a mirror? Is McMaster somehow responsible, in the killer's mind, for the rape or death of his own daughter, child? Make it child, as McMaster's only had a daughter. If the killer is anywhere near the age he pretended to be, he'd be a very young father. What if he's the child, and McMaster's is, to his mind, responsible for the rape or murder of his parent, or for that matter himself? He might perceive himself as a victim. Yeah, I'm circling those routes, too." She dragged both hands through her hair. Basically, I'm getting nowhere. Maybe taking that break, clearing it out of my head for an hour, is a good idea. I copied the music disc. Something in his tone had her looking away from the board, meeting his eyes. "What is it?" "I ran an auto-analysis while I was working on the other e-business. It's both audio and video, which is very unusual. Performance art is often a part of a disc like this, but there was an edition made this morning at 2:30 and another just after 3. He added to it. Son of a bitch. Did you play it? I didn't, no, assuming you'd disapprove of that. She held out her hand for the disc, then took it to her comp. Play content from editions, starting at 2:30 this date. Display video on screen 1. Rourke said nothing, but went to her, stood with her. The music came first, something light and insanely cheerful. The sort of thing she thought some stores play in the background. It always made her want to beat somebody up. Then the image slid on screen. Soft focus, then sharper, sharper, until every bruise, every tear, every smear of blood on Dina McMasters showed clearly. She'd been propped up on the pillows so that she reclined, half sitting, facing the camera. Probably her own PPC or Link, Eve thought. Her eyes were dull, ravaged, defeated. Her voice, when she spoke, slurred with exhaustion and shock.
Please, please don't make me.
The image faded, then bloomed again.
Okay. Dad, this is your fault. Everything is your fault. And, oh God, okay. I will never forgive you. And I hate you, Dad. Daddy, please. Okay. You'll never know why. You won't know, and I won't. But I have to pay for what you did. Daddy, help me. Why doesn't somebody help me?
The image faded again, and the music changed. Eve heard the cliché of the funeral dirge as the camera came back, panned up slowly from Dina's feet, up her legs, her torso, to her face, to the empty eyes. It held on the face as text began to scroll. It read, "It may take you a while to find this. Play this. Your dead daughter sure liked her music. I played it for her while I raped the shit out of her. Oh, by the way, she was an idiot, but a decent piece of ass. I hope our little video causes you to stick your weapon in your mouth and blow your brains out." She didn't deliver her lines very well, but that doesn't diminish the truth. Your fault, asshole. If it wasn't for you, your deeply stupid daughter would still be alive. How long can you live with that? Payback is rocking A. For the crescendo, the audio blasted with Dina's screams. Computer, replay, same segment. Christ Jesus, Eve. I need to see it again, she snapped. I need it analyzed. Maybe he said something that we can pick up. Maybe there's something that picks up his reflection. She moved closer to the screen as it began its replay. Rourke crossed over to open the wall panel. He pulled out a bottle of wine, uncorked it. There's no mirror, no reflective surface. Her eyes? The way he's got her sitting, maybe he can get a reflection off her eyes. Alive or dead? I'm sorry, Rourke said immediately. I'm sorry for that, truly. It's okay. It's not. She's so young and so afraid. So helpless. She's not me. No, not you, nor Marlena, but... He handed her a glass of wine, then took a long drink from his own. I'll see if I can get something off it. I'd have a better chance with the original than a copy. I need to log that in Central, run it through Feeney. Time, she thought. It all took time, but... No shortcuts on this. All right, then. Rourke gestured to the screen. You won't show this to the father. No. She drank because her throat was dry. He doesn't need to see this. Because he needed to.
needed the contact. Rourke took her hand in his as they studied the screen together. It seems revenge, your payback, holds as motive. It had to. I couldn't see it any other way. Again and again she read the final text, that ugly message from the killer. It's boasting, she said quietly. He couldn't resist digging in the knife. Leaving the music disc wasn't the mistake, but adding this, that's a big one. He doesn't care about that, but it's a mistake. It wasn't enough even to torture that child, to force her to say those words, her last, to her father. He had to add his own. Exactly right. That's a crack in control, in logic, even in patience. The kill, Rourke suggested. For some, it's a spike, a rush. That's right. He was so damned pleased with himself. All those weeks, those months of preparation coming to a head here, in what he sees as his victory, so he has to do his little dance. It's a mistake, a weakness, she said with a nod. He put too much of himself in there, couldn't resist claiming that much responsibility for her. It's the kind of thing that gives us a handle. Personal, she thought, deeply personal. He needed McMasters to know and to suffer for the knowing. It gives us a focus. We concentrate on McMasters, his case files, his career. Who has he taken down? What cops has he kicked over the years? Everything he did up to that was cold, controlled. This part? It's cocky. And even while it's smug, it's really pissed off. It helps. Because he'd had enough, maybe too much, Rourke turned away from the screen. I hope to God it does. We'll take a break. Which you're doing now for me. About half. She ordered the screen off, ordered a copy of the disc. You're right. It hits really close to home. I need it out of my head for a little while. He went back to her, wondering why he hadn't seen how pale she'd gone, how dark her eyes. We'll have a meal. Not in here. We'll step away from this. We'll have a meal outside, in the air. Okay, yeah. She let out a breath that eased some of the constriction in her chest. That'd be good. I need to inform Whitney and the team. I have to do that now. Do that, and I'll take care of the meal. When she came down, stepped out on the terrace, he stood with his glass of wine on the border between stone and lawn. He'd switched on lights that illuminated the trees, the shrubs, the gardens, so they glimmered under the moon. The table was set. He had a way, with flickering candles and dishes under silver covers. 2 worlds, she supposed. What they'd closed away inside for a while, and what was here, sparkling in the night. When I built this house, this place, he began, still looking out into the shimmering dark, I wanted a home, and I wanted important. Secure, of course, but I think it wasn't until you I put secure in the same bed as safe. Safe wasn't a particular priority. I liked the edge. When you love, safe becomes paramount. And still, with what we are, what we do, there's the edge. We know it. Maybe we need it. He turned to her now, and he was both shadow and light. Earlier I said I didn't know how you could bear doing what you do, seeing what you see. I expect I'll wonder that 1,000 times in 1,000 ways through our life together. But tonight, I know. I don't have the words, no clever phrases or lofty philosophy. I simply know. When it's too much, bringing it home, you have to tell me. Darling Eve. He stepped to her, danced his fingertips over her messy cap of hair. I wanted a home, and I wanted important. I managed the shell of it, didn't I? An impressive shell for all that, but you, what you are, what you bring into it, even this, maybe due to this, you make it important. And for me, for what I might add to it, well, it might balance the scales a bit. Are you looking for balance? I might be, he murmured. So, he leaned down to brush a kiss over her brow. Let's have our meal. She lifted one of the silver tops and studied the plate below. A chunk of lightly grilled fish topped a colorful mix of vegetables with a spray of pretty pasta curls. It looks healthy. He laughed, kissed her again. I wager it'll go down easy enough. Then you can wipe the healthy out with too much coffee and some of the cookies you've stashed in your office. She gave him a bland look as she sat down. Stashed indicates concealed. They're just put away in such a manner that certain people whose names rhyme with Tree Buddy and McBlab can't grab them and scarf them down. She stabbed some fish, ate it. It's okay. As an alternative to pizza. There is no alternative to pizza. It stands alone. Do you remember your first slice? I remember my first New York pizza, the real deal. Out of school, of age. Shook myself out of the system and hit New York. Applied to the academy. I had a couple weeks, and I was walking the city, getting my bearings. I went into this little place downtown, West Side, Palumbi's. I ordered a slice. They had a counter that ran along the front window, and I got a seat there. I bit in, and it was like, I don't know, my own little miracle. I thought, I'm free, finally. And I'm here, where I want to be, and I'm eating this goddamn pizza and watching New York. It was the best day of my life. She shrugged, stabbed more of the delicately grilled fish. Damn good pizza, too. It both broke his heart and lifted it. For a time they spoke of inconsequential things, blessedly ordinary things, but he knew her, her mind, her moods. Tell me what Whitney said. It's inside your head. It can wait. No need. She toyed with the vegetables. He agrees there's no point in showing McMasters the disc or, at this time, informing him of it. We'll focus on McMasters' cases, current and prior, see if we can hook any of them to his threat file, but you're thinking he's too smart to have threatened outright. He's made one mistake. He'll have made another, but I don't think we'll find him there. Baxter and Trueheart hit the one name McMasters came up with, a dealer he'd helped bust. There's nothing there, she said with a shake of her head. It doesn't play. When you... He angled his head when she trailed off and scooped up more fish. Finish it off. She looked into his eyes, already sorry she would take him, them, out of the shimmering night and into the blood and pain of the past. Okay. The men who killed Marlena, who brutalized her and killed her to strike at you, did I let them know I intended to hunt them down and kill them? He finished. It makes you, what's the most diplomatic word under the circumstances, uncomfortable to ask, or to delve too deep into the fact that I did hunt them down and I did kill them. Everyone who'd tortured and raped and beaten and broken her. She picked up her wine while the raw edge of his tightly controlled anger stabbed at her, but she kept her eyes steady on his. Comfort isn't always a part of this, what I do, what we are. What was done to that girl we watched on the screen upstairs was done to another, even younger girl, by more than one, over and over, again and again, for the same reason, it seems, to strike out at someone else. With Marlena, it was me. She was family to me, and they ripped her to pieces. I told you to tell me when bringing it home is too much. Why the hell don't you? He sat back, making an obvious, it was so rare for it to be obvious, effort to settle himself. We're too entwined for that, Eve, and I wouldn't change it. But there are times, Christ Jesus, it's like swallowing broken glass. It struck her suddenly, and made her want to spring up and punch him. God damn it! I'm not comparing what you did to what this bastard's done. You didn't kill an innocent to punish the guilty. You didn't act out of blind revenge, but whether or not I agree, out of a sense of justice. I asked you, you idiot, because you were young when it happened, and youth is often rash, impatient. But you countered that with patience, with focus, until you'd done what you'd set out to do, which wasn't, for Christ's sake, raping and murdering a kid to get your rocks off. He said nothing for a moment, then gave an easy shrug. Well, that's certainly telling me. Even as she scowled at him, candlelight flickering between them, he smiled. The fact, the singular fact, that you can know what you do of me and accept it, is my great fortune. Bollocks, she muttered, and made him laugh over her co-opting one of his oaths. I adore you every day, and I realize I needed more than the meal and the break. I needed to get that out of my system. So, to your question, Lieutenant. What the hell was the question? She asked. Did I threaten or boast or transmit to the men who'd killed Marlena that I intended to make them pay for it? No, nor did I leave any trace so any of those involved would know the why of it. That's what I thought. Calmer, she nodded. But then, it wasn't like this. It wasn't revenge. That's part of the difference and part of the need here, the reason for the video, the message. I'd agree. That kind of revenge, it's thirsty. Thirsty, she murmured, and ran the message back through her head. Yeah, that's a good word for it. Generally, you'd leave enough so the target of that revenge knew which quiver the arrow came from. Otherwise, there's no point in that victory dance. Yeah, but we have to check it out. We'll need to comb through the university. That's an angle. And we'll analyze the disc. Feeney needs to take that. Am I being demoted? Rourke asked lightly. She arched her brows. We're too entwined for that, she said. But it's a cop's kid. We need to be careful. I want the head of EDD in charge of that piece of evidence. We've got an unlimited budget, unlimited manpower, and there will be those in the media, even in the department, who question that. A faint line of annoyance rode between her eyes. How come this case gets so much time and effort? Why didn't Civilian Joe get the same treatment? The answers are simple. You come after a cop or a cop's family, we come after you. And it's more complex. You come after a cop or a cop's family, it puts us all in the crosshairs and makes it goddamn hard to do the job for Civilian Joe. We live with that, but this intensifies. McMaster's had partners through the years, and as a boss, men under his command. How many of them might be vulnerable? And more, when we catch this bastard, every piece of evidence, every point of procedure has to be above reproach. We can't have anything questionable in court, nothing some defense attorney can hang on us. She ate a bite. That said, if you had the time and the inclination to work with the copy, nobody's stopping you. As expert consultant, civilian, assigned to EDD, you report to Feeney. Which isn't nearly as fun as reporting to you, but message received. One of the most valuable things you do is let me bounce stuff off you. Listen, give opinions, Just talking it through opens up angles for me. That's why I asked the question. Understood. Now you have another. So, bounce. Okay, I have to play all the lines. Pull, tug. One of them that keeps circling for me is the Columbia connection. Maybe it was just more bullshit, but it feels like he'd have played it with roots in truth. Just like you said about the accent. So he went there, or worked there, or knows someone who did. Alternatively, he scoped it out, maybe. What is it, monitored classes. Got the feel so he could talk about it to her. Maybe he faked his name, but he probably picked something that felt natural to him, or meant something to him. He's not going to give her too much truth, but those roots again. With a school that size, even with the security, it's not difficult to get on campus, study the layout, gather particulars, names of instructors, times of classes. He could get most of the information online or simply by requesting it. It was more, she thought, something more. He studied her, so he knew she had a friend who went there. It was, I'm dead sure, one of his angles, one of the ways he used to get her to talk to him. In those first stages, she's got no motivation to keep it all secret, so she might say to Jamie how she met this guy who goes there. Ah. Following her lead, Rourke nodded. And if he'd been studying her, he would know her friend Jamie's interest in e-work, police work. Wouldn't he want to cover himself there, if Jamie got it into his head to check out this boy who put stars in the eyes of his good friend? If he had a brain, he would. Maybe, once they're established and he's got her hooked, he doesn't know teenage girls well enough to realize she's got to tell someone. A peer, a pal. So he's not worried about us digging there. But he had to worry about Jamie checking on her. Cop's daughter. Checking, even just to satisfy her curiosity. He had to show student ID at the vids and so on to get the discount, or wouldn't she wonder why he didn't? Where did he get it? Stolen or forged? Maybe both, because if someone checked, and he's got to cover that, he needs to show up on the roster. We know he has some e-skills. It wouldn't be hard to do. And, Rourke added, if he had a brain, he'd have already wiped himself off that roster. High probability on that. So tomorrow I'm going to start pushing somebody at the college to get me a list of students reporting a stolen ID, then start wading through that. Why tomorrow? Because it's freaking and increasingly annoying Peace Day, and it's late anyway, and nobody's in administration or whatever. I can take care of that. Narrowing her eyes, she pointed a warning finger at him. I just told you we have to be careful. I can't have you hacking into Columbia's student files. Which is a shame, as I'd enjoy that, but I can take care of this with a link call. To who? Why don't we just start at the top, with the president of the university? She squinted. You know the president of Columbia University? I do, yes. Rourke Industries sponsors a scholarship, and has donated lab equipment from time to time. Plus, I spoke with her at length regarding Jamie. So you can just pick up the link, give her a tag, no problem? Well, we won't know till we try, will we? He pulled his link out of his pocket, tapped his fingers on the screen to do a search. She's an interesting woman, with a nearly terrifying radar for bullshit. You'd like her. He smiled as the call went through. Peach, I'm sorry to interrupt your evening. Across the table, Eve heard the muted response, but not the words. Whatever it was, Rourke laughed. Well, then, I'm delighted to be of help. As it happens, I'm about to ask for yours. You're aware my wife is a police officer. Ah, is that so? Yes, indeed, she comes across quite well on screen. She's heading an investigation that may have some connection to a student or former student at Columbia. He paused, listened, flicked a glance toward Eve. Yes, that would have been her partner.
I know the NYPSD appreciates your cooperation. They need to ask for more. I think it would be best if the lieutenant explains to you directly what she needs. Would you hold for one moment?" He tapped for hold, held out the link to Eve. "Peach," she said. "A university president named Peach?" "Dr. Lapkoff." "Right." Eve took the link, opened communications. Her first impression was of ice-blue eyes so sharp they looked able to pierce steel. They beamed out of a cool, attractive face topped with short, straight brown hair. "Lieutenant Dallas." The tone was brisk, as no-nonsense as the dew. "How can I help you?" Within minutes, the bureaucratic wheels were turning. Eve passed the link back to Rourke. "She says she'll have the data to me within an hour." "Then she will. So I guess I'd better go back to work and get ready for it." Back in her office, she started a match search with the Columbia list and McMaster's threat file, and a second for matches with his case files for the last 5 years. It would take time. She used it to study the video again. He'd stopped and started, she judged, a number of times. Each time Dina hesitated or went off script. Patience. Focus. He had a message, and he wanted it delivered. Blamed the father, even though it was perfectly clear the victim spoke only under duress. He'd needed the words said. Daughter to father? Was that important? Child to parent? An issue, or just the luck of the draw? No, nothing was luck on this. Every choice deliberate. Direct to McMaster's with no mention of the mother. Dad, Daddy, not the mother. Never forgive, hate. Never know why. Must pay. Sins of the father, she wondered. Eye for an eye? She sat, put her booted feet on the desk, shut her eyes. The killer was older by a few years, maybe more, than the victim. Deliberate target, used to punish McMaster's. Bloodkin. Relative? Son? Unacknowledged child? Possible. The cruelty of the act, the planning, the message sent, all pointed to intense offense. Against killer? Against relative or close connection to killer? Note, search McMaster's files for terminations or arrests, whips, VICs, that resulted in death or extreme injuries. Add life sentences on and off planet. Personal. Extremely personal. This wasn't business. She opened her eyes when her unit signaled an incoming. Straightening, she brought up the data. Peach Lapkoff was a woman of her word. That was the good part, Eve noted. The bad was just how many students at one freaking college managed to lose their IDs. She needed more coffee. With more fuel, she began the laborious process of whittling down. Even as her unit reported no match on her initial search, she felt the pop. Powders, Darien, age 19, lit major, second year. Replacement ID requested and paid for 5th of January 2060. She brought up her previous list, eyes narrowed. And here you are again, Darien, hailing from Savannah. All data on current subject on screen. She swiveled, studied his ID. Good-looking guy. Big, charming smile. You're tailor-made. Eve continued to study, and wondered if she could be looking at a killer or his dupe. One way to find out. She rose, tugged on the jacket she'd tossed over the back of her chair, then buzzed Rourke. Hey, I've got an angle I need to check out. I won't be long. Check out as in go out? Yeah, I've got a possible. I want to work it now. I'll meet you downstairs. You don't have to waste time, and neither do you. I'll drive." When he clicked off, she blew out of breath. No point in arguing, and she could do a secondary run on powders while Rourke played chauffeur. He beat her downstairs and opened the door under the bitter eye of Galahad just as the vehicle he'd remoted on auto cruised to the front of the house. "Where are we going, and why?" "Columbia. On-campus housing to interview a possible suspect. More likely a possible dupe, but either way, that's not my vehicle." Rourke glanced at the slick two-seat convertible, top down in glittering silver. "It's mine, and since I'm driving, and it's a very nice evening, I want an appropriate ride." She frowned all the way to the passenger seat. "I have an appropriate ride, which you gave me. Safe, loaded, and deliberately unattractive." "Key in the address," he suggested, and gunned it down the drive. She hated to admit it, but it felt damn good. The night, the air, the speed. Reminding herself it wasn't about fun, she started a deeper run on Darien powders. "Kid's from Georgia. Requested new ID in January. He's the right age, and he's got a pretty face." "Isn't school out for the summer? Why would he be on campus in June?" "He's taking a short summer semester and interning at Westling Publishing, lit major. He's completed his second year at the college, carries a 3.4 grade average. No criminal, but his brother, who's still in Georgia, has 2 illegals, Pops. Minor shit. He's got an uncle in New York, an editor at the publishing house, who has a son a couple years older than this one who took a harder illegals hit. Did 6 months and another 3 in rehab. Bust was Brooklyn's, so not McMaster's. Hardly motive for what was done to that girl." "It's a start," Eve said, and kept working the run as she enjoyed the ride. Chapter 7. Eve flashed her badge at the stern-faced droid riding the desk at the check-in for the dorm. She assumed they'd gone droid to try to avoid any possibility of bribery or human weakness with infractions. But she figured that area would be offset by the ability of probably half the residents in reprogramming or memory erase. The droid gave Eve's badge both a naked eye study and a red beam scan. "Purpose of business?" "That would be filed under none of yours." In droid fashion, the machine dubbed Ms. Sloop, according to its nameplate, stared blankly during processing. "I am responsible for the residents and visitors of this building." "I'm responsible for the residents and visitors of this city. I win." Eve tapped her badge. "This requires you to answer one simple question. Is Darien Powders on the premises at this time?" The droid blinked twice, then consulted its comp, though Eve imagined it had the information in its own circuits. During the process, Eve wondered if the pinched-faced, tight-lipped, slicked-back bun look of the machine was an attempt by whoever was in charge to intimidate the residents into behaving. Since the stern, disapproving face reminded her of Somerset, she didn't see how it could work. "Resident Powders logged in at 0330. He has not since logged out." "Okay, then." Eve turned toward the elevator. "You are required to log in." Eve didn't bother to glance back. "You scanned my badge. That logs me in." Stepping on, she ordered the 4th floor. "Why can't they use humans?" she complained to Rourke. "Droids aren't nearly as much fun to screw with." "I don't know. I found it mildly entertaining, and it did look considerably put out." "Maybe, but it's already moved on." Hands in pockets, she rocked on her heels. A person would probably sulk or stew about it for a few minutes anyway. That's more satisfying. When the doors opened, the noise slammed her eardrums and made her eyes throb.
Music, clashing styles, volumes, lyrics, pumped out of rooms with their doors propped open. Voices mixed with them. Some raised an argument or debate, others singing along. People, possibly under the influence of pharmaceuticals and in various stages of dress, wandered the hallways. A couple twined in deep kiss, grope mode just outside a closed door. Eve wondered why they just didn't go inside and finish the job. She stepped in front of a girl sporting 2 nose rings and what might have been a tattoo of a honking goose on her left shoulder. "Darian Powders? Where do I find him?" "Dare?" The girl flapped a hand behind her while giving Rourke a long, slow, smoldering study. "Straight back. Last on the right. Door's open." "I'm over that way," she said to Rourke, "if you're interested." "That's an offer," Rourke said pleasantly, "but I'll be going this way." "Bummed." With a look more of wonder than annoyance, Eve watched the girl stroll off. "She completely eye-fucked you." "I know. I feel so cheap and used." "Shit, you got off on it. Men always do." "True enough, which is why we're so often cheap and used." She snorted, then heading down the corridor, glanced in rooms. She saw a jumble of possessions and people, smelled very old pizza and very fresh zoner. Peace Day signs lay scattered among snoring bodies and bottles of brew, which were probably as illegal as the zoner. "Does anyone actually study around here?" "The ones with the doors closed, I imagine." Rourke shrugged. "And it being the end of a holiday weekend, I'd think most are still in the mode." He looked, as she did, at a couple curled up together on the floor in front of a blasting vid screen. "Or simply unconscious." Eve could only shake her head. The droid's useless, and they know it. She stopped at the open door at the end of the corridor. Inside, 10 young people sprawled on big, colorful floor pillows or slumped on a small red sofa. The source of the music here was a comp game blasting on screen. The 2 remaining people seemed to be dueling on stage. Their icons, outfitted in the pinnacle of trash rock gear, held guitars while their counterparts played the air version and sang at the top of their lungs. She considered shouting, but judged it a waste of air and effort. Instead, she walked in and shoved her badge in front of one of the sprawlers. It was just a little disappointing that no one scrambled to conceal or dispose of illegals. The boy she badged scooped a hank of red and black hair out of his eyes and said, "Whoa! What do?" "Turn it off." "The what?" "Turn the game off." He gave her saucer eyes. "But it's like the final round and dead heat. Dare could maybe lose his title." "Heart bleeds. Turn it off." "Whoa." He scooped his hair again, then scooted over to the main controller to switch it manually. He used pause, which suited Eve, but the participants and the audience who hadn't seen the badge went ballistic. "What the fuck? The fuck? Who did that?" The boy player, who Eve recognized as Darian, whirled around. He looked ready to bash someone with his invisible guitar. "I was about to take Luce down." "Bogus," Luce sniffed, tossing a yard of hair, the white blonde of bleached straw. "I had you, totally under." "Not this eon. Jesus, Kobe, what?" "Got cop," Kobe said, and jerked his head toward Eve. Slouchers and sprawlers came to attention. Darian shifted toward Eve, goggled a little. "Whoa. Seriously?" "Seriously. Darian Powders?" "Yeah, me." He raised his hand. "If we're too loud and like that, so's everybody." Eve saw, out of the corner of her eye, one of the sprawlers butt-scoot toward the door. She stopped him with a single finger point. "I'm not campus. I'm NYPSD. I have some questions." Luce sidestepped to Darian, put her hand in one of his pockets in a way that told Eve they weren't just game rivals, but involved. "You need a lawyer, dear." "What? Why?" "Why? When a cop asks questions, you should have a rep." "I bet you're a law student." Luce looked at Eve out of eyes such a pale blue they looked like spring water. "Pre-law." "Then why don't you rep him on the first question? It's an easy one. Darian, can you account for your whereabouts from 6 p.m. last night to 4 a.m. this morning?" "Well, yeah." "Come on, Luce, that is easy. A bunch of us went down to the shore yesterday afternoon. What, about 2, maybe?" "About." Luce kept those pale eyes on Eve. "We got back about 7. And we chowed at McGill's and hit a party at Gia's. She's got an off-campus group." "Gia." He gestured to a tiny brunette. I don't know when he left exactly, but it was pretty late. Or early, I guess," Gia offered. "We started the Rock Your Ass tourney, and we were going till close to 3. Close, anyway." "We came back here after and crashed," Darian told Eve. "Time, I don't know exactly, but the log'll have it below." "Okay, see? Easy." Eve thought of connections, and Jamie's comment about partying late on Saturday night. "So, I did good?" Darian offered the same blasting smile from his ID shot. "Yeah, no lawyers necessary," she said to Luce. "Do you know Jamie Lingstrom?" "Sure. We've had some classes together, hang sometimes. Hey, he was at the party last night for a while. You could ask him." "Wait, is he in trouble?" "He's not trouble. He wants to be a freaking cop. Sorry, I mean, he's studying to be an e-cop. He's not in trouble. It happens I know Jamie, too. You're not in trouble either, but I still have questions. Everybody else clear out." Bodies lurched up, scrambled. Luce remained glued to Darian's side, and the boy, Kobe, stayed on the floor. Eve pointed at Kobe, pointed at the door. "But I live here and all that." "Find somewhere else to be, and close the door behind you." When he had, Eve looked at Luce. "I'm not leaving. I'm within my rights." "Fine. Sit down, both of you." Eve showed them Dina's ID photo. "Do you know this girl?" "No." "Wait." "No." "Maybe." "Pick one," Eve advised Darian. "I think I've seen her, maybe?" He looked at Eve as she imagined he might have looked at one of his professors, earnestly. "Maybe with Jamie? But not like at the party last night, or for a while. I just think maybe. Luce?" Luce frowned over the image. "Yeah, a couple times with Jamie. Not a girlfriend. I asked because she's younger. He said they'd been buds forever. I didn't really talk to her much or anything, but I saw her a couple of times with Jamie at Perkett, the coffee shop. Why?" Eve ignored the question. "Darian, you requested a new student ID in January." "Yeah, I lost mine." "How'd you lose it?" "I don't know. If I did, I'd probably find it." He smiled a little weakly. "Let's try, when did you lose it?" "It was right after winter break. I know I had it when I got back. I went home for Christmas, because you've got to show it to log back into the dorm and all after a break. I got back early, for New Year's, and like that, because, well, who wants to be with the fam for the big eve? Plus, Luce and I had started. We're a unit." Eve nodded at Luce. "Got that. We started uniting last fall, and I wanted to get back. I missed her." "Aw." Luce cuddled closer. "And we had a big bash for the eve here. Major bash. I know I had it on the eve because I had to show it to get the discount on supplies. Not like brew or anything, being underage." He smiled again, very, very innocently. "So we partied until way into the new, And we didn't go out again until the 3rd, the day classes started. I mean, we cleaned up, dumped trash and all that, but we stuck around. We were all wiped from the party, and it was freaking cold anyway. Then I go to check in for class and no ID. On the 3rd? Why is your replacement for the 5th? Well, you know, you report and apply and... Crap. Okay, so I slicked on the 3rd. I just figured I'd left it back here or something. Slicked? He glanced at Luce for direction, but she was staring hard at Eve. She doesn't care about that dare. She's not going to care about slicking. Okay, yeah, well, I got another student to pass me through on his ID. You're not supposed to, but it's not against the law. Is it? Don't worry about it. I looked everywhere when I got back. No go. Then, okay, I slicked my early classes the next day, cut a couple so I could go back to the stores where we bought stuff in case I left it there. No go again. I reported it end of day on the 4th, so it got issued on the 5th. Where do you keep the ID? In the wallet, or sometimes just in my pocket, 'cause it's easier. You show it a lot, so it's handy in the pocket. Where was it on the night of the party? I don't know. My pocket? Maybe. Or I maybe tossed it in my room, which is why I tore the place up when I realized it wasn't on me. It cost $75 for a reissue, plus the forms. It's a hassle. I'll need a list of who was at the party. Lady, Lieutenant. Whoa, seriously. Surprised respect goggled in his eyes. Lieutenant, I couldn't do it if you put me in cuffs and hauled me in. We jammed. People came and went, and I didn't know half of them. Somebody from somewhere brings a friend. You know how it is. We got a corner suite here, so it's the biggest on the floor. We get banged when we party. Jamie was here, he remembered. You could ask him. We were wall to wall, and then some, so... Shit. I'm stupid. Somebody lifted it that night. Damn it, people suck wind. They do, Eve agreed. And someone used it to do something illegal, Luce put in, as Darian paled. Something that happened last night. Something between 6 p.m. and 4 a.m. It wasn't Darian. No, it wasn't Darian. I may need to talk to you again, but for now, I appreciate your cooperation. Aren't you going to tell us what he did? Whoever took it? Darian asked. They'd find out soon enough, Eve thought. No point in it now. I'm not at liberty. It's about that girl, Darian murmured. She did something, or something happened to her. Eve signaled Rourke and started to the door. Take better care of your ID. Lieutenant, is Jamie all right? Is he okay? Yeah. She glanced back. The dark-haired boy and the pale, pretty girl. Jamie's all right. She brooded over it a bit as they drove home. So the kid, Darian, throws a party on New Year's Eve, and the killer just happens to walk in and cop the ID? Just too fucking lucky in my world. Agreed, though it's not impossible it was a moment of opportunity. More likely, your killer had his eye on Darian, or a few candidates including Darian, then took the opportunity to slip into the party among the crowd. Not difficult to snag the ID then, whether it was on Darian's person or left in his room. People in and out, jammed together, undoubtedly alcohol or some illegals in the mix. He knows the campus. He blends there. He'd targeted Dina, so he had to know she was tight with Jamie, who goes there. You're thinking Jamie knows him, or has at least brushed up against him at some point, a friend of a friend of a friend. It fits, doesn't it? He might have even used some names she was vaguely familiar with to make her more comfortable with him right off. Those two kids recognized Dina and put her with Jamie, so the killer mentions their names or others. She automatically feels safe. He's had the ID for months before he first approaches her. Patient as a fucking spider. She went back to work to write up the interview with Darian and to begin the laborious process of studying the results from her search of McMasters's case files. It was nearly 2 a.m. when Rourke found her nodding over the data. "You can't work in your sleep," he pointed out. "It's time both of us were in bed. I've got a handful of possibles." She pressed the heels of her hands to eyes gone fuzzy. Connections to people McMasters sent over for long stretches, ones who bought it in prison. He's got no terminations in the last 5 years. I need to go back further, maybe, and I need to talk this through with him. Which is for tomorrow. Yeah, it is. She pushed up. "Why are you still awake?" "Working on digging out wiped data, which with the system McMasters has is like trying to find a ghost in a dark room while wearing a blindfold." Since they were both too tired for the stairs, he called for the elevator. "And running the analysis on the copy of the recording. And that would be a hell of a lot more concise with the bloody original." There's no reflection. He's not in her eyes. Would have been too lucky. She yawned her way into the bedroom. "I set up a briefing here for 700, since Peabody and I are going to hit the park. Feeney can take the disc in, log it, start the analysis." She stripped on the way to the bed. "I'll meet with Mira. She'll have a profile. And I'm going to pick Jamie's memory. This guy will have been around, on the fringe, blending in, but he's been around. He's not a ghost. There'll be tracks." She flopped face down on the bed. There are always tracks somewhere. "You found some in less than 24 hours. He slipped in beside her, wrapped an arm around her to tuck her close. "You'll find more. Maybe it was a Vic." Her voice slurred. "And he figures McMasters didn't do enough. Blame the cop. Punish the cop. Maybe." In the dark, Rourke stroked her back as she went under, as Galahad plopped on the bed at her feet. And he thought, here we are, all safe and sound for the night. She dreamed of dark rooms and of tracks dug into the hard streets of her city, following them as things scrabbled away in the shadows. She dreamed of the young girl watching her with dead eyes. As she tracked, an animated billboard sprang to life, stories high and filled with the image of the girl weeping, defenseless, bleeding. Her voice filled the dark with pain, with fear. He was there with her. She felt him behind her, beside her, in front of her, breathing, waiting, watching while the girl begged and bled and died. He was there while the image changed to another girl, a girl in a room smeared with red light. There, while the girl Eve had been, begged and bled and killed. So she ripped herself out of the dream with her heart stuttering and the air trapped in her lungs. She forced the air out. Lights on, 10%. Her hands shook lightly as she stared at them, turned them over, looking for the blood. Not there. Of course it's not there. Just a dream, and not so bad. Not so bad. Closing her eyes, she willed her heartbeat to slow, to steady. But she couldn't will away the cold, and Rourke wasn't there to warm her. Her teeth wanted to chatter, so she gritted them as she got up, found a robe. She checked the time, saw it was just shy of 5:30. Going to the house monitor, she cleared her throat. Where is Rourke? Good morning, darling Eve. Rourke is in his main office. What the hell for? She wondered, and went off to find out. Stupid, she told herself, just stupid to be too uneasy to go back to bed, catch the half hour she had left. But she couldn't face it. not alone. She heard him as she neared the office, but the words were strange, jumbled, foreign. She thought longingly of coffee, and thought she needed the zap of it to clear her brain, because she'd have sworn Rourke was speaking in Chinese. She walked, bleary-eyed, to his open office door. Maybe she was still dreaming, she thought, because Rourke damn well was speaking Chinese. Or possibly Korean. On the wall screen, an Asian held his end of the conversation in perfect English. Rourke stood, circling a hollow model of some sort of building. Every so often the structure changed, or opened into an interior view, as if he or the other man made some small adjustment. Expanses of glass increased, openings that had been angled arched. Fascinated, she leaned on the door jamb and watched him work. He'd dressed for the day, but hadn't bothered as yet with a suit jacket or tie. That told her the man on screen was an employee rather than a business partner. He studied the hollow, shifted to pick up a mug of coffee from his desk. As he drank, he listened to the other man talk of space and flow, ambient light. Rourke interrupted with another spate of Chinese, indicated what looked to Eve to be the southeast corner of the building. Moments later, what had been solid became glass. The roof on that sector lifted, changed angles, then relaxed into a kind of soft curve. And Rourke nodded. She pushed off the jam when the conversation ended. The screen went blank, and the hollow poofed. "Since when have you been fluent in Chinese?" Or whatever that was. He turned toward her, surprise flickering over his face. "What are you doing up? You've barely had 3 hours down." "Pot, kettle." "Was that Chinese?" "It was. Mandarin. And I don't speak above a handful of basic words. Comp translator, 2-way. Her brow knit, even as he crossed to the auto chef. "I've never heard a translator that clear. It sounded like you, not comp-generated. Something we've been working on for a while, and are selling in a few key markets." He handed her the coffee he'd programmed for her. It makes it easy to do business when it feels and sounds like a conversation, rather than a translation. "What was that thing? The hollow?" "A complex we're building outside of Beijing." His eyes darkened as he studied her face. "You had a nightmare." "Sort of. It wasn't bad. It's okay." But she didn't protest when he drew her in, held her. The warmth finally came back to her bones. "I'm sorry. I had to take care of this." "At 5:30 in the morning? Or earlier, since you looked to be way into it when I got here." "It's 12 hours later in Beijing. I'd hoped to be done before you woke up." He drew her back. "No point asking if you'd get a bit more sleep." "Pot, kettle," she repeated. "I'm going to grab a swim. That and the coffee should set me up." "All right, then. We'll have breakfast when you're done. I've got a few things I can see to." "It's still shy of 6 in the morning." He smiled. "Not in London." "Huh. That always strikes me weird." She stepped back. "How much of this stuff do you do when I'm conked?" "It depends." "Strikes me weird," she repeated, and used his elevator to ride down to the pool. By 7, she was fueled, dressed, and ready for the briefing. It didn't surprise her to find a buffet set up in her office. Rourke, she knew, insisted on feeding her and her cops as well. She wondered why, and decided to ask Mira one of these days. She poked her head in Rourke's office through the adjoining door. "I'm going to close this. You're already up to date." He made some sound of agreement as he scanned his comp screen. "Tell Feeney I should be clear by 2 and can give him some time." "All right." She shut the door as she heard Peabody, McNabb, and Jamie chattering their way down the hall. "Get what you're going to get," she ordered, "and don't dawdle." "I smell meat of pig." McNabb shot to the buffet like a neon bullet with Jamie on his heels. Peabody sighed. "I'm on a diet." "There's a bulletin." "No, really. We're going to try for the beach next day off. I hate bathing suits. I hate me in bathing suits. And yesterday there was pizza. I think it's still in my thighs." She sighed. "I hope there's fruit. Maybe a few low-calorie twigs." Peabody shuffled toward temptation as Feeney came in. "Baxter and his boy are right behind me, so I better get over there first." "McNabb, stop hogging the hog." "Told you there'd be food," Baxter said, and pointed. "Get your share and mine," he told the young, slightly seasoned Trueheart. Then he crossed to Eve. As was his habit, Baxter wore a very slick suit, but there was no smartass on his handsome face this morning. "We're up to date, or up to date on the last data you sent. I didn't know the kid, but I know McMasters. I worked out of the same squad with him when I was a rook, and he was a detective on his way to LT. He's as good as they come. If you hadn't pulled us in, I'd have angled for it. If budget gets to be a problem, we'll kick any OT off the books." "It won't be a problem, but the offer's noted and appreciated. There's not a man in the division who wouldn't do the same. We're going to get the fucker, Dallas." "That's right." "Stuff your faces," she told the room in general, "but kill the chatter. We're nearly 24 hours in. We don't have time to waste." "Where's your man?" Feeney asked her. "He's got work of his own. After 2, he'll be your man. Okay, let's round it up. Screen on." She stopped as Whitney stepped into the room. "Sir." "I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd like to be in on the morning briefing, and to tell you that Captain McMasters will be available to you here at 900. I felt meeting here would be less complicated for him than Central." "Yes, sir. If you'd like anything that hasn't already been greedily consumed—" "Coffee would do it, thanks. Please, go ahead." "You're all aware of the case and the early steps of the investigation. You're all aware that this is a cop's daughter, and that we believe she was target-specific. We believe she knew her killer and had been set up for the event of Saturday night and early Sunday morning. Other data and other lines of investigation have come to light, which I'll brief you on shortly. Feeney, status on EDD." "Slow. I know that's not what any of us want to hear. The virus used to wipe and corrupt the hard drive is effective. We're piecing it back together one damn bite at a time, and half of those bites are useless. None of the D&C units in the residence contain anything useful. As far as we can determine, he never contacted the Vic and was never contacted by her on any of the house links. He never sent or received any email from her from any of the house comps, including her bedroom comp. The bedroom unit was scanned and searched from 2015 to 2033. Nothing was deleted during that period." "He checked it out during one of his breaks," Eve concluded, "and didn't find anything to worry him." "There's nothing to worry him," McNabb commented. "There's no mention of meeting anyone, no allusion to a boyfriend in any of her communications on that unit. Maybe they're in some sort of girl code, but I can't crack it." She kept it to her pockets. More personal, more intimate, more secret. Eve nodded. Even her messages and conversations with her best friend about him, off the main comps and links. He had her snowed. Keep the focus on the security for now. She shifted her gaze to Jamie. "Jamie, I need you to leave the room at this time." "What for?" He boosted up in his chair. "I'm part of the team." "A civilian part of the team. I'll tag you when I want you back." "You can't shut me out. I'm doing the job."
He turned to appeal to Feeney. I'm pulling my weight. You don't argue with your lieutenant. That's the job, too. I'm asking if the lieutenant has faith in me, believes I can handle myself. He got to his feet. If not, then I'm a drag, not an asset. This is about Dina, so you tell me, Dallas, if I'm not pulling. That's for Feeney to say. He holds his own, Feeney said. And I can't hold my own if I'm shut out of parts of the investigation, don't have pieces of the data. If you're going to say something you don't think I can handle, you're wrong. It's not what I'm going to say. Was it wrong to want to protect him from what was coming? Maybe it was. Maybe. But she could regret not doing so. I located a music and video disc in the victim's possession, which I believe was created by the killer. Certainly the last section was his work. She gave Jamie a last look. Computer, run disk copy labeled H-23901 from Q. Acknowledged. Chapter 8. Cops saw what other people didn't, what other people shouldn't. They walked through the worst of the worst, and Eve knew the team she'd assembled could make that walk without flinching. And still no one spoke. It seemed to her no one breathed as the video played out on screen. She saw, from where she stood, Jamie drop his gaze, watched his body shudder, and saw Peabody take his hand. The knuckles of his went white. He must have ground Peabody's bone to bone, but she didn't flinch. And with that connection, the boy lifted his gaze again and watched the rest of his dead friend's nightmare play out. He'd make a cop, she thought. God help him, he'd make a cop. Even when the screen went blank and the vicious music silenced, no one spoke. Eve stepped to the front of the room. He's gonna pay for it. Her tone was ice rage. She needed it. They needed it. I'm gonna say that first, and I want everyone in this room to believe it, to know it right down to the gut. He's going to pay for Dina McMasters. She was 16. She liked music. She was shy, did well in school, and had a small, comfortable circle of friends. She had ideals and hopes and wanted to help make a difference. She was a virgin, and he stole that from her viciously. He stole her life, her hopes and ideals viciously. Before he did, he forced her to tell the father she loved that he was to blame, that she hated him for it. As of now, there is no reason for the father to hear that, to see what we've just seen. The contents of this disc are not to be discussed beyond the members of this team until otherwise directed. Questions? Still the room remained silent. Feeney, you and your E-team will analyze the disc and continue to work on piecing the hard drive back together. I want you to dig out any files, emails, notes, anything the victim put on her D&C unit in April. Any searches she made, anything she did around the time she met the unsub. She may have since deleted or put any data pertaining to the meet in some cryptic file. We know the killer found nothing, so deleted nothing. Maybe we'll be luckier. She picked up her coffee. Baxter, you and Trueheart repeat the canvass of the neighborhood. It's likely the killer scoped the house, the neighborhood, before Saturday, even before the initial meet. Find me somebody who saw a good-looking boy who could pass for 19 on that block, frequenting a local cyber cafe, a 24/7. I have a list of the Vic's favorite haunts. Check them out. Yes, sir. I'm working on McMasters' cases. Have a few possibles. They don't ring for me, but we'll check them anyway. When you finish the canvas, you'll wait in there. She picked up a file with disk attached and handed it to him. I'll get you some help on that. Why don't you let us get started on it, LT? We can tap whoever's got some room for it. Fine, I'll leave it to you.
Meanwhile, Peabody and I will canvass the area of the park where the Vic is reported to have met the killer, after which we'll meet with McMasters here and try to refine the search regarding his cases. Connections, she said. Connections between McMasters and the killer and Dina, the killer and a wit. Vic, perp, suspect, or person of interest in McMasters' files. If the killer isn't in there, someone who matters or mattered to him is. We find the connection. If it's the killer, Baxter put in, it should be easy enough to narrow it by his age. Even if he's got a baby face, he's got to be under 26 or 7 to pass for 19. It might be somebody who did some hard for illegals busts. Jamie shook his head. It just doesn't fit. If he'd been on any junk or a real user, she'd have known and steered away. She knew what to look for there. She'd never hang with a chemi head. I agree with that. Eve nodded at Jamie. Added to it, someone who's done the hard isn't going to pass for a clean-cut 19 to a cop's daughter. Still, we check. We don't skim over anything or anyone. She paused, then pushed the next button. Jamie, I think you've seen him or met him. What? Why? Where? You know Darian Powders. Dare, sure. His puzzled face went straight to shock. You don't think Darian... He's clear, Eve said quickly. But I believe he's one of the connections. His ID was stolen, most probably during a party in his dorm suite on New Year's Eve. You were there. Yeah. Dare and Kobe rock a party. I know them both. Did some class time with them. They had a major bash for the eve. His face hardened, and it seemed to Eve the smudges of sleeplessness smeared under his eyes darkened. He was there? You're saying the guy who killed Dina was there? Long enough, if I'm right, to steal the ID from Powders. But Dina knew Dare, well, sort of, enough to recognize him. If this guy used his ID and she saw it... Cloned it, he said in disgust. If he's good and has access to the right equipment and programs, he could have cloned the ID, tweaked it just enough, input his own photo and data. The basic footprints would need to coordinate. McNabb frowned over it. To clone and counterfeit, you'd need to keep the tweaks minimal. The same school, the same birthday, Eve continued. Probably the same height and build within a reasonable span. He has to know the campus, the routine. Maybe he'd gone there or worked there. The Columbia connection was a good ploy to gain Dina's trust. You go there, Jamie. She's planning to, and she knows Darian a little. His name, anyway. He'd need ID to flash when he was with her, going to vids or clubs. You need to think, to go back in your head and start thinking about the party, before the party, after it. See if you can remember someone who hung around the fringes, blended, but didn't do a lot of socializing. He doesn't want to be noticed, doesn't want to leave an impression. It was a jam. I didn't know half the people there. He wouldn't have stayed long. But I'm betting long enough to watch you, to see if you brought Dina along. This was business for him. It wasn't a party. It was a purpose. I'll try. Okay, I'll try. He'd have been other places where you'd go. A club, the library, a cyber cafe, an eatery. Your eyes would pass right over him. He's just one of the crowd. Think back to any time you were with Dina between January and April. Let it simmer in your head and let me know if you think of anything. Doesn't matter how small or vague. Okay. Let's get to it, Eve ordered. As the room cleared, Whitney walked to Eve. Unless you have objections, I'd like to sit in when you talk to McMasters. No, sir, no objections. I'll meet you back here then. Meanwhile, give me an assignment. Sir? I'm still a cop. I still know how to do a run. He snapped it out, then seemed to catch himself. He gestured the words away and spoke more calmly.
I can do legwork, knock on doors, run probabilities, chase down a lead. You're primary, Lieutenant. Give me an assignment.
The juxtaposition threw her off balance. Whitney gave the orders, but it was clear enough he needed to do more than that. He needed to participate. I have a short list of possibles, gleaned from McMasters's threat file. To be honest, sir, I don't think we'll hit there.
But it needs to be followed up on. I'll take it.
Most, if not all, can be done riding the desk. If any of them pop, then
I do remember how it's done. I'll find somewhere nearby to work it.
She hesitated only an instant. You're welcome to use my office and my desk here, Commander. The faintest glint of amusement lighted in his eyes.
I also know the sanctity of an office and desk. Maybe there's another place in this house of yours I can set up.
Absolutely. I'll see that Somerset takes care of that for you. She took disk files from her desk. This should be all you need. Peabody and I will be back before 9.
Good hunting,
he said, then turned back to study her murder board. We'll split up, Eve told Peabody. Take it in zones. Show the VIX picture to every jogger, dog walker, nanny, flasher, kid, octogenarian, and sidewalk sleeper.
Somebody's going to remember her because she was a regular. He's another matter, Peabody commented.
Somebody saw him and saw them together at the initial meet. He waited 2 months from then to the murder. People's memories fade. We'll push them back into focus. She stopped at the base of the stairs where Somerset, bony and black, skull face impassive, waited with the pudgy cat at his feet. Commander Whitney needs an office. He'll be working out of here this morning.
I'll see to it.
That's it, she thought. No smart remark, no sneer. She started to snark at his lack of snark, then realized he'd know what they were working on. The rape, torture, and murder of a young girl, as his young girl had been raped, tortured, and murdered. There would be no sneers between them for the time being. Captain McMasters is due at 900, she continued in the same even tone. If I'm not back, you can take him up to my office and inform the commander.
Understood. Your vehicle is ready.
She nodded, walked out into the beautiful, balmy morning. If Dina had never met the boy she'd known as David, would she be heading off to the park on this soft summer morning? Would she already be jogging along the path, feet slapping to the beat of the music playing in her ears? Breathing in, breathing out, Eve thought, at the start of another ordinary day. She slid behind the wheel, drove toward the gates. "How's Jamie holding up?" she asked Peabody. "I need to know if I should throttle back on his duties."
"I think he's riding it out. It's rough for him," Peabody added, "but he's riding it out. He talked a lot about her last night. Good for him. Plus it gives me another picture of her to add to my own. Or one of how Jamie saw her, anyway."
"Is it different? His picture from yours?"
"Some, yeah. He didn't really see her as a girl, as especially female. She was a friend, a pal. It makes me wonder if she felt the same, or if that was frustrating for her. It can be a bitch to be the girl the boy thinks of as just a pal."
Peabody shifted, angling toward Eve.
"It makes me wonder if that designation wasn't usual for her. She was used to having guys see her that way. So she was maybe resigned to seeing herself that way. Not the girl guys looked at and wanted to be with."
Until this guy.
Yeah, this one looked at her, wanted to be with her, or made her think that. And I think she was different with this guy because of it. It's what happens when you go over for a guy, especially at that age, especially the first time. And from everything he said, I think this was her first major crush. Her first serious thing, so she'd be different.
How?
Well, not as shy. Not with him. He makes her so damn happy. And a girl that age, that background, with a college guy making over her, it's all flutters and shudders. She's ready to do what he wants, go where he wants, believe, or at least pretend, that she likes what he likes. She'll make herself into what she thinks he wants. I figure that's one of the ways he got her to keep all this on the down low. So much so, she barely told her best friend any real details.
If you're not already what he wants, why is he making over you?
That's logic and self-confidence, and just doesn't apply to that first rush of romance, especially at 16. Just think back to when you were that age.
I didn't care about any of that when I was 16. All I cared about was getting through the system and into the academy.
You knew you were going to be a cop when you were 16?
The idea struck Peabody as nearly inconceivable.
I was obsessed with music, vid stars, and January Olsen when I was 16.
January Olsen?
This really adorable boy I had a crush on.
She could sigh over it now, fondly.
I figured we'd cohab, raise 2 adorable kids, and do important and world-changing social work. If he'd ever actually look at me or speak my name. You didn't have a January Olsen?
No, which means it's harder for me to get into her head than it is for you.
Well, I guess on some level Dina and I were kindred spirits. At least when I was 16. Kind of shy, awkward around guys, but casual pals with many. I was planning on doing big work. The stuff about her appearance. Her mother and the neighbor noticed she was taking more trouble. That's a sure sign there's a guy.
Peabody began ticking off points on her fingers.
Updating your do, your wardrobe, that's definitely one. 2, she wasn't hanging with Jamie as much, something he didn't think about until now. He's busy with school and his college friends, so he didn't give it much thought when she made excuses a couple of times when he tagged her to see if she wanted to catch a pizza or a vid. She was eking out her time for the guy, cutting herself off some from her core group. That's 3, Peabody added. A break or a little distance from your core. See, you want your core group to meet the guy and like the guy, but part of you worries, what if they don't? So keeping him to yourself is a way to avoid the possibility.
It's awfully damn complicated. Sagely, Peabody nodded.
Being a teenager is hell and misery and wild delight. Thank God it's only 1 decade out of all of them.
Her own teenage years hadn't been nearly as hellish or miserable as her first decade, but Eve understood. She got sneaky and secretive.
She was, in a way, having a rebellion, only she was really quiet about it, Peabody added. I'm also inclined to think Jamie's right about the guy not being on the stuff or doing any of the hard. She'd have copped to it. And that kind of rebellion wasn't in her. I don't think he's wrong there.
All this is telling us what kind of mask he wore, not what's under it. He's taken it off now. No more need for it. She pulled into an illegal slot, activated her on-duty light.
It's worse than Coltrane.
Eve got out, said nothing as Peabody walked around to meet her.
We knew her.
Her eyes, dark and troubled, searched Eve's face.
She was one of us, and she was Morris's. I didn't think it would ever hit home as hard as that one, working that one. But this? A cop's kid, a girl like that, done like that. And I knew her. It's worse.
He knows that, Eve said. He knows it's worse than anything. He wants it to be, made sure it would be with the video.
and he's thinking he got away clean. He's rocking on that. We're going to prove him wrong and take him down. Yeah. Okay.
Peabody rolled her shoulders.
I guess that was a pep talk.
It was a fact. Go north. I'll take south. A day made for strolling, Eve thought. Cotton ball clouds dabbed across a sky of perfect and delicate blue. The air held the fragrance of flowers and flowering bushes she couldn't name, rioting in swirling islands. Green, green grass rolled like a carpet under tall, majestic trees. The wall of them and the madly flowering shrubs shut out the noise, the pace, the hurry of the city, and opened a door to a sedate and verdant world. The little pond sparkled like a liquid jewel under its pretty arch of bridge, with a reflection of the trees and clouds a dreamy blur on its surface. People sat on benches, drinking from go-cups, talking to each other, or on links, consulting their PPCs. Business suits, sweats, summer dresses, beggars' rags mixed together in the eclectic array that was New York, even in the green. Nannies and professional parents took advantage of the weather and pushed kids and babies in strange wheeled devices or carried them in stranger harnesses. Along the path, joggers bowled along with their earbuds, headsets, e-fitness pods tucked on, colorful shorts flapping or skin suits showing off bodies already viciously toned. She imagined Dina running along the brown path, her life spread out in front of her like the green, green grass and the brilliant islands of blossoms, until she stopped to help a boy. Since they were closer, Eve approached a knot of adults with kids first, warily. She badged the group at large. NYPSD. Have you seen this girl? She held up Dina's photo. She got a lot of automatic headshakes. One of the kids, about the age she judged of Mavis's Bella, stared at her with that doll-eyed blankness Eve found creepy while it sucked busily on the plug somebody had stuck in its mouth. Maybe if you actually looked at it, Eve said. She jogged here in the mornings, about this time, several days a week. One of the women, with a very small, round-headed child strapped to her front, leaned closer. Eve had to force herself not to lean back as the kid waved arms and legs like a human metronome. I've been here nearly every Monday and Wednesday morning since May. I haven't noticed her. What did she do? She lifted her head with an avid, fearful look. This part of the park's supposed to be a safe zone, at least in the daytime. She didn't do anything. Anyone else? She might have jogged here more habitually earlier in the spring. March, April. More head shakes. But Eve noticed one of the women taking a harder look. You've seen her? I'm not sure. I think maybe. But it wasn't in the park, I don't think. Around the neighborhood? Eve prompted. In a store, on the street? Maybe more than once, if she looks familiar. Or maybe you talked to her. She glanced at the two kids riding tandem in the cart. She liked kids. Take another look. I think... Yes, sure, she's the one who helped me out. Helped you out? I had all these errands. The woman I work for, sometimes she doesn't remember. I've only got 2 hands, you know. I had both boys, little Max and Sterling. Sterling's a handful by himself. And I had to pick up a dress for her, and the marketing, and she wanted flowers, lilies. So I'm loading, and all of a sudden Sterling's screaming like I stabbed him in the ear. She shifted her gaze to one of the other women and got a smirk of understanding. So I'm trying to deal with him, and I'm juggling this stuff I can't stow in the stroller, and this girl, she's the one. She calls out to me and comes scooting up. She had Mr. Booze. Who? Mr. Booze, Sterling's bear. See? She gestured to the boy in the second seat of the tandem stroller. He sat casting looks of suspicion at Eve and clutching a bright blue teddy bear with mangled ears and a shocked expression on its face.
"Mine!"
Sterling shouted and bared his teeth in challenge. The woman rolled her eyes.
"If he can't get to Mr. Booze, life isn't worth living." He dropped it, or maybe tossed it, and I hadn't noticed. So she picked it up and brought it over, and about that time Max started wailing because Sterling was. She asked if she could give me a hand, and I said I only needed about 6 more, or something like that. I made Sterling thank her for saving Mr. Booze, and told her I only had about another block to go, and she said she was going that way, and she'd carry the market bag if I wanted. It was really nice of her.
She walked with you?
Yeah,
The woman, who must have had kid radar, whipped her head around and jabbed a warning finger at Sterling seconds before he could follow through and clobber his little brother with Mr. Booze. He subsided with an angelic smile and a satanic look in his eye. Eve wondered if she'd be hunting him down in about 20 years.
Sorry, he's getting bored. Where was I? Oh, yeah, this girl. She helped me with the bags, walked me right to the building. She was awfully nice and really polite. A lot of kids that age, they don't even see you, if you know what I mean. She got Sterling to laugh, said how she liked kids. Babysat for a couple of twin boys, I remember she said, so she knew this could take a lot of work.
When was this?
I know exactly, because the next day was my birthday, April 5th.
She was alone?
That's right, walking home from school, she said. She had a backpack, I think. I'm not sure about that, really. But I saw her a few weeks later. Maybe a month or 6 weeks. I don't know. It was raining. Sky just opened up, and I was rushing to get the kids home. That was over on 2nd, somewhere between 50th and 55th, because I'd taken the kids to the Children's Museum over there for a program. They had a magic show.
You spoke to her?
No. See, I was rushing to get to the bus stop because the maxi will take the tandem stroller, and it was raining buckets. I didn't want to walk all that way across town in the rain with the kids, but I saw her, and I waved and tried to get her attention, but she and the boy just hopped on an airboard and zipped.
The boy, Eve repeated, and felt the tingle.
She was with the boy, and they were laughing. She looked really happy. Wet, but happy.
Did you get a look at him, the boy?
Sort of.
It was only for a minute. Basics: height, weight, coloring.
Well, gee, I'm not sure.
She pushed at her hair, bit her lip.
Taller than her. I guess we're about the same height, and he was taller. Sure, she was about to his shoulder when they hopped on the board because she hooked her arms around him like you do, boosted up to put her chin on his shoulder. I thought it was sweet. So, I don't know, about 6 feet, I guess? Slim. I mean, he didn't have any bulk on him. Like I said, it was raining, so his shirt's all plastered. A white kid. He looked white. Oh, yeah, he took off his ball cap and stuck it on her head. That was sweet, too. He had brown hair, brownish, in a shaggy to about, I don't know.
She tapped her hand a couple inches below her ears. How about eye color, features?
It was really just for a minute. Not even. Oh, he had on shades. Kids do, even when it's raining, for the frosty look. He was cute. I thought, it's nice she's got a cute boyfriend because she really helped me out that day.
Anything else? His clothes, the airboard? Was he wearing any jewelry?
I don't know. It was a minute.
Would you work with a police artist? You might remember more. Alarm flashed on her face, and the women around them began to murmur.
I didn't hardly see him, and my boss, plus I don't want to get her in any trouble. She really helped me out. She's a nice girl.
Eve weighed the options. The media would have the story by the afternoon, if they didn't already. Lid would come off anyway. You'd be helping her out. She was murdered early Sunday morning.
Oh, come on. No, don't tell me that.
As her voice pitched, the kids in the tandem went into dueling wails. Oh, my God! Immediately, the other women closed in, touching her, gathering their children or charges just a little closer. The man you saw her with may have information. It's important I find him. I hardly saw him, and it was raining. I don't know. She was a nice girl. She was just a kid. What's your name? Marta. Marta Delroy. Marta, her name is Dina. Dina helped you out. Now you can help her. I'll fix it with your employer. Okay. She pulled a tissue out of one of a dozen pockets. What do I have to do? After Eve made the arrangements, took Marta's employer's information, one of the other women spoke up. You said she jogged here in the mornings, about this time? You might want to talk to Lola Merrill. She jogs almost every day now that her daughter started preschool. She usually comes over to talk after she finishes. Tall blonde, great build. She's probably already on her run this morning. Thanks. She left the women, pulled out her link to make arrangements for her favorite artist to take Marta, then switched to tag Peabody. I was about to tag you, Peabody told her. I think I have something. A woman who thinks she saw the initial meet. Tall blonde, great build. Jesus, do you have supervision? No, but I got a confirmation and one wit of my own. Get Lola's statement, then I want her to work with Yancey ASAP. I'll arrange with Yancey. Hold her there a few minutes. I'm heading your way. She contacted Central, added a second witness for Yancey as she walked toward Peabody's zone. She spotted the blonde, and had to agree the build inside the black running suit with bright blue piping was exceptional. Lola Merrill? That's right. Lieutenant Dallas, Detective Peabody's partner. We appreciate your help. Tell me what you saw and when you saw it. Some weeks ago, the middle of April, I think, because it was still pretty brisk this time of the morning, and the dafts were just popping. I'd see the girl a couple times a week. She had good form, good stamina. We'd wave or nod, the way you do. Lola bent into a hamstring stretch. I never talked to her. That day I saw her with this boy. Nice-looking boy. Off the path, sitting on the grass. He had his shoe off, rubbing his ankle. I didn't stop because it looked like she had it, and they were laughing. She straightened up, pulled her leg up behind her to stretch the quads. I kept going, and they were gone when I finished up. First time I'd seen him around, and haven't seen him since. I was telling your partner I haven't seen her around lately either. Did you get a good look at him? Lola shrugged. I wasn't paying that much attention. I was just hitting my endorphins. Brown, shaggy hair, good-looking, good shoes. I noticed the shoes. It's something I do. What kind of shoes? Anders Cheetahs. That's top line. White with the Navy logo. Eye color? Shades. Lots of joggers wear goggles or shades. And a cap. A ball cap, I noticed that. Oh, and he had on a Columbia sweatshirt. I went there myself, so I recognized it. Eve's gaze shifted to Peabody, saw the same sense of satisfaction there she felt. Ms. Merrill's happy to work with the police artist, Peabody said. It's kind of exciting, but I don't know how much help I'm going to be. I barely glanced at him. Enough, Eve thought, as they finished their circuit of the park, enough to notice his hair, his shoes, his cap, his shirt. Yancey would get the rest, whatever else was buried in the subconscious. We got lucky, Eve said as they drove away. Fucking lucky. Seriously fucking lucky. 2 wits with 1 sweep and both willing to work with Yancey. Cap, shades. Harder to get a solid on his face. He's smart there, but not smart to go with up-end shoes. Probably tried to impress her there. The sweatshirt's his opening, his connection. He can't expect somebody to spot them over on the east side like my wit did. And the meet's more than 2 months before the murder. He's gonna figure we'd never put one with the other.
Sure, maybe she'll mention meeting this guy in the park and helping him out, but after he goes to work on her, it's all secret. He doesn't know girls her age, how she'd have to talk about it with her friend. Now we've got a shadow instead of a ghost. About 6 feet, slim build, brown hair, white, young. Not much of a shadow yet, but more than we had an hour ago. Once Yancey's worked them, we'll have more. She turned in the gates of home. While I'm talking to McMasters, start on the shoes. Tap someone in the division to help on that. Whoever's not buried on an active. I'm betting they were pretty new, bought just for that meet. And we'll start canvassing the area where Marta spotted them. See if you can find out what day the Eastside Children's Museum had a magic show and we had a rainstorm. We can pinpoint the day the wit spotted them. Put someone on that. Focus on music venues, vids, gaming parlors, places where teenagers might hang. On it. Tell Somerset to set you up somewhere. She parked, pushed out of the car. It's not going to be his neighborhood either. He wouldn't want someone to see him, stop, speak, not when he was with her. Just the two of them. She walked in, simply jerked her thumb at Peabody when Somerset appeared. Captain McMasters is waiting in your office. Commander Whitney is with him. She said nothing, but started up. Your gown is ready and will be delivered today. My what? Your gown for Dr. D'Amato's wedding. Leonardo would like to see it on you in the event it requires any further fitting. She opened her mouth, closed it, and made some growling sound. It's fine. It'll be fine. Just put it wherever you put those things when it gets here. Gowns, fittings, weddings. For God's sake. Was she supposed to call Louise, report on the gown? For God's sake, she thought again. It would have to wait. Right now, she was about to talk to a grieving father about the investigation into his child's murder. Everything else had to wait. Chapter 9. When she stepped to the doorway, Eve saw McMasters standing by the windows. Did he see the green, the color, the bloom, the blue? She doubted it. He looked diminished, she decided, worn and lessened by the burden of grief. Could he be a cop now? Think like one? Stand like one? She wasn't sure. She glanced at the commander standing beside him. The stance was support, friendship, shared loss. She would need them both to step back from that loss, to erect a distance of objectivity to give her what she needed, or to step away completely. She walked in. Commander, Captain. They both turned. On McMasters' face, she saw that quick spark that was hope. Survivors, she knew, needed answers. Is there any progress, Lieutenant? We're pursuing some lines, she told McMasters. She moved toward her desk, around the murder board she'd deliberately left up. He had to face it, and she'd remembered what Rourke had said when she'd allowed Morris to see the board on Coltrane's investigation. That he would see she was the center of it. She was the focus. I brought the captain up to date from this morning's briefing, Whitney said, his gaze latched onto her face. It saves you time. Yes, sir. We'll go over some of that, but you should know we found 2 wits this morning who believe they saw Dina with the suspect. Both are willing to work with the police artist. I've arranged for Detective Yancey to meet with them. 2? McMasters' voice jumped. 2 people saw him? 2 independent witnesses believe they saw Dina with a young male. They both gave basic descriptions that match on coloring. Have a seat, Captain. Please. He wasn't a cop now, she decided. He was a father. She could only try to find the way to speak to both.
I'll tell you what I know and what we're doing." She ran through the interviews with the two women from the park. The timing on Merrill's sighting corresponds to what we believe was the first meet. The timing on Delroy's indicates they continued to meet, and outside what we've established through your statements, your wife's, Dina's friends, was her usual area. Do you know if she often traveled to the east side? Not in general. She had her favorite shops and hangouts closer to home, and the locations I gave you near Columbia. We can speculate that they met outside those areas to keep their relationship secret. We're working to pinpoint the day Delroy saw them, and I'm sending officers to the location she cited them. They'll show Dina's photos to merchants, shop clerks, waiters. She saw the struggle on McMasters's face, a battle between hope and despair. We may find other witnesses to help us identify the suspect. If someone recognizes her, Eve continued, they may remember him. Merrill, who jogs regularly in that sector of the park, stated she hadn't seen Dina for some time. You and your wife indicated Dina ran in the park regularly. Yes, several mornings a week. She may have moved to another sector in order to meet with the suspect. Why didn't I notice a change? McMasters murmured. Carol did, but I never... If she'd told us, if she'd just... Captain, my belief is this man was very persuasive and very deliberate. Was that comfort? Eve wondered. He'd studied her. He had a plan, and he played on her youth, her trust. He used the Columbia connection to lower her guard. I feel that's a key. Her friend goes there. She planned to attend. She knew, casually, several other students who are friends of Jamie's. Yes, using Jamie, even a nebulous connection to him, would have engaged her trust. And being in need, McMasters continued. Pretending to be hurt or in trouble, she'd instinctively offer help. We can see what he did, how he did it, and I'll be meeting with Dr. Mira later today to discuss profile and pathology, but we don't yet know why. We believe she was target-specific for a reason, and that you, the work you do, is that reason. If you have evidence Dina's murder is connected to one of my cases, I have reason to believe Dina's murder is connected. I don't at this time have any specific case or circumstance. What reason? Pain vibrated in his voice, radiated from his eyes. If this was payback, if this was due to my work, how do you expect me to live with that? How do you expect me to settle for speculation instead of answers? Here was the line she had to walk, so she kept her voice flat and brisk. I expect you to trust the primary investigator you specifically requested and the team she's hand-picked to do everything and anything necessary to find those answers. Inside 24 hours, we have 2 potential witnesses who may help identify this man. We have a solid connection to Columbia University and potentially more witnesses there who may have seen this man. We have a timeline of events, and the lack of trace and DNA on scene tell us this was well planned, not a crime of the moment, of passion, or opportunity. Every officer assigned to this case is working vigilantly. I don't question that. Shaky ground, Eve thought. How could the man stand on anything else at this point? I need to know if you're capable of working through your cases, your memory, your impressions, your gut, to help this investigation find a connection. I've been through your case files for the last 3 years, she continued. I have a short list, but I don't get a buzz from any of them. You may. Give me the names. I will. He's not going to be in your threat file. How can you be so sure? We'll check out every name in there, believe me, Eve assured him. But I'm telling you, we won't find him there. Anyone who made a threat brings attention. He's been very careful to stay off the chart. How many men between 18 and 26 have threatened you in the last 3 years?
I can weed those out for you quickly. Gang members, illegals, dealers, chemie heads, he's not any of those. She'd have recognized the signs. She waited, giving him time to deny or confirm. Yes. He rubbed the center of his forehead. Yes, you're right. She knew what to look for. She was careful. She was... He's clean, Eve continued, interrupting to give him time to compose himself. He's smart, and he can be charming. Both wits referred to him as a good-looking boy. Boy, Captain. He's not in your threat file. Someone connected to him, possibly. You didn't bust this kid, but you may have busted his father, his brother, his best friend, mother, sister. And for this kind of retribution, we're talking serious bust, termination, or long-term stretch. He pushed his hands over his face. Lieutenant, I've been a boss for some years and rarely worked the streets, rarely worked cases. I supervise them. That was a deliberate choice on my part. I assist, I advise, I coordinate. I've taken primary on an investigation no more than a dozen times in the last 6 years. You're in charge and therefore responsible. That's both reality and perception. You're saying this could have come through any of the cases any of my men worked? Yes. I believe you had some active part, some visibility, or gained some credit. He has not, as far as we know, sought revenge against any of your men, but on you. And the revenge was enacted shortly after your promotion was announced. Now his face was stricken. He killed her because I got bars? She took the shot, dead on, unsure if it would shock or revive. Captain, he was always going to kill her. I'm sorry for it, but that's the reality. He pushed up, lurched toward the windows to stare out. Go on, Lieutenant, Whitney ordered. The timing may be important. You were promoted, Captain, and Dina was alone in the house for a period of time. In that part, I do believe he seized an opportunity. I think Dr. Mira's opinions and theories will be valuable, but until I confer with her, we'll approach it this way. We'll go back 10 years to start, and begin with terminations and/or arrests and imprisonments resulting in death. Next, arrests or imprisonments resulting in grievous injuries. Then life stretches. She paused as McMasters stayed where he was, said nothing. Whitney signaled for her to continue. This was no small deal. To murder, to plan, to risk, it had to matter a great deal. We look for a connection to the perpetrator who corresponds with the age zone of our suspect. You get me the names, she added. I'll run them down. Right now, give me the gut. Who pops out? With his back to the room, McMasters took a breath that shuddered. Leonard and Gia Wentz. They ran a cook shop, used primarily minors for dealers to drum up trade around schools and vid dens. I had 4 detectives on that. We ran an op that busted them in January. Leonard drew down and there was a brief firefight. 2 of my men were injured. He's doing a hard 25 and she's in for 15. I remember that, mid-January. It's too close. Nothing this year. He stole the ID New Year's Eve. He was already planning. Go back more. McMasters turned from the window to pace. My men do good work. It's like trying to hold back the tide, but we do good work. We have a solid arrest and conviction rate, low termination percentage. Don't overthink it, Captain. Don't justify it. I'll get us some coffee. Eve moved into the kitchen. It wasn't going to work, she thought. Not yet, in any case. He couldn't pull himself out and think cop. Why should he? How could he? But she got coffee together, took it out.
We ruin lives. If you look at it from the other end, some guy's doing what he does. Raping, killing, dealing, stealing, whatever. It's what he does and what he did this time for whatever reason. We come along and we stop him. More, we do whatever we can to put him in a cage for it. He loses his freedom, his scratch. Could lose his home or family if he's got one. Sometimes, if things go south, he loses his life. She drank coffee, hoping she was getting through. We ruined it. We're responsible. You're responsible. Think about the lives you've ruined. Think about it that way. Not about doing the job, but the results from the other side. Okay. He took the coffee, met her eyes. Okay. Natty Simpson. She's an accountant. Nice little place on the Upper East. Decent income, husband, 1 kid. On the side, Natty was dealing illegals and cooking the books for a mid-level operation. When we took it down, we took her down with it. She's in Rikers doing the last year of 5. They lost the nice little place on the Upper East. The husband divorced her 2 years ago, got full custody of the kid. How old's the kid? He'd be about 10, 12. Too young. Maybe she has a brother, a lover. We'll look at her. McMasters dragged a hand over his hair. She could see him grasping, reaching, trying to come back. Maybe this was a hired hit. I don't think so. Give me one more name, off the top. Cecil Banks. Bad guy. Dealt Zeus. Hunted runaways and kids who ran the streets. Got them hooked, pimped them out. Ran an underage sex business. We worked with SVU on that. When we busted the main operation, he tried to rob it. He went out a window, missed the fire escape, and took a header down 4 stories. A lot of people lost heavy income and access when we took him and his operations out. When? 2 years ago, last September. Family? Oh, yeah. He had a couple of women, addicts. Both claimed to be his wife. Neither were, legally. He had a brother, younger brother. He did some running for Cecil, but copped a plea down to rehab and community service. Rizzo Banks. He'd be about 22, 23. They're not in your threat file. I was in on the busts, but not as primary. The women made a lot of noise, but nothing that worried me. The kid, the brother, cried like a baby, which helped him with the plea. Good, we'll check it out. That's what I want you to do. Whatever springs, write it down, note the dates, the basic circumstances. We'll take it from there. Lieutenant, what is the probability Dina's murder is connected to me, to the job? You'd have run that. No way to soften it. And to do so insulted him and his child. At this time, with the data gathered, the probability is 98.8. He sat again, and the mug in his hand trembled slightly. It's better to know. Better to know. Do I tell her mother? I have to, but how? How do I tell her mother? We're planning her memorial. Thursday. It seems too fast, too soon. Thursday. We just couldn't. I'll write it down. But how do I stand it? He broke, and watching him shatter twisted her heart, her guts. She stood where she was as Whitney went to him, as her commander gently took the mug of coffee, set it aside, and put his arms around McMasters. Whitney looked at her, signaled for her to go. She left, headed downstairs. She wanted out, just for the moment, just for a breath of air.
When Somerset paused on the bottom landing, some of the anger, some of the pity must have shown on her face before she schooled it away. "The loss of a child goes deeper than any," he said. "It doesn't pass the way other losses may. However the loss came, a parent looks inward. What could I have done? What didn't I do? When the loss comes from violence, there are more questions. Every answer you give him is both pain and comfort, but there can't be any comfort without the pain. None of the answers I gave him today lead to comfort. Not yet." When he continued on, Eve simply sat on the steps. She'd take her moment there. Before she could take the moment, her link beeped. "Dallas. Lieutenant Dallas, this is Dr. Lapkoff of Columbia University. I spoke with you and your husband last night." "That's right. I'd appreciate a few moments of your time today regarding this matter." "This matter is a homicide investigation." "I'm aware." Lapkoff's face remained cool and set. "As portions of that investigation cross my milieu, I'd like to discuss it. This institution will cooperate with you as much as possible. I would appreciate the same from you and your department." "Are you on campus now?" "I am." 20 minutes, Eve said, and clicked off. She took out her communicator to contact Peabody. "Status? More of those shoes have been sold in the past 6 months than you'd think. I'm concentrating on New York venues and online sources." "Keep at it, then. I'm going to meet with the president of Columbia, then with Mira. After, we're going to check out a couple of possibles. I'll swing back and get you, or tell you where to meet me." She clicked off, contacted Mira's admin. "I need the doctor to meet me rather than come into her office. I'm going to be in the field. Dr. Mira is an essential member of this investigative team. The commander has given this investigation top priority. I need her to meet me at the building housing the offices of the president of Columbia University in an hour." "She can't make it in an hour." 90 minutes. 90 minutes, Eve confirmed. She drove to Morningside Heights, and to the beauty and the age, the dignity of Columbia. She parked as close as she could manage to administration, ordered her on-duty light, and security on. Any campus dick who tried to cite it or move it would be shut down, quick and fast. Summer students lolled on the greens, sat near the fountains, or strolled along the paths from building to building. Ages ranged from shy of 20 to nearing the century mark. Some of those older were staff, she assumed, but some would be students as well, furthering their education, going for advanced degrees, taking a short course like a hobby. Dress also ranged, she noted, from slick suits to maxi cargos, jeans to microskirts, plenty of ball caps, plenty of university tees and sweats. The unsub could have blended here so easily, on a campus that sprawled and spread with dignified greens and stately old buildings. Like Central Park, she thought, it was a world within a world where a strange face wouldn't cause a single lifted eyebrow, particularly if he looked as if he belonged. Know where you're going, and go there. Sit on the grass, or a bench and take in the air, or do a little outdoor studying. Observing. He'd have observed, even as she was now. The look, the rhythm, the feel. She made her way into administration, offered her badge for scanning. "I have an appointment with Dr. Lapkoff." The guard nodded, read the scan. "She put you on the log, cleared you through." He shifted, gave her quick, concise directions to the office of the president. Rarefied, Eve thought as she took the stairs. The air,
the architecture. The urban wars had missed defiling or destroying most of the older buildings here. She imagined there were contemporary touches, cams, security, alarms, animated guides, but they'd tucked them away, out of view, so the ambiance was age and tradition. Before she'd reached the offices, a man of about 30 in one of those slick suits crossed the wide marble floor and waylaid her. "Lieutenant Dallas." His smile was as slick as his suit. His accent, faintly, very faintly Italian. "I'm Dr. Lapkoff's administrative assistant. She'd like me to bring you right in." Good-looking guy, she noted, but he'd never pass for 19 again, and his mocha skin couldn't be mistaken for white. Too bad. The admin of the president would have been an excellent possibility. "How many people work in this building, administratively?" "In the summer?" "No, fall through spring." "I can certainly get you that information. Dr. Lapkoff has an administrative assistant, an executive secretary, and a personal assistant. Each of us also has an assistant. Then, of course, there's the provost and his staff, the vice presidents and theirs. Right this way." He led her through a reception area and straight into the president's domain. She thought it would be more posh and intimidating. Instead, despite its grand scale and dignified antiques, it looked like the office of a very busy woman. It boasted an excellent view of the campus and a stingy seating area comprised of worn furniture and upholstery faded by time and sun. Still, the wall of photographs and degrees could project the intimidating, as could the woman who rose from behind a big cluttered desk. Her height and build earned her the term statuesque, and the strong features vied for dominance with the laser-blue eyes. Eve imagined that piercing look had given recalcitrant students, faculty, and donors alike a good chill. "Lieutenant, thank you for coming and for being so prompt." She strode around the desk with the gait of a woman who got where she was going with minimum detours, and shook Eve's hand briskly. "Harry, let's get Lieutenant Dallas some coffee." "No, thanks." "No? You can go, Harry." "Lieutenant." She gestured to a chair, then circled behind her desk again. The position of power. "I understand you paid a visit to one of our dorms last night." "Correct." "I asked Darian about it this morning. He's afraid he might be in trouble and is considerably upset about the circumstances." "He's not in trouble with me. The circumstances are upsetting." "They are. Darian is an excellent student with only a few minor infractions. I vetted his record thoroughly and personally this morning. I'm concerned that one of our students was used to commit a crime, and one of this nature. We've provided you with the data you requested." "Appreciated." Lapkoff sat back, smiled a little. The smile softened her face, but the eyes remained bold and sharp. "You're annoyed with being summoned here, so to speak. I understand. We're women of position and authority, and being summoned grates. Murder grates, Dr. Lapkoff, a hell of a lot more." "Yes, it does." "I didn't ask you to come just to satisfy my curiosity, though I admit I wanted a look at Rourke's cop, and Jamie Lingstrom's. I've taken an interest in Jamie, as he brought us Rourke." Those piercing blue eyes sparkled with amusement for a moment. "Again, so to speak." "Rourke's taken a personal interest in Jamie." "So I'm told. And I understand from Darian Jamie's also connected to this girl." She angled her head. "Another thing I imagine we share is an ability to interrogate and elicit information." She waited a moment. "And to keep information to ourselves." "I appreciated your discretion, Lieutenant, but—" She leaned forward again. "This isn't just my job. This university and all that goes with it are my responsibility and my passion. The obvious conclusion is this university may be connected to Dina McMasters' death. That disturbs me." She paused, shook her head as if impatient. "No, that's not accurate. It pisses me off. If the person who killed that girl is associated with Columbia, you can believe I want to find out. I want to offer any assistance I can." "I appreciate your cooperation." "My paternal grandfather was a cop." Eve's eyebrows lifted. "Is that so?" "In St. Paul. His stories fascinated me as a child. He retired a detective inspector. We were very proud of him." "Lieutenant." Peach folded her hands on the desk. "I believe in law and in order, and in a very dry martini. I also believe in this university, what it stands for. Darian and Jamie are what it stands for. Darian is sick with guilt and worry. Jamie, though I haven't spoken to him, is probably sick with grief. You, Lieutenant, have a reputation for getting things done, and kicking whatever ass needs to be kicked to do it. So do I. This office, and any office or facility at this university, are at your disposal." "That's quite an offer." Now Peach edged forward, and those eyes were frosted glass. "I saw the morning reports on the murder." "So it's out. They didn't have much, but enough." They showed her photo. "I hope to have an artist's rendering of the suspect by end of day. That may lead to a name and location, but unless he's in the system already, something like that can take a great deal of time. Do you have imaging programs?" "We do. It's possible he was a student here at one time or employed here. It's possible that if you ran that artist's rendition through imaging with your database of students and staff IDs, you could match him before we do. I'll arrange it. It can't be done by anyone on staff. I need a cop to do it. That would take a warrant without your permission and approval on record. You'll have both." That certainly cuts through the bullshit. This time Peach flashed a brilliant grin. "One of my best skills and favorite occupations." "Well then, when we have the sketch, I'll have an EDD man report here for that duty. I'll clear it. I believe the suspect hacked into your student files in April, added his data, or the data he wished, so that any check would show him as a student here. He would have removed that data on or about the day of the murder. A good E-man might be able to find those hacks and trace." Peach blew out a breath. "All right. It will be a lot of tedious work, I imagine." "That's a good portion of what we do, tedium." "Understood. Not so different from what I do. I suppose I was hoping for something more immediate and exciting." "Then you didn't listen to your grandfather's stories very closely." She smiled again. "I suspect he juiced them up. Still, you get juice. I'm looking forward to reading Nadine First's book on the Icove case." Eve got to her feet. "Lieutenant, while I do believe in law and order, in education, and in that dry martini, I also believe in youth, its potential and its brevity, its marvelous thirst. I'm very sorry about Dina McMasters. Very sorry that youth was taken and that potential ended." "So are we all." Peach handed Eve a card. "My contact information, including my personal link. Please use it if you need anything." "Thank you, Dr. Lapkoff." "Call me Peach." Chapter 10. As she crossed the green, Eve reached for her pocket link to check if Mira was on site or close, then spotted her. The police psychiatrist and top profiler sat in the white stream of sunlight on the wide ledge of a grand fountain. She wore shades with bold pink frames. Eve wasn't sure she'd ever seen the elegant Mira in shades, much less any so frivolously female. Her face tipped up to the sun, her hair scooped back to wave at her nape and expose the multicolored dangles at her ears. Mira looked absolutely relaxed and perfectly at home with the casual summer pace of the campus. A faint smile softened a face lovely in repose, while the water spilled musically from stone tier to stone tier behind her. Her excellent legs were crossed, exposed by the knee-length skirt of a suit the color of vanilla cream. Sassy open-toed shoes in the same tone boasted needle-thin heels. Beside her sat a petal-pink handbag large enough to swallow a toddler. Eve wondered if Mira slept, and if she should poke her or clear her throat. Then the smile spread, and Mira sighed deeply. God, what a gorgeous day! I so rarely get to take advantage of a spectacular morning like this. Mira lifted her shoulders, then let them fall in a kind of happy shrug. I have to thank you for pulling me outside. Well, I'm glad there's an upside. I didn't have time to go downtown and back. We're pushing hard on this. Understood. The age of the victim and the connection to a police officer make it a priority. Can we speak here? Yeah. Eve sat beside her. You read the file? Yes. Mira touched her hand briefly to Eve's. A gesture they both knew acknowledged the painful memories of Eve's childhood. Would you have taken this case if McMasters hadn't asked for you specifically? I don't cherry-pick assignments. The sharp tone, the defensiveness in it, caught Eve off guard. She shook it off. If I can't handle what comes to me, she said, I don't deserve the badge. That's that. For you, yes, I agree. Not with the philosophy, but with your belief in it. She's lucky to have you, Dina, because you understand what she faced in those last hours of her life. It's not the same. No, it's never the same. And, conversely, it's precisely the same. I need to ask, before we discuss the case, about your nightmares and flashbacks. I need to ask, Mira repeated gently, when Eve's face went blank. If this case exacerbates them, it's not, it won't. They're not as bad. Dragging a hand through her hair, Eve struggled to put annoyance at the personal queries aside. Mira was right, she admitted. The question needed to be asked. I still have them, but they're not as severe, she decided. They're not as frequent or as intense. I think I've come to a place, I don't know. It happened, and nothing can change what he did to me. But I stopped him. If I go back in the nightmares, I can stop him again if I have to. He doesn't have the power anymore. I do. Yes. Mira's smile was as brilliant as the sunlight, and again she laid her hand over Eve's. You do. I can't stop the nightmares, but I can handle them better now. They're not a dance in a meadow, which I don't get anyway. Why is dancing in a meadow with all that tall grass hiding whatever's slinking around under it and the bugs flying around your head such a fun deal? Was the best Mira could think of. What I mean is, I don't look forward to getting jerked around by my subconscious, but it doesn't kick my ass nightly. Not anymore. I'm glad to hear it. Very glad. I had a few moments, looking at Dina, at what was done to her, that had me a little shaky. But I got through it. It won't affect my ability to lead the investigation. I'd worry about your ability to lead the investigation if you weren't touched in some way by what was done to her. Eve said nothing for a few moments. And you brought this up, pushed it, so I could get it out, so I wouldn't have it sneaking around in the back of my mind. Mira gave Eve's hand a quick pat. Did it work? Apparently. Well, good for me. And you. And Dina. Okay. Done, Eve thought, for now. Did you review the video? Yes. Particularly cruel, isn't it? To force the girl to say those things, to intend the father to hear them, to show graphically to the father the result. No question it was a message to McMasters. No, none. It was all a message. The location, the use of police restraints, the method, and even the length of time the killer spent. Hours. He enjoyed it, Eve commented. He enjoyed stretching it out. Undoubtedly. But more, it's a form of bragging, an in-your-face gesture. I did this to what you loved, in your own home, and I took my time. He made her suffer, wanted McMasters to know she'd suffered, that he'd had total power over her. The rapes are another form of that power and that message. I violated her, hurt her, humiliated her, terrified her, took her innocence before I took her life. Mira shifted, angling toward Eve. And he did so by first charming and dazzling her, making her feel something for him, believe he felt something for her. It hurts more that way. Eve studied the students strolling or jogging by. Hurts her more when she understands he felt nothing. It adds to it, to that power. He deceived her first, developed a relationship with her that took effort and time, and again he took his time. He enjoyed the planning, the deceit, her romantic entanglement with him as much as the killing itself. He's young. If he passed for 19, he can't be past 30. She watched the people walking by, calculated their age on looks, skin tone, movement, gestures, wardrobe. And I'd say younger than that, mid-20s. But he's organized, controlled, focused. He doesn't have a young mind, doesn't give in to impulse, or certainly not with this. He stalked and studied and researched his target. He knew exactly how to approach her. Sociopathic tendencies with a purpose, Mira confirmed. It's a dangerous combination. While the video wasn't an impulse, it was indulgent. He needed McMasters to understand. This is your fault. Even the cruelty, the rape, the killing wasn't enough unless McMasters understood he was to blame for it. He didn't want the father just shattered. He wanted him to understand this was a result of some prior act or offense. We're going through his cases. I've got a couple of lines to tug. He'll be buried there. Mira shook her head. Nothing or no one obvious. While it's hard to believe this is his first kill, it may be. It was a purpose, so may very well have driven him for some time. All the evidence you've gathered indicates to me he knows how to acclimate, to blend, to behave in a fashion society considers normal or acceptable. He spent time on this campus, and he has e-skills. He has education. Your victim was a bright student, and she'd expect him to have education as he posed as a college student. He would do what's expected, therefore acclimate. He has a job or a source of income, but I believe he deals with people. He would need to observe them, to ply his trade of being what's expected. He probably lives alone and is considered by his neighbors, his co-workers, to be a nice young man. Friendly, helpful. He detests authority, but would be careful not to show it. Does what he's told, and if necessary, finds a way to pay back any slight or offense. The police are the enemy, Mira continued, but it's unlikely he'll have a sheet. Minor stuff, perhaps, before he fully developed control and focus. More than that, this cop is the enemy, someone to be crushed, but not directly. He understands it's more painful to take away a loved one. Like McMasters took away one of his.
I believe so. Yes, that would be my conclusion. If it was McMasters and him, the punishment would have been more direct. But this punishment, it's your fault, indicates a specific sort of payment. You took mine, I take yours.
But who, Eve wondered, frustrated, or what? McMasters has ridden a desk for a long time. He doesn't work the streets. He's got a rep for closing cases or supervising cops who do. But he's methodical, not flashy. He's a straight arrow, and he doesn't have any terminations. He's never taken down a suspect on the job.
There are other ways to take away a loved one besides death.
Yeah, and I've thought of that. But do you rape and kill? Go through all that led up to it because a cop had a part in sending your brother, your father, whatever, to a cage? It's eye for eye, death for death. It's purpose, like you said.
I'm inclined to agree, but people die in prison, are killed or self-terminate, or come out and do the same. Witnesses are murdered to prevent them from testifying, and the police work to convince them to testify. Victims are not always given justice.
Yeah, been there, too. How do we find this bastard's loved one, who died, was killed, went in, got whacked, in the case files of a cop with more than 20 years on the job?
He'll believe, or have convinced himself, that this person was, or is, innocent, as Dina was innocent. You might consider that this connection to the killer was abused, injured, raped, killed in or out of prison, or one who self-terminated after release or after an attack. I'd start looking for someone who was strangled or smothered. The method was another message. He could have beaten her to death, used a knife, given her an overdose. There are any number of ways to kill a helpless girl. He chose the method.
That's right. That's exactly right. Eve narrowed her eyes as she turned it over. Every detail was planned. Of course he planned the method, not just because he wanted to see her when he killed her, not just because he wanted to use his hands, because he had to make his point. It's a good angle. We can narrow it down with that, push on that. She thought it through. They're having Dina's memorial on Thursday.
There can't be anything more painful. How is McMasters holding up?
Barely. He's ready to take the blame, even without knowing about the vid. The killer wasted time there. He asked me how he was supposed to stand it, and I didn't have an answer. I don't know what it's like to have a kid, but I know when the Vic's a kid, it's harder. We all feel that. I don't know how anyone stands it when it's their kid.
Most rely on the natural order. Children bury their parents, not the other way around. Those of us who do what we do know murder, even death, has no respect for the natural order. This is a burden McMasters and his wife will never lay down. In time, they'll live, work, play, make love, laugh, but they won't ever lay this down.
Yeah. She thought of what Somerset had told her. That's what I hear. In any case, the memorial. I think he'll find a way to be there. I think he'll need to see the results of his work. He'll need to see McMasters grieve and suffer. He'd have to be absolutely sure, wouldn't he, that he'd done the job? However focused he is, he's still young. What's the point of screwing with someone if you don't see them squirm?
I agree. There's a very high probability that he'll find a way to attend, or at least find a way to observe McMasters. The girl was the weapon. McMasters was the goal.
That's what I think. Thanks for meeting me.
I only regret I can't find an excuse to work right here the rest of the day. It's a lovely campus. I've given some lectures here,
and attended a couple of performances, but wait. Lectures, performances. Like theater? Yes, they have an excellent theater. And the public can attend this stuff. Of course. Wait. She snapped it this time and yanked out her link. Dr. Lapkoff. That was very quick. I need a list of every performance, concert, lecture, vid, live, holo, open to the public from April to this past Saturday. Send it to this contact. She read off the data for her unit at Central. I'll arrange it. Thanks. You know Peach? Mira asked when Eve clicked off and keyed in another code. Huh? Oh, well, sort of. You know her? Yes. Dennis and I are patrons of the university. He taught here for years. Really? Mr. Mira taught here? You know he was a professor. Eve thought of Dennis Mira and his comfortable, misbuttoned cardigans, his kind eyes, charmingly vague demeanor. Yeah, I guess I never... He still gives the occasional course and often lectures. We're very friendly with Peach and her family. Small world. Jamie. She turned back to the link. Have you gone to any of the concerts, plays, lectures, whatever, at Columbia since April? What? He had the glassy-eyed look of an e-geek deep in chips. Yeah, I went to a lecture on e-crime. No, not that. Something Dina would have been into. You mean like singing and dancing and shit? He gave her a look that could only come from the young and the pained. Why would I? What I thought. She cut him off, tagged Peabody. I want you to go to the scene. Get any playbills, posters, souvenirs, whatever the hell pertaining to any concert, performance, lecture at Columbia from the time of the meet until the day of the murder. Bring them to Central. Toss in any of the same from anywhere during the same time frame. Can do. On the shoes. I thought about what you said. Upper East Side wasn't his spot. Probably Dina's area isn't either if he didn't want any chance of getting spotted. So I'm focusing on downtown vendors. Just a hunch. Not bad. We'll work that first. Get the stuff, head to the house. I'll be there inside an hour. Eve shoved the link away, rose. Thanks. Good angle. I have to book. If you're heading to Central, maybe I could catch a ride. I have to go see a guy about his dead brother. Mira gathered up her big pink bag. Won't that be interesting? May I? I guess. He's a potential. Not high on the list, but... Well, if he gives us any trouble, you could hit him with that bag and do some damage. Mira stroked a loving hand over the pastel leather. We all have our weapons. When they reached her vehicle, Eve did a run on Rizzo Banks, obtained his home and work addresses. White male, age 24. He's kept his nose clean since his brother's bust and unfortunate demise, and has gainful employment, which fits the profile. Unmarried, no cohab on record, also fits, and it doesn't. His brother goes down, literally, as in 4 stories, to splat. McMaster's is the boss, but not the primary, and it's a shared bust with SVU. Cecil, the brother, worked the illegals and pedophile trades. A charmer, apparently. He wasn't raped, kicked around, smothered, or strangled. He took a header out a window while trying to avoid arrest. Still, not far out of the way. A lot of it's eliminating, isn't it? Legwork, link work, details. Obviously content, Mira settled back. What an interesting vehicle. It looks so ordinary from the outside, but it has more hardware than my office inside, and it's very comfortable. Smooth, too, she added as Eve wove through traffic. It moves like a turbo and verticals like a jet copter, armored and blast-proof. It was
Sort of a favor/present from Rourke. A present so you wouldn't have to continually knock heads with requisitions. I heard about the last wreck. Before she could stop herself, Eve hunched her shoulders. It wasn't my fault. No, but... And the favor, so you'd be able to accept it, and he'd be able to feel you were as safe as possible. I guess bullseyes like that are why you have all the initials after your name. That, and I like to think knowing you and Rourke fairly well. It's an excellent favor/present. Tell me, since we have a little time, is everyone ready for the wedding? We're looking forward to it. I guess, probably. The word wedding had a little ember of guilt and unease burning in Eve's gut. I'm supposed to tag Louise, people tell me, and offer to do matron of honor stuff. I don't know what that is. We did the shower thing, and the dress I'm supposed to wear is being delivered today. What else is there? Is that a rhetorical question? Shit. I'd advise to contact Louise when you have a few free moments and ask her if she needs anything. Very likely she won't need anything but to talk or vent for a bit. She's an efficient sort who knows what she wants and has certainly arranged it, but there are invariably little glitches and headaches at the last minute. All you really need to do is listen. Eve cut her gaze, full of cautious hope, toward Mira. Really? I'd give that an 88.3 probability. Eve mulled it, relieved. That's decent. I went by their new home last week to take a look at Charles's office. He's nervous and excited, and has set up a very good area there. Of course, I got a tour of the whole house. It's coming along beautifully, I think. Urban, classic, eclectic, very them. They're going to make a nice life there. It's good. They're good. It's all good. I just want to get through this wedding thing. Don't tell me you're nervous. No. Well, yeah. Nervous about being nervous had Eve shifting in her seat. What if the case is running hot, or I'm about to close it, or any of the shit that comes down on the job comes down on the day? What do? With Rourke, I don't have to worry. He gets it. If I have to cancel something or I'm late, whatever, he gets it. He's extremely frosty in that area, and I still feel guilty sometimes. But this is other. I get that this is like the day. It's major for Louise. I don't want to screw it up. You can only do what you can do, Eve. Louise understands emergencies, priorities, the demands of a vocation. She's a doctor. Eve frowned over it a moment. That's right. She's a doctor. If she's got her hands in somebody's body cavity, she's not going to pull them out and walk off to put on a fancy dress. She'd finish first. I certainly hope so. Okay, that's better. It's okay. What are you wearing? A yellow thing. Mira smiled. Eyes straight, don't look at me, and tell me what I'm wearing. Did you forget? Indulge me. A suit, knee-length skirt, 3-button jacket, off-white, kind of vanilla. Square silver buttons, lacy top, shoes, light pink, cut-out toes, ankle-breaker heels with the width of a needle, multicolored stone earrings, dangle style, silver, and a silver 3-strand neck chain with some little stones set at various points, humongo pink handbag, and fairly iced pink-framed sunshades, both of which match the paint on your toenails. Wedding band, fancy silver wrist unit with sparkly bracelet. How do you remember to stick on all that? Eve wondered. The sparkly things. It's called vanity, Mira told her. I enjoy mine.
And it's so interesting. You can only recall your dress for the wedding being a yellow thing, and can describe what I'm wearing down to the width of my heels, which, yes, are miserably uncomfortable, but so pretty. Mira turned her ankles to admire them. And now that I've seen your closet firsthand, I don't know how you resist decking yourself out in all those beautiful clothes every day. Maybe I'm like the vehicle, Eve decided. Keep it ordinary on the outside, so nobody notices all the hardware inside. Very good, Mira laughed. Very good. It's what he does, Eve murmured. And we've circled back. Keep it ordinary, every day, unobtrusive on the outside. Nobody sees what's inside. Nobody sees a monster. When he goes to get a slice or buy shoes, nobody notices him. Or, if he wants them to, they see a nice kid, good-looking young guy. Not spectacular, that they'd remember. Just good-looking, polite, barely stirs the air. We've got 2 wits who saw him with Dina, and that's all they gave me. Nearly all. We'll do better, because Yancey's good at digging out the details, but they didn't think about him. Didn't check him out especially. Wouldn't have noted him at all, most likely, except he was with her. They knew her, so they noticed him. She snagged a second-level spot a half-block from Rizzo's work address, then glanced at Mira's heels. It's a short hike. Can you handle that? I'm a professional. Halfway down, Eve cursed, sighed, then vaulted over the safety rail to the sidewalk. Be right back, she called out as Mira gaped at her. She'd seen the snatch, and really the mark deserved it. Bopping along, gawking at storefronts with his back pocket bulging. Or it had been until the street thief plucked out the wallet with the classic bump and grab. The thief continued on, unhurried, with the wallet already inside the right front pocket of his pants under the bulk of his baggy hoodie. Eve sprinted a quarter block to close the distance, then dropped down to a brisk New Yorker's pace. She tapped the thief on the shoulder. Sorry, can you help me? He gave her a round-eyed, innocent look. Just another guy on the street. With what? Well, I've got other stuff to do. Really pressed for time, so you could help me out and just hand me the wallet she just lifted. It's in here. She slapped her hand on his pocket. Oh, and any other property you've lifted today, too. Then we can both be about our business. Don't know what you're talking about. Piss it. She felt him gather to run, grabbed his shoulder. You could really make this quick and simple for both of us. I don't want to take time to— Hey! He ducked, pivoted, squirmed like a snake shedding skin, and left her holding an empty hoodie. He had a squat torso on squat legs. It wasn't really even a challenge. Despite the fact she had to dodge pedestrians when the thief was content to shove, bull, and burst through them, she caught him before the end of the block. Help! Help! He barked it out when she forced him face first into the nearest building. Police! Come on, you moron, you know I'm the police. She cuffed his hands behind his back, kneed his legs apart to make him spread them. If you make me chase you again, you're going to be eating sidewalk. She patted him down, found no weapons, and 6 wallets. Any one of these yours, asshole? I found those. Darting eyes replaced wide eyes. I was going to find a cop and turn them in, swear to God. Uh-huh. I saw you find this one in that guy's back pocket. I'm sure he's going to be really grateful. I called for uniforms. Mira hurried up on her ice-pick heels. Good. Saves me. She tapped the thief on the back of the head. See? See? You just couldn't help me out. Now we've both got to go through the deal. You. She pointed at the mark, who was currently one of the looky-loos staring at the scene. Me? Me? I didn't do anything. Got ID? Yes, sure. I got— He reached for his back pocket. My wallet! My wallet's gone! Isn't that a coincidence? I've got it right here. Keeping one elbow in the small of the thief's back, she held up the wallet. It's like magic, isn't it? To get it back, you'll need to wait here for the uniformed officers and file a report with them. I was having a good day, the thief muttered. A really good day. It's in the toilet now. She held up her badge to flash the two uniforms hustling their way. It took time she didn't want to spend, but in the end she supposed justice was served. You gave me such a start, Mira said. 1 second you're there, the next you're jumping over the rail and running. Yet another reason not to wear fancy duds and ankle breakers. You have a point. They backtracked to the store where Rizzo was employed. A lot of gadgetry, she noted, all under the banner, 20% off, this week only, that had probably been draped there for years. She made Rizzo Banks from his ID shot and saw him make her for a cop. He strolled over with a redwood-sized chip on his shoulder. Saw you take down that mug. He didn't have any speed. He had 6 wallets that weren't his. Crimes everywhere. He was a good-looking guy, a bit on the smirky side, with a short centurion cut that looked fresh. Dark hair, sulky brown eyes, the right height and build, but she didn't get a buzz off him. Do you want to talk here, Rizzo, or somewhere more private? If you've got something to say, say it. The boss knows I had some trouble a while back. I haven't had any since. He knows that, too. I did the terms of my deal. Your brother got a harder deal. He shrugged, then head-jerked her toward the rear of the shop. He screwed me up. Fed me illegals before I'm 10, got me hooked. I worked for him, sure. What else was there? And when it came down, he ran, and he left me for the cops. He ran trying to save his own ass, and didn't do anything to help me. So he got what was coming to him as far as I can see. And I'm not shedding any tears over it. I got straight. I got work. Cops like to come around giving me the fisheye fine. I'm clean. If you give me the right answer to one question, I walk out. No harm, no foul. Depends on the question. You got attitude, Rizzo. I have to admire that. Saturday from 6 p.m. to Sunday 3 a.m. We close at 6 on Saturday. Me and the boss closed up, left about quarter after. You can ask him. And after? He gave a jerky shrug that she interpreted as annoyance rather than nerves. Went home, got cleaned up some. 8 o'clock, me, the boss, and 3 other guys played cards like we do Saturday night, once a month. Game was at my place this round. He grinned with that hint of smirk. Friendly stakes. I'm not worried about the stakes. Is that your boss? She gestured toward the pot-bellied man trying to sell a customer a new PPC. Yeah, and the guy in the back, Carmine, he was at the game. Hold on a minute. She crossed to the potbelly, held up her badge. Quick one. Who closed with you Saturday night and at what time? Rizzo. He's over there. We closed it up about 6. When did you see him next? At his place a couple hours later. We had a card game. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Thanks. He's a good boy, the man said as Eve started to turn away. He comes in on time, does the work, and doesn't complain. I gave him a raise last week 'cause he earned it. Eve nodded. He's not in any trouble. She walked back to Rizzo, handed him her card. Cops come in giving you the fisheye? Let me know. He stared at the card. Why? Because I asked you a question, and you gave me the right answer. Because you're not your brother. Eve walked out while he continued to stare at the card. That was well done, Mira told her. Elimination. Just crossing the lines. That's not what I meant. Eve shrugged and walked with Mira back to the car. Chapter 11. Carlene Robbins punched in her code, swiped her realty ID in the slot. She hummed to herself as security recognized both. A perfect day, she thought, shaking back her curling mane of glossy black hair. She had hopes to make it spectacular by closing the sale on the very frosty loft with her very young and well-heeled client. It was just what he was after. She could hardly believe her luck and the timing. The property had fallen into her lap just the night before, when the previous buyers broke contract. Their loss, and she really hoped her gain. She stepped inside the tiny lobby area, coded in for the elevator. The commission would be a whopper and couldn't come at a better time. She was getting married on Saturday, and, thinking of it, she did a little spin in the elevator. She could close this deal, have all the paperwork in order in a snap, snap, snap. When she and Tony got back from their honeymoon, they'd go to settlement. She'd present the happy new loft owner with a big-ass gift basket full of fancy wines and eats, and, most important, collect her big, beautiful commission. She scanned the little elevator car, nodded approval. Good security, smooth ride, privacy. And the open-work iron doors, she thought when they reached the loft, added that funky retro touch. They opened soundlessly into a high-ceilinged space with wide, wide windows and a double trio of skylights. The original wood floors, and how often did you find that, were stylishly distressed. The walls, neutral tones chosen to sell, were fully soundproofed. Kitchen, she mused, wandering through, totally up to date. Compact, shining appliances with the fun and funky zebra-striped counters configured for maximum use of space. The client probably wouldn't cook for himself. He was for money and currently trying to make a name for himself as an artist. He'd entertain, though, and this was a fine space for that. Add 2 bedrooms, one that would stand in very well as studio space with more skylights, more windows, and southern exposure, and what she considered a dream bathroom with jet tub, jet shower, drying tube, smoked glass walls, and he'd never do better. The place said, no, cheered, she corrected. It cheered young, fun, hip, and well off. She fluffed her hair, turned to check herself out in the mirror. Appearance mattered. She dressed carefully, groomed carefully to suit the client and the location. He wanted Soho, arty, a hot spot amid plenty of galleries, restaurants, clubs. And this was it. Carlene figured his real estate agent should reflect the same at a showing. She'd chosen the short black skirt, the high leopard print heels, and the bold red top with its silver beading, rather than a more sedate suit, very deliberately. It transmitted young and frost, which he was, she thought with a laugh. But for some clients you wanted to project maturity, stability, sobriety. This guy was younger than she was. Must be nice, she thought, as she glanced at her wrist unit and continued to wander, to fluff some of the wildly patterned pillows on the furniture staged in the living area. Barely 22 and able to afford a prime Soho loft. She and Tony had a nice place, she reminded herself. And with her eye for decorating and bargains, she'd squeezed plenty of juice in it. But one day, and with commissions like this one, they'd be able to afford a big sunny loft. She dug into her bag, took out the scent tube she'd chosen. In the kitchen again, she crouched to plug it into the air system. In moments, the loft would smell subtly of sugar cookies. A good choice, she felt, for a younger client.
She crossed to the living area's mood screen, switched it on to a lively, energetic mix of colors and shapes, then ordered the music system on, not too loud. "Set the tone," she said, turning in a circle to take it all in. "Make it home." She considered opening the wall panel to display the security monitors, then decided against it. He was too young to worry overmuch there, and she'd make a point of showing him when they did the tour. Instead, she walked to the wide front windows, stood looking out on what she hoped, for herself and her client, would soon be Drew Pittering's neighborhood. Like the kitchen, the people walking below were up to date. Neo-bohemian was the tone here, the pace. Artists displaying their wares on the sidewalk, people sipping coffee drinks and having intense conversations outside of cafes and bistros. 2 ice-to-care boutiques squeezed in beside edgy little galleries. It suited him so well. Commission aside, she worked hard to suit the client to the property and vice versa. Before she hit 30, she intended to have her own business. She'd already chosen the name, Urban Views. 4 years left in her goal, she mused, and she just knew she'd make it. If Drew took the bite here, she'd be on her way. He was running a little late, she realized. But then, client was king. She took a breath, then pulled out her link. She was going to be optimistic, think positive, and make reservations for her and Tony at their favorite restaurant to celebrate the sale. It wasn't jinxing it, she told herself. It was anticipating it, visualizing it. Tonight, they were going to drink champagne and toast the future. Once done, she ran back through her appointment book to make certain she had the rest of her week, her last week as a single woman, in order. Final fitting, final consult with the caterer and planner, the full day of spa and salon treatments for herself and her wedding party. Check, check, check. When her link beeped, she checked the display and had one moment of concern. "Please don't be calling to cancel," she muttered, then answered with a cheerful tone. "Hello, Drew! I'm standing here looking out your front window. It's a very frosty view." Sorry I'm running late. I got caught up with the work and lost track, but I'm nearly there, heading down the block now." That's Mag. Relief had her barely resisting a dance. "I'll clear you in so you can come right up. You have the address." "Right here." "I love this neighborhood, Carlene. It's just what I want." "Wait until you see the space." She walked over to shut down security for him. "I swear if you don't snap this up, I'm buying it myself. Just tell me nobody else is looking at it yet. I've got a good feeling. I contacted you first, as promised. Nobody's due to see it until tomorrow, as I told you. We've got to jump on it." "Perfect. I'm on my way up. Hey, love the elevator. 10 seconds. She laughed, closed the link, and greeted him with a stunning smile. "Really sorry I kept you waiting," he said as he came in, "but I brought a makeup gift." He offered her one of the 2 Go cups of coffee he had in a takeout bag. "You're forgiven." She toasted him with the cup. "Where should we start?" "Let me just stand here a minute." He shifted the bag on his shoulder, looked around the open living area. Look at the light in here. That's what made me think of you, straight off. So much natural light, tailor-made for an artist. You could use this whole space for your work. But if you actually wanted to use it for living, for entertaining, the second bedroom has the same exposure and skylights. Privacy screens? I don't like to feel anyone watching me while I work. Of course. She held up a finger. Computer, engage privacy screens, all windows. With a quiet hum, the clear screens lowered. As you can see, they're top grade. They don't affect the light.
You can darken them if you want to cut the sun. Perfect. He smiled at her. Young, charming, attractive. Absolutely perfect. How's the coffee? The same. She took another sip. To move to location for a minute, you've got it all. Restaurants, galleries, clubs, and mag coffee shops, as you've already discovered. It's where I want to be. He stepped away from the elevators, wandering now behind the screened windows. The furniture's staged to give you a feeling, an idea of one use of the space. The fact is, Drew, you could do anything with this area. Work, play, a combination. I know you said you didn't cook, but you have to see the kitchen. It's perfect, ultra and efficient. Maybe a girlfriend would enjoy using it. He grinned, wagged his finger. I know, no girls right now, she said with a laugh. Art first. But artists can entertain like minds, right? And have to eat. You can zap leftover takeout, stock the auto chef, and there's a built-in D&C for checking out takeout spots, deliveries, menus. Now that works for me. Oh, and the security system. You can take a look at the camera zones. He waved that off. Let's see the rest first. We'll take the master bedroom then. It's stage 2, so you'll have an idea how it could be used. And the advantage of being on the top floor? Skylights there, too. She took a few steps, weaved a little. Okay. Wow, a little lightheaded. Concern shone in his eyes. Why don't we just sit down a while? No, I'm fine. I'm good. Just putting in a lot of late hours, trying to get everything done. Right. Big day Saturday. The biggest. And since we're taking off on Monday for honeymoon extraordinaire, I want to get everything cleaned up. Just need another jolt. She took a deep swallow of coffee. There's a little half bath off the second bedroom, or what I see is your studio. That would be handy for you, but the master, it's rocking, eh? She walked in, then swayed as her knees buckled. Hey, hey! He took her arm, her weight, walked her toward the bed. Let's sit down. Sorry, I'm so sorry. She all but floated down to the bed. I feel wrong. I'll be okay in a minute. I don't really think so. Here, finish this up. He held the coffee to her lips, poured it down her throat as her eyes glazed. Wait. Oh, don't worry. I'm going to take my time. We've got all day. His face blurred, but for an instant, the look of it, his teeth bared in a horrible smile. She felt fear. She felt fear, then nothing. Since he'd sealed up in the elevator, he opened his bag for the cord. Safety first, he murmured, and bound her hands behind her back. As the sellers had provided very nice high-end sheets, he used them to secure her legs by the ankles to the bright silver knobs of the footboard. He took out the rest of his tools before he stripped, and stowed his neatly folded clothes in the bag. He studied Carleen as he finished off his own undoctored coffee, decided she looked peaceful. That wouldn't last long. The loft was soundproofed. He'd verified that, just as he'd verified that the other 2 tenants in the building were at work. Naked, he walked over to the controls to change the music to some hard grinding thrash, bumped up the volume a bit. Satisfied, he went back to the main security controls, checked the cameras, checked all locks. Later, he thought, when he'd sufficiently softened her up, she'd give him her security number. She'd beg to give it to him. He'd log her out, shut down the cameras, and upload the virus. But before that, well before that, he'd give her pain. and give her fear. And he'd talk to her intimately about her bitch of a mother, and why Janie Robbins was responsible for her daughter's ugly death. He set the doctored go-cup, a ploy, as he'd purchased the actual coffee blocks uptown, then transferred it, on the kitchen counter. He went back to the bedroom, checked his to-do list to make certain he'd forgotten nothing. When she moaned, stirred, he smiled. Time to go to work. Eve strode into the homicide bullpen with a purpose. Several conversations stopped. Baxter got to his feet. ALT, 10 minutes, conference room, full briefing. She kept going, straight into her office. She needed 5 of those 10 to clear her head, organize her thoughts. She got coffee, turned to check the incoming on her comp. Media. Screw that. Talk to the liaison. She brought up the list. Peach Lapkoff moved fast and skimmed the performances, the dates. Computer, start search. Victims of rape, murder through suffocation and or strangulation within penal system. On and off planet, including halfway houses, home detention, local, federal, global. Add factor of connection to McMaster's, Captain Jonah, as part of investigative, administrative, or arresting team. Acknowledged. Length of search? Brother, son, lover, could be any, could be none. 25 years. Warning. Search for data of this nature 20 years or more will delay results. Then you'd better get started. Command given. Acknowledged. Working. Computer, send results year by year to both my office and home units. Warning. Extracting data by year will delay results. Can't be helped. Command given. She topped off her coffee and left for the conference room while the computer worked. She'd hoped Peabody would be back so she could palm off the setup on her partner. Instead, she loaded the data in the room comp, began updating the board. She muscled out a second board and began to write. Crime mirrors previous event. Connection. McMaster's to killer. Killer to person unknown killed by same MO. Search in progress. Unsub. Organized, focused, ability to acclimate. She continued, listed the salience of Mira's profile. 2 wits with possible sightings of unsub currently working with Detective Yancey. Columbia connection. Student and staff files accessed. Shoes ID'd by wit. Columbia sweatshirt. Long shots. Attendance with Vic. Columbia public performances and or lectures. Long shot. She was still writing when Baxter and Trueheart came in. Report. Neighborhood canvas, zip. If we get a sketch, I think we'd have better luck. We hit her known haunts, got zip there. Kids in and out, who pays attention? Plenty who recognized her, but nobody who put her with a guy who matches what we know. He passed to Trueheart. Well, we didn't really do any better with the canvas of the area. Your wit states she spotted them. We had a couple people who thought maybe they'd seen her, but wouldn't commit. We had one who thought he'd seen her, and with a boy around 20, but he couldn't give us any more than that. Not even coloring, build, clothing. Just maybe. We have his name and data when we get the sketch. We've started going through McMaster's cases, working from current back, Baxter added. Anything that even squeaks, we're running. Split it. Work from each end and meet in the middle, Eve ordered. We're stalled on the more currents, so let's start hitting further back, all the way back, and working forward. Back to files from about a quarter century ago? Baxter rubbed his nose. You're the boss. That's right. She glanced over when Peabody came in, carrying a large box. Trueheart hurried over to take it from her. "My boy's a real gentleman," Baxter commented. "More than the cops on the elevator when I had to squeeze in with that sucker. Have to be 50 playbills," Peabody continued, "and programs and posters. Saw where you were going and went through her things, added show and concert tees and other memorabilia." "Good. I got the list from Dr. Lapkoff, detailing performances and lectures at the university since April. Odds are, if the Vic attended, the killer went with her. We matched the paraphernalia to the list." She turned to the murder board where she'd put up a map. "Red pins show the 3 locations we know they were together: the park, the 2nd Avenue location, and her home. We're going to keep digging until we add more." She checked her wrist unit. "Where the hell is EDD?" "I tagged McNabb on my way in. He said they'd be here." Peabody scanned the conference table. "No food. No beverage. Anybody want?" "Stupid question," she said before anyone answered. "Be right back." "Well, while your refreshments are being arranged," Eve began, breaking off when Feeney and McNabb walked in. "Nice you could make it." Feeney shot a finger at her. "Neck deep. Gonna need a transfusion for the blood I lost leaking out of my freaking eyes." He sat, circled his neck. Eve heard the pops and cracks from across the room. "Son of a bitch used some new virus. Nothing like we've seen before. I've got men working on identifying it, piecing together the elements." "New viruses pop up every day," Eve said. "Comps are supposed to be shielded anyway. CompuGuard's supposedly on that. They're busy trying to regulate, screwing around with privacy issues, unregistered. The new shit crops up every few weeks. Really good new shit every year or two. This is really good new shit." Eve considered. "How long would it take you to come up with really good new shit?" He put on a sober face. "I'm an officer of the law." "Yeah, and?" He shrugged. "Depends on how much time I've got to work it, how much damage I want to do." "Something like this," McNabb put in. "You'd have to have a good 150 dedicated hours in it. More if you're a hobbyist and not cued in. Plus you'd have to do it shielded. CompuGuard's got spotters. They don't catch everything, that's for friggin' sure, but if they slap you, you're slapped hard." She started to speak, but he anticipated her. "We started a run on CG's known infractions and fines. The trouble is they don't like to share, so we have to get an official go every time we hit a flag." She thought of Rourke's skills and his unregistered equipment. There, she considered, she might be willing to blur the line if necessary. She turned back to the board, wrote, "New comp virus, possible e-education or employment." "Yeah," Feeney nodded. "It's an angle." Mira's profile, which I'll cover, includes his having employment or an income source. It includes education, skill, focus, all required for e-work. "Bet your ass," McNabb agreed, then grinned as Peabody came in hauling another box. "Hey, she-buddy, let me give you a hand." "See, my guy's a gentleman, too," Peabody added, a flutter of eyelashes. "He scented food," Baxter said. "Sandwiches, soy chips, energy bars." Peabody snagged a sandwich herself. "Water, fizzies, Pepsi." "Brain drain," Jamie said. "Need fizzy." "Current." Eve grabbed a tube of Pepsi, cracked it, then briefed the team on the morning's progress and avenues. "Method is mirror." Feeney shoved the last of the mystery meat and processed cheese in his mouth. "That's a good one. He didn't take her out that way for the hell of it.
On the other hand, using a blade, bat, pipe, something of that nature, McNabb speculated, it's messier. He had drugs. ODing her's not messy, but he didn't go with that. Even a blade, Baxter continued, in a heart jab, and he had plenty of time to aim, isn't going to give you spatter. Bare-handed strangulation. That takes time, effort, and yeah, that purpose again. Hurting her was the thing, right? Jamie stared down at the fizzy in his hand. That was the score. He didn't really mess her up. Trueheart cleared his throat when eyes turned to him. Her face. If he was working off rage, he would have, I think. Maybe he didn't want to use his fists, mess up his hands, but there were plenty of weapons in the house, objects he could have used as either blunt or sharp instruments, and he choked her more than once, so that's what he wanted. That's the way he wanted to kill her, I think. Baxter beamed. Boy gets an A. To pursue this angle, I'm running searches on like rape murders within the penal system, with victims who connect to McMaster's and his investigations, or the investigations by officers under his command. That's going to take a hell of a while, Feeney calculated, but it's a good angle. Meanwhile, as Detective Yancey is not here, he's still working with one or both our wits. We'll get that status after the briefing. Baxter and Trueheart have goose eggs thus far on the canvas. They will re-canvas when we have a sketch. We're also tugging lines with Columbia. We'll do searches on students and staff, again, she said before anyone commented. Widen it to include all southern states and go back another 5 years. We'll also cross-reference the articles brought from the Vic's room pertaining to theater and lectures with any given at the university since April. If he took her or accompanied her, we'll have another location and more potential wits. Peabody, shoes. Shoes. Okay. The wit from the park made the suspect's shoes. Anders cheetahs, navy on white. These are high-end, geared for running shoes. As the wit's opinion was they were new, or fairly new, I've been doing a search for vendors with sales of this model starting in January. Let me just say a hell of a lot of people fork out a hell of a lot of scratch for a shoe you're supposed to run in. I've split that into various categories: online, Sky Mall, New Jersey, and New York sectors. As the locations where the suspect is known or believed to have been with the Vic, I flipped to concentrate below 40th, online, and outside Manhattan. She paused to slug down water. And still a lot of shoes. Given his reputed height, I focused on average sizes for males of 6 feet and slender build, according to the highest probability. And still, we get it, Peabody, Eve snapped. Sorry. I've kept the search on auto on my PPC, but I had some thinking time riding the subway back to Central. School sprung, and there were a lot of teens and 20s in the car. I thought about how they were dressed, you know, and that started me thinking. We're going on the theory he blends, acclimates. I agree, but I started to wonder about that first meet. He had it planned out. The Columbia sweatshirt. It was like a costume for his character, something she'd relate to. And the shoes? She was a runner, so she'd have probably recognized he was wearing high-end running shoes. Dress the part, Eve agreed. Yeah, and he plans, right? Thinks things out in advance. So why wouldn't he plan out his costume? When I'm buying something important to wear, like, say, for an important event, I want to coordinate, be sure everything goes together. If I can, I buy it all, dress, shoes, bag, all that in one place. If I just can't, I take one of the pieces I have, or even a picture of it when I'm hunting for the rest. A picture? Eve asked, sincerely astonished. Sure. You don't want your bag to clash with your shoes, or your shoes to look crappy with your dress. You want to look good. And even if you've got a squeeze, she sent McNabb a flirty look, even then you want to make an impression. McNabb sent Peabody a gooey smile. You always look good to me. Stop before I'm sick, Eve ordered. Maybe he bought the shoes, the pants, the running pants together. In the same place, I mean, Peabody continued, but snuck her hand between the chairs to wiggle fingers with McNabb. An outfit. It was, in a really twisted way, like a first date. First date wardrobe is major. He wanted her to see him in a certain way, to give off a certain impression. I get it, Eve murmured. Girl gets an A. Really? Peabody puffed out. Because I've started another search for venues that sell college gear, running gear, and Anders shoes. There's a lot, but not as many as just the shoes. Shades, Eve said. He had on shades and a cap. I'll plug it in. The other thing is, if he did buy all this from one vendor, he probably didn't go with cash. Not if he didn't want to stand out. It has to be near $1,000 or more. He'd use credit or debit. He'd leave a trail. Why would he worry about that? Eve nodded. Nobody's going to notice. Think twice. Push it. All over it. Baxter, Trueheart, keep working the files. When and if I have any results from my light crimes search, we'll factor it. I'll give you a pint of my own blood, she told Feeney, if you get me something off that hard drive. Your man contacted. Should be in on it later this afternoon. He's got some tricks. No question about it, Eve thought. The Vicks Memorial is scheduled for Thursday. I want a team. Any of you who can be spared, as well as uniforms and soft clothes, any detectives I can get to attend. He's going to want to be there, want to reap the benefits of his work. Whatever we have regarding the sketch by that time, every man on the team will have a copy. Let's go. Keep the hammer down. Eve waited and tried to ignore the quick lip lock and ass grab Peabody and McNabb exchanged by the door. That was good thinking, she said, the buying angle. Shopping is a vital part of my life, unlike yours. Still, it feels like we've got lots of angles, but no shape. He's still a ghost. Let's hope Yancey can bring him to life. Chapter 12. She knew better than to push Yancey when it came to renderings, but she thought she could try a single firm nudge. When she didn't find him at his workstation, she did a quick search of the trio of private conference rooms. She interrupted 2 other police artists, but didn't find Yancey. She tracked him down in the break room. He stood, leaning against the short counter, munching on dried fruit from a bag, eyes closed, headset on. His mop of hair curled appealingly around his striking face. He wore his sleeves rolled up, his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, and a pair of well-worn jeans. It occurred to her he probably looked more like a college kid than a police detective. Could pass for 22 or 3, she thought. Younger if he worked at it. Then his eyes opened, and she added on another 5 years. The eyes knew too much for barely 2 decades. How old are you? His brows lifted. 28. Why? Just figuring something. He munched another handful of fruit. You're thinking of the suspect. He skews young, but may be older. Something like that. She glanced at the bag he offered. No, thanks. Why do you eat that? I wish I knew. I finished with Marta. Delroy, nanny from the park. What do you have? He shook his head. She didn't get a good look. She was game, and she worked at it,
but it comes down to a quick glimpse, and in the rain. She's pretty solid on height and build, coloring, hair length. I walked her through it, and it's coming out that she saw his profile. I got what feels like real on what he was wearing, and a pretty good idea of the style airboard, but his face is mostly impression. Young, good-looking. Why don't you show me? He puffed out a breath. You're not going to be happy. But he let her out, wound around to his workstation. Standing, he called up the sketch on the computer, then laid out the drawing he'd done. Shit! It could be anybody. It could be female. Yancey lifted a finger as a point. Yeah, and the second part might be an advantage. It was a male, she's sure of that, but she used terms like cute and once pretty. It may be he's got androgynous features. Young girls feel safe and are often attracted to boys with androgynous features. They're not as threatening. So, we may or may not have a pretty boy who may or may not be 19. I've got your second wit coming in. She's due in about a half hour. I did a quick link warm-up with her. She's more decisive than Marta. Brisker, comes off more confident. I may do better with her. And what I get from her I can use with what I've got here. I'll show the finish to both wits and see if it rings. Tell me about the airboard. Black, silver racing stripes. Metallic silver, she thinks, because it glinted and it was raining, so no sun. That's pretty simple for an airboard design. So I did a search. 2 manufacturers make one that basic design. Go Scoot and Anders Street Sport. Anders. Yeah, how about that? Wasn't that long ago you were investigating his murder? Small world, even for the dead, I guess. But it's interesting, as the second wit ID'd his shoes as an Anders brand. Could be brand loyalty. Get me what you can get me as soon as you get it. You got it, he said, and grinned. Back in her office, she did a run on Natty Simpson, the husband, the kid. As McMasters had told her, Natty was doing her time at Rikers. The husband, now ex, had relocated to East Washington with a kid. He was 35 and couldn't pass for a teenager. The kid was 10 and couldn't pass either. Still, she followed through with the call to Rikers for an overview of Natty before she crossed that angle off her list. No connection, no pop, she thought when she'd finished. Dead end. She checked the search results on like crimes and found nothing to connect to McMasters in the last 5 years. She considered adding in victims and witnesses, then decided her office unit would probably implode from that much activity. She'd do it at home. Earmarking that for later, she began cross-referencing Dina's box of souvenirs with the list from Lapkoff. There, she hit fast. Spring Musical, Shake It Up, May 15 through 18. She skimmed through it, scanning photographs, play summary, the cast and crew lists, the ads, in case Dina had made any notations. Though she found none, she logged